the shooter's therapist has never been questioned. In fact, most times they disappear. Like, you can't actually find the therapist from any mass shooting now.
It's actually pretty interesting. You're right about that. Um, also, I've heard about RFK's dad, Bobby Kennedy,
Yeah,
when he was assassinated.
yeah. The
Uh,
dude with the same first and last name, I can't remember it right now off the top of my head.
yeah. Now, he ended up having the same therapist as what's his face, the guy who killed the shooter. Was it Jack Ruby? I guess it was who
Jack
killed.
Ruby, who killed Lee Harvey Oswald.
Yeah, he ended up having the same therapist. From what I've just recently found out, because Mr. Robot likes to share stuff with me, and he had an article where the therapist was the same person. He was the same person that was involved in evaluating Jack Ruby as what he was with the other guy. I forgot his name.
So is it the same therapist for Jack Ruby?
Yes.
I didn't realize Jack Ruby had a therapist.
Yeah. He was the only one that was. Wait. It could have been. It could have been. Well, yeah, because Lee Harvey
Like, to be honest,
Oswald.
it'd be more likely if it was actually Lee Harvey Oswald who was seeing the therapist than Jack Ruby. Jack
Yeah.
Ruby was the mafia hitman who was assigned to take him out so that Lee Harvey Oswald couldn't actually say, "No, I'm just a patsy. I had nothing to do with it." Because he even screamed out, I'm a patsy," when he got arrested.
Yeah. Now, Mr. Robot posted it for me. While we're talking, I can probably look for the article that was on Elements because it was just here recently, and I can share it with you in the comments if I can find it. So
Okay.
he loves to share stuff with him. Later on, man, if you want to, I don't know if you've actually got a chance to meet Mr. Robot, didn't you? On
I'm not sure if I did or not.
It was on Naroki's show, I believe.
Okay.
Whenever we were both on Naroki's show and
So
talking.
ages ago then. I haven't been on there for a while.
Hmm. It's been a while since I've been on there too. So um, yeah. Now
I've
when
been playing lots. I've been playing lots on a couple of YouTube channels, and they're all about philosophy and theology and shit. Yeah,
that
that
was
gets crazy deep sometimes.
yeah,
It's
I
cool.
know. That was one thing that I was wondering if you'd possibly be interested in talking about too, because I've had to do a lot of that myself here recently. And one thing that really sticks out to me is like, well, you were talking about MK Ultra, and I've had issues with a lot of people who are claiming to be remote viewers because of a lot of things that I've started learning about when it comes to parapsychology. A lot of these so-called proclaimed remote viewers claim they're remote viewers, but they don't agree with parapsychology, which is basically the basic groundwork for remote viewing. You know,
Yeah, well,
um,
I mean, scientific labels is probably what they have a problem with.
mhm.
You know,
well, well, I
they they
mean,
might, they might not believe it works exactly the way science has said that it works.
yeah,
It's like, no, I don't. I disagree with that label. I don't think it's that at all. I think it works a different way. Well, they're the ones doing it, and scientists are just calling them something.
right. Now I found that post Mr. Robot said, and he said that Dr. Lewis Julian West, a psychiatrist and a chairman of the Department of Psychiatry at UCLA, was involved in evaluating Jack Ruby after Ruby assassinated Lee Harvey Oswald.
Afterwards. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
Well,
West was
that's what I was. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's like I'm pretty sure he didn't have a therapist, but yeah, I can guess. I can get the assessing afterwards fact. Yeah.
yeah. Now,
What's his name? Sheehan, something like that. Sheehan, or some
yeah,
shit.
Sirhan.
Sirhan. It's it.
Yeah. Now,
Sirhan. Yeah.
West was known for his work with individuals involved in high-profile cases, including Sirhan, and was allegedly to be a CIA asset involved in the MK Ultra mind control program. So that was
Yeah.
I
Because
was fine.
to this day he's in jail for it. Sirhan is in jail for it, and he won't be released because he isn't showing remorse and won't admit to it. He is still holding to his story that he doesn't remember anything. He's in jail because he won't admit to it. He would have been released if he had admitted to it.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not kidding you. But this is actual fact. He would have already been released by now if he admitted to it and showed remorse. He's saying, no,
Yeah,
I don't remember anything. So he's
yeah.
still in jail for not showing remorse.
I remember that was one of the things that RFK said whenever he testified and said he didn't want to. He didn't want him released because he didn't show any remorse. So they
Um,
didn't.
I mean, RFK Jr.'s shown himself just recently to be as fake as everyone else in politics.
Mm,
Holy crap. I'm going to do away with vaccines. Vaccines are bad. Nothing's been tested. I'm not stopping anything. Let's get an mRNA cancer vaccine. What? Hang on a sec. What?
that's that's kind of another area, I guess, that we do need to go through because I know you're really big in a lot of the stuff that's been going on when it comes to that area too.
Yeah,
Um,
I must admit, I did get to a point of like basically COVID fatigue. I
yeah.
got so much of it, it was the only thing talked about. I was getting sick of it for a while. But the thing is, people are still sick from it, and nothing's being done.
Mhm. Well, the one thing that I have been I've really been wanting to have you open up and talk about is a lot of this stuff that's been happening with Donald Trump because I know that here recently a lot of that's been causing a lot of arguments and stuff with you personally. So this is our time where you can just kind of give your views on this whole thing with Epstein for one thing. That's something that I really think that would be a good thing to talk about. Now, when Donald Trump made that statement where he said that everybody who believed in Epstein's uh, the whole Epstein thing still that they're a bunch of idiots. What do you think about that?
Well,
What's,
originally I thought one thing, but recently I found out something else. But who knows? I mean, to be honest, when it comes to politicians, I hate all of them. I don't trust any of them. So we'll just start with that as a
Mhm.
basis. So I'm not for any politician. I haven't voted in I don't even know how long because I'm not going to vote for a leader. I don't need someone to lead me.
Mhm.
So I will not vote for that simple reason, especially with what you're offered to vote for. But okay, let's go to the Epstein thing anyway. So yeah, at first I was like, well, oh shit, he must be on it. Shit, he must be on it. That's why he's hiding it. Like he ran on the platform of releasing it. Rah. And then he's saying, no, it's all fake. It's all a Democrat hoax. Rah. See, what I've heard recently is he's saying this because it's going to make everyone think that he's on the list. And the Democrats do want it released now.
Mhm.
So if everyone thinks he's on the list, it is more likely to get released And if it comes out he's not, it's just going to expose every other name on the list. And I was like, I hadn't thought of it that way. That could work. But I don't know. I mean, I know for a fact his name is on the list because he associated with Epstein up till whatever year he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago for misconduct. And I've heard two different stories on this. It was either with a staff member or with one of his friend's young daughters. See, I've heard two different stories on why Epstein was kicked out of Mar-a-Lago as well.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure which is true. There's still two stories floating around, so I don't know. Maybe both things happened. Maybe he just got a warning the first time and kicked out the second time. I don't know. But I've heard of two incidents. One with an associate's daughter, and the other with a staff member.
Yeah. Now with Epstein.
But what about this for a theory?
Okay.
What if Trump and Epstein were actually in cahoots the whole time, and they just made it look like they were distancing themselves from each other?
That was kind of what I was getting ready to get into because of Maxwell. Now, Maxwell is real big on this whole connection, and there's not very much talk about him and I find that odd because of the background that he had, and people had a lot of suspicion about him being involved with the CIA, MI6, as well as Israel.
Mossad.
Right. You know, his daughter is actually the one who is saying she was going to release the 100 names.
She's already done it.
Right.
It's already done, and apparently she didn't ask for leniency. Like, apparently she's just released it, and she only gets immunity from any possible future charges that could arise from her releasing these names.
Right.
So she isn't actually getting what she isn't supposed to be anyway, from what I've heard. She isn't supposed to be getting let out. Her sentence isn't supposed to be being reduced. She just isn't getting any extra charges as long as she releases the names and shit.
All right.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, she's just because what it says is she's granted immunity for doing it. It doesn't mean immunity to all of her current charges.
Right.
It means immunity to anything that may arise from there. It's sort of like pleading the fifth. I don't want to say it in case I incriminate myself. So, okay, we'll waive that part. Now you can say it, and it doesn't matter if you incriminate yourself.
I have a message for you from Right Wing Riddler from 4772 off of Twitch, and he said Epstein case even covers a few people in our country, and I asked him what country he's in, and he said Turkey.
Turkey, yeah.
So
you said Turkey on the Rumble chat as well. But,
yeah, I know.
Yeah. I didn't see his question from Twitch though.
It was I ended up doing that, and now the thing that I wanted to go further with on this was the fact that she was the one who got busted because she was in New York, and those other 4 that were on the list that got immunity back in the day. They got their immunity, and the only reason why she didn't get it was because she was in New York, and she was the one who was flying these girls to the Epstein Island.
She was recruiting them as well. See, have you heard that the survivors are recently compiling their own list to release?
Yeah, I did hear that there were survivors that came out and gave testimony too.
Oh no, there was, but this has gone further.
Okay, so I am back. I'm testing everything out, see what's going on here, find out if we've got everything going. Um, Hopefully, we do. Yeah, YouTube is going to be an issue. I'm having some issues with getting YouTube straightened out on Rumble. Um, yeah, so this is, I could do Stream Direct, which is Rumble only, um, but this is really, getting annoying. To be honest with you, it really is. Let me back out of here and see what's going on. All right, here we go. Delete the old one. I was in the old one, and it had set up another freaking Wow Talk. So it is on the channel. It's just a different stream apparently. So we've got it. Okay, so we're good on that front. It's good to go. Um, Sounded good on the old stream for X, but that's not the one now. I've got a new one that's being posted on X because I'm cool like that. Alright, and I can go ahead and delete the old one. Um, Test out the audio on this one. Let's see what's going on. Now D Live has the stream up. I can see that, but it froze in place. So I'm gonna hit refresh on D Live and X, kind of get things going. Okay, now it sounds good on Twitch. And there we go. Yeah, we got it. We got it hooked up. So it looks good. Um, so I'm trying to get everything sorted out. It's all acting all hokey. And we're not even getting into the bread and butter yet. So that's how crazy all this is. Today just started getting weird. That's all I can say. It just started getting weird. So, sounds good on D Live. Sounds good on Kick or Twitch, I mean. And okay, Kick is up and going. X looks like it's up and going, I believe. Let me hear what they. And X sounds good too. So we have everything ready to go. So that being said, I'm gonna step away for a second. I'm gonna make put a song on, that way you guys can have something cool to listen to. I was going to just get right into this show, but that was a little bit exhausting. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do another one of Robot's songs, and let's see. He's got a lot of cool stuff. So let me see. I'm going to do actually. I can do this one. I'm gonna do Echoes of Dusk. This is mine. So no, actually these are only 2 minutes long. I want to put something on there. Celestial Blueprints is 4 minutes, so I'll put that one in. I could do Echoes of Atlantis, but I'm gonna do Celestial.
They built the pyramids in 20 years, a block every 2 minutes. Hieroglyphs scream their pride, but not a how and what's written. Modern science scratches heads, these structures can't be mimicked. Copper tools, now scholars tripping, logic thinly stretched and twisted. Ran an obelisk, 1,000 tons dragged across the sand. Today's cranes can't lift a fifth, what force moved them by hand? Call the ancients primitive, yo, that's pure delusion. Physicists today need miracles to crack their fusion. The high priest of Kemet mapped the stars with precision, while modern minds stay chained to 3D prison. Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, hidden with an allegorical crypt. Written in the language of symbolism, advanced knowledge cloaked in simple living. Secrets that rewrite history's episode. As above, so below, the hermetic code. Key of life unlocks the heavenly abode. Conscious matrix, alchemic pyramid ode. The Sphinx wears water scars, a flood from ancient skies. Explosives crack the pyramids, no tombs, just hollow lies. Money stolen? Nah, that's ego talk. A weak hypothesis. Truths buried in the stars, encrypted in the myths. Sacred geometry, pagan sauce, the roots of Christendom. Pythagoras knelt at their feet, Jesus learned the kingdom. Temples mirror Orion, Aztecs trace the same glow. Megalithic GPS, what's buried below. They split the lotus stem and wisdom at the core. Solomon's temple, just a copy of what came before. Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, hidden wisdom, allegorical crypts. Written in the language of symbolism, advanced knowledge cloaked in simple living. Secrets that rewrite history's episode. As above, so below, the hermetic code. Key of life unlocks the heavenly abode. Conscious matrix, alchemy pyramid ode. Iron to gold, alchemy's flame. They mastered the unseen. Telekinetic levitation, Mars dust in their genes. Critics laugh, aliens but the proof's in the plasma. Why is the Dogon tribe no serious? Was a binary drama. Myths and metaphors, the truth's too bright to hold. Scattered in ruins worldwide, a map etched in gold. They call themselves Negeru, gods with cosmic ships. Gifted fire, math and law, then dipped beyond the eclipse. Now academia's gatekeepers mock what they can't measure. But the scales of Ma'at weigh soul, not tech or treasure. The Zet Tepe dawn when gods walked as king. Left blueprints in Gobekli Tepe and the Nazca line. The Emerald Taylor's truth burns through the scholar's denial. We're echoes of starlight reclaiming our trial.
When you stare at the sky, feel the ache in your chest. That's ancestral memory. We're all cosmic guests. The pyramids hold a hand, rising cold and divine. As above, so below, till the world's realigned.
Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt. The truth's a spiral, eternity script. In the language of symbolism, we're gods, we've been missing. 20 years, a block every 2 minutes. Hieroglyphs scream their pride, but not a how and what's written. Modern science scratches heads, these structures can't be mimicked. Copper tools, now scholars tripping, logic thinly stretched and twisted. Ran an obelisk, 1,000 tons dragged across the sand. Today's cranes can't lift a fifth, what force movement by hand? Call the ancients primitive, yo, that's pure delusion. Physicists today need miracles to crack their fusion. The high priest of Kemet mapped the stars with precision, while modern minds stay chained to 3D prison. Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, hidden with an allegorical crypt. Written in the language of symbolism, advanced knowledge cloaked in simple living. Secrets that rewrite history's episode. As above, so below, the hermetic code. Key of life unlocks the heavenly abode. Conscious matrix, alchemic pyramid ode. The sphinx who has water scars, a flood from ancient skies. Explosives crack the pyramids, no tombs, just hollow lies. Money stolen? Nah, that's ego talk. A weak hypothesis. Truths buried in the stars, encrypted in the myths. Sacred geometry, pagan songs, the roots of Christendom. Pythagoras knelt at their feet, Jesus learned the kingdom. Temples mirror Orion, Aztecs trace the same glow. Megalithic GPS, what's buried below. They split the lotus stem, hid wisdom at the core. Solomon's temple, just a copy of what came before. Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, hidden wisdom, allegorical crypts. Written in the language of symbolism, advanced knowledge cloaked in simple living. Secrets that rewrite history's episode. As above, so below, the hermetic code. Key of life unlocks the heavenly abode. Conscious matrix, alchemic pyramid ode. Iron to gold, alchemy's flame, they mastered the unseen. Telekinetic levitation, Mars dust in their genes. Critics laugh, aliens have, but the proof's in the plasma. Why is the Dogon tribe no serious? Was a binary drama. Myths and metaphors, the truth's too bright to hold. Scattered in ruins worldwide, a map etched in gold. They call themselves Negeru, gods with cosmic ships. Gifted fire, math, and law, then dipped beyond the eclipse. Now academia's gatekeepers mock what they can't measure. But the scales of Ma'at weigh soul, not tech or treasure. The Zep Tepe dawned when gods walked as king. Left blueprints in Gobekli Tepe and the Nazca line. The unmutated truth burns through the scholar's denial. We're echoes of starlight reclaiming our trial.
When you stare at the sky, feel the ache in your chest. That's ancestral memory. We're all cosmic guests. The pyramids hold a hand, rising cold and divine. As above, so below, till the world's realigned.
Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt. The truth's a spiral, eternity script. In a language of symbolism, we're gods, we've been missing.
Okay, I am back. Now, before I do get started and everything, there is one thing that I wanted to do because it is suggested that I have an avatar put on my videos or the likeness of me. So what I have decided to do is use a likeness of me. So with that being done, what I am going to do is bring that in. I don't know, that's not really all that cool, to be honest with you. Yeah. Yeah, that's not going to do it. Yeah. Well, I will figure something out Okay, I need to mute it. Now, before I get started, I wanted to go ahead and bring that avatar in, but that was not a good idea. So I'm going to hold off on that and get the show started. Here we are, 6:05. I'm already an hour and 5 minutes late, but that's okay because at least I showed up and I'm doing the show. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do my intro that I added on here for Wow Talk, and then after that I'll start the show. I've got my talking notes ready to go, and it's good to go. I had a little bit of a hiccup going on because I've been doing like crap loads of uploads, and it slowed my computer down. And then on top of that, we've had a whole bunch of stuff happening when it comes to uh, things coming in the mail that I had to unpack and take care of. So we had a lot of issues taking place. Um, After that, I ended up getting my coffee, smoking a cigarette, and I'm ready to go now. So when I do the Wild Talk intro, after that I will go straight into the show. So here we go. Hi, hello everybody, and welcome back to Wow Talk. Today is going to be, it's going to have a good topic on it. I ended up getting something that was given to me as a PDF. I can't remember if it was from Nancy Planetta or if it was from Mr. Robot. I know it was from one of those two, but I ended up getting it, and I've been having an issue because I've been backlogged on a lot of stuff, and my biggest issue has been what how or when to share it and on what show to share it when it comes to the wonderful world of weirdness. So I decided what I'm going to do is I'm going to share or do this story on Wow Talk, and just so I don't, mess up, I'm going to go ahead and, mention both Nancy Planetta and Mr. Robot on the show so that, uh, first of all, I want to apologize for forgetting which one of you sent this PDF to me. But with that being said, at least I did mention you, and as well as that, I want to put it out there to everybody. If you want to check out Nancy Planetta, you can find her on Vixen's Vault, and that's on Dragus Production, which you can usually find streaming on Wednesdays, which is tonight, or on Sundays. Tonight is the when Nancy Planetta and Vixen's Vault will be on. You can find that late at night. Not really late at night, but for her, I believe it's at 7 p.m. or 8 p.m. And that would be Eastern time. So it would be 7 p.m. Central Standard Time for me. So you can check her out on Rumble. You can also check her out, or Dragus Production, period. You can check Dragus Production out on Twitch, D Live, Kick, and Rumble, I believe. Yeah. And if you are interested in checking out Mr. Robot, you can find him on Element Chat. Now, he doesn't really get too much into the whole. He's not really big on either Discord or Skype or any other VoIPs. And he's more of an open source kind of guy, so you're not going to find him on too many platforms, but you can find him on Elements. He does his own chats on Elements as well as on Minds.com. So you can find him on Minds.com or Elements, but you can also find him on Rumble as well. He goes by Columinati, and he does his own music mixes, which is on his own channel called um, um, now I'm having a brain fart, which is called Hacker Radio. So you can find him on Rumble as Columinati, and his channel is Hacker Radio. So if you guys want to check him out, stop in, give a like, subscribe, share. Make a comment. It gets pretty lonely over there on Rumble. You don't get to hear too many real real people talk in the comment sections. So it's nice, to actually have somebody that you can put a comment to, a like. You know what I mean? So reach out to him, say something nice about his music if you enjoy his music, and like and subscribe if you can. Give him some support if you like the music that you've heard so far. That's who I've been using when it comes to the music you're hearing on the shows. So just doing a little shout out for him, and Nancy Planetta too. She has a really, really good show. You guys need to check it out. Dregus Production does have some pretty good shows as well, so you might want to stick around and check out all of what they have to offer on Dregus Productions too. So without all of that banter, I am going to go ahead and get right into the show. So last week I told you that this week my topic is going to be John Lear, and that's what it's going to be. I didn't change my mind. So today I am going to talk about the UFO cover-up, which was by John Lear, and this concerns aliens at Area 51. Maybe not. We don't know. But that's what the topic's going to be about. So after I drink my coffee, I'm going to start doing the reading, and we'll get on to it, on with the show. So shit, I went down the wrong pipe. Boy, you talk about messing up at the beginning of a freaking show. Coughing on coffee and then having to read. All right, so here we go. The following statement is a working hypothesis written by John Lear on December the 29th, 1987, and revised on January the 14th and again in March. This revision is dated August the 25th, 1988. John Lear is a Lockheed L-1011 captain for a major U.S. airline and has flown over 160 different types of aircrafts in over 50 different countries. He holds 17 world speed records in the Learjet and is the only pilot ever to hold every airman certificate issued by the Federal Aviation Administration. Mr. Lear has flown missions worldwide for the CIA and other government agencies. A former Nevada State Senator candidate, he is the son of William P. Lear, designer of the Learjet, the 8-track stereo, and founder of Lear Sigler Corp. Lear became interested in UFOs in the summer of 1986 after talking with U.S. Air Force personnel who had witnessed a UFO landing at Bentwaters Air Force Base near London, England, and three small aliens walking up to Wing Commander General Jordan Williams. Michael Corbin, August 25th, 1988. Other suppressed, hidden, denied, covered up information. The UFO Cover-Up by John Lear. The sun does not revolve around the earth. The United States government has been in business with little gray extraterrestrials for about 20 years. The first truth stated here got Giordano Bruno burned at the stake in 1600 for daring to propose that it was real. The second truth has gotten far more people killed trying to state it publicly than will ever be known. But the truth must be told. The fact that the earth revolves around the sun was successfully suppressed by the church for over 200 years. It eventually caused major upheavals in the church, government, and thought, a realignment of social and traditional values that was in the 1800s. Now, about 400 years after the first truth was pronounced, we must again face the shocking facts, the horrible truth the government has been hiding from us for 40 years. Unfortunately, the horrible truth is far more horrible than the government ever imagined. It is, in its effort to protect democracy, our government sold us to the aliens. And here is how it happened. But before I begin, I'd like to offer a word in the defense of those who bargained us away. They had the best of intentions. Germany may have recovered a flying saucer in 1939. General James H. Doolittle went to Sweden in 1946 to investigate reports of ghost rocket UFOs, 1,000 of which had been sighted over a 7-month period. The horrible truth was known by only a few persons. They were indeed ugly little creatures, shaped like praying mantises, and who were more advanced than us by perhaps as much as 1 billion years. Of the original group that were the first to learn of the horrible truth, several committed suicide, the most prominent of which was Defense Secretary James B. Forrestal, who jumped to his death from a 6-story hospital window. Secretary Forrestal's medical records are sealed to this day. President Truman quickly put a lid on the secret and turned the screws so tight that the general public still thinks that flying saucers are a joke. Have I ever got a surprise from them? In 1947, President Truman established a group of the 12 top military and scientific personnel of their time. They were known as MJ-12. Although the group exists today, none of the original members are still alive. The last one to die was Gordon Gray, former Secretary of the Army in 1984. As each member passed away, the group itself appointed a new member to fill the position. There is some speculation that the group known as MJ-12 expanded to at least several more members. There were several more saucer crashes in the late 1940s. One in Roswell, New Mexico, one in Aztec, New Mexico, and one near Laredo, Texas, about 30 miles inside the Mexican border. Consider, if you will, the position of the United States government at that time. They proudly thought of themselves as the most powerful nation on Earth, having recently produced the atomic bomb, an achievement so stupendous that it would take Russians 4 years to catch up, and only with the help of traitors to democracy. They had built a jet aircraft that had exceeded the speed of sound in flight. They had built jet bombers with intercontinental range that could carry weapons of enormous destruction. The Cold War had brought economic prosperity, and the future seemed bright. Now imagine what it was like for those same leaders, all of whom had witnessed the panic of Orson Welles' radio broadcast, The War of the Worlds, in 1938. Thousands of Americans panicked at a realistically presented invasion of Earth of beings from another planet. Imagine their horror as they actually viewed the dead bodies of those frightening-looking little creatures with enormous eyes, reptilian skin, and claw-like fingers. Imagine their shock as they attempted to determine how these strange saucers were powered, and could discover no part even remotely similar to components they were familiar with. No cylinders or pistons, no vacuum tubes or turbines. The stories are legendary of transporting crash saucers over long distances, moving only at night, purchasing complete farms, slashing through forests, blocking major highways, sometimes driving 2 and 3 lowboys in tandem with an extraterrestrial load 100 feet in diameter. On April the 25th, 1964, the first official communication between these aliens and the U.S. government took place at Holloman Air Force Base in New Mexico. 3 saucers landed at a prearranged area, and a meeting was held between the aliens and intelligence officers of the U.S. government. During the late 60s or early 70s, MJ-12, representing the U.S. government, made a deal with those creatures called EBIs, extraterrestrial biological entities, named by Detlev Blanc, original MJ-12 member and 6th president of Johns Hopkins University. The deal was that in exchange for technology that they would provide to us, we agreed to ignore the abductions that were going on and suppress information on the cattle mutilations. The EBEs assured MJ-12 that the abductions, usually lasting about 2 hours, were merely the ongoing monitoring of developing civilizations. In fact, the purpose for the abductions turned out to be insertion of a 3 millimeter spherical device through the nasal cavity of the the abductee into the brain. The device is used for the biological monitoring, tracking, and control of the abductee. Implantation of a post-hypnotic suggestion to carry out a specific activity during a specific time period, the actuation of which will occur within the next 2 to 5 years. Termination of some people so that they could function as living sources for biological material and substances. Termination of individuals who represent a threat to the continuation of their activity, or termination to individuals who represent a threat to the continuation of their activities. Effect genetic engineering experiments. Impregnation of human females and early termination of pregnancies to procure the crossbred infant. The U.S. government was not aware of the far-reaching consequences of their deal. They were led to believe that the abductions were essentially benign, and since they figured the abductions would probably go on anyway, whether or not they agreed, they merely insisted that a current list of abductees be submitted on a periodic basis to MJ-12 and the National Security Council. Does this sound incredible? An actual list of abductions to the National Security Council? Read on, because I have news for you. The EBEs have a genetic disorder in that their digestive system is atrophied and not functional. Some speculate that they were involved in some type of accident or nuclear war, or possibly on the backside of an evolutionary genetic curve. In order to sustain themselves, they use an enzyme or hormone secretion obtained from the tissue that they extract from humans and animals. Cows and humans are genetically similar. In the event of a national disaster, cow hemoglobin can be used by humans. The secretion obtained are then mixed with hydrogen peroxide and applied on the skin by spreading or dipping part of their bodies in the solution. The body absorbs the solution, then excretes the waste back through the skin. The cattle mutilations that were prevalent throughout the period of 1973 to 1983 and publicly noted through newspapers and magazine stories, and included in a documentary produced by Linda Howe for the Denver CBS affiliate, were for the collection of those tissues by the aliens. The mutilations included genitals taken, rectums cored out of the colon, eyes, tongues, and throats all surgically removed with extreme precision. In some cases, the incisions were made by cutting between the cells, a process we are not yet capable of performing in the field. In many of the mutilations, there was no blood found at all in the carcasses, yet there was no vascular collapses of the internal organs. This has been also noted in the human mutilations, one of which was Sergeant Jonathan P. Luoti. at the White Sands Missile Test Range in 1956, who was found 3 days after an Air Force major had witnessed his abduction by a disc-shaped object at 0300 while on a search for missile debris downrange. His genitals had been removed, rectum cored out in a surgically precise plug up to the colon, eyes removed and all blood removed with, again, no vascular collapse. From some of the evidence, it is apparent that this surgery is accomplished in most cases while the victim, animal or human, is still alive. The various parts of the body are taken to various underground laboratories, one of which is known to be near the small New Mexico town of Dulce. This jointly occupied CIA alien facility has been described as enormous, with huge tile walls that go on forever. Witnesses have reported huge vats filled with an amber liquid, with parts of human bodies being stirred inside. After the initial agreement, Groom Lake, one of this nation's most secret test centers, was closed for a period of about a year sometime between 1972 and 1974, and a huge underground facility constructed for and with the help of the EBEs. They bargained for technology was set in place, but could only be operated by the EBEs themselves. Needless to say, the advanced technology could not be used against the EBEs themselves in case of need. During the period between 1979 and 1983, it became increasingly obvious to MJ-12 that things were not going as planned. It became known that many more people, in the thousands, were being abducted than were listed on the official abduction list. In addition, it became obvious that some, not all, but some of the nation's missing children had been used for secretions and other parts required by the aliens. According to some, there was an altercation between the U.S. military and the aliens at the Dulce laboratory. A special armed forces unit was called in to try and free a number of our people trapped in the facility who had become aware of what was really going on. According to one source, 66 of the soldiers were killed in the effort, and our people were not freed. By 1983, MJ-12 must have been in stark terror at the mistake they had made in dealing with the EBEs. They had subtly influenced through Dr. Hynek, formerly with the Blue Book Project, who had allegedly broken ties with the Air Force in the 60s, but who in reality continued to be their informant in his cover capacity of director of the Center for UFO Studies, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, and ET. Now admitted by some members of MJ-12 to have been a drastic mistake. To get the public used to odd-looking aliens that were compassionate, benevolent, and very much our space brothers. MJ-12 had, in effect, sold the EBEs to the public, and were now faced with the fact that quite the opposite was true. In addition, a plan had been formulated in 1968 to make the public aware of the existence of aliens on Earth over the next 20 years, to be culminated with several documentaries to be released during the 1985 through 1987 period of time. These documentaries would explain the history and intentions of the EBEs. The discovery of the Grand Deception put the entire plans, hopes, and dreams of MJ-12s into utter confusion and panic. Meeting at the country club, a remote lodge with a private golf course, comfortable sleeping and working quarters, and its own private airstrip built by and exclusively for the members of MJ-12. It was a functional fight of what to do now. Part of MJ-12, which had now become military top-heavy, wanted to confess the whole scheme in shambles it had become to the public, beg their forgiveness, and ask for their support. The other part, in majority, of MJ-12 argued that there was no way they could do that the situation was untenable, and there was no use in exciting the public with the horrible truth, and that the best plan was to continue the development of a weapon or plan of containment that could be used against the EBEs under the guise of SDI, the so-called Strategic Defense Initiative, which had nothing whatsoever to do with a defense for inbound Russian nuclear missiles. In fact, the real definition of purpose for SDI reads: the plotting, tracking, and acquisition of articles in deep space. As these words are being written, Dr. Edward Teller, father of the H-bomb, is personally in the nuclear test tunnels of the Nevada test site, driving his work and associates, in the words of one, like a man possessed. He should be, for Dr. Teller is a member of MJ-12, along with Dr. Kissinger, Admiral Bobby Inman, Lou Allen, to name a few members of MJ-12. Before the Grand Deception was discovered, and according to a meticulous plan of release of information to the public, several documentaries and videotapes were made. William Moore, a Burbank, California-based UFO researcher who wrote The Roswell Incident, a book published in 1980 that detailed the crash, recovery, and subsequent cover-up of a UFO with 4 alien bodies, has a videotape of 2 newsmen interviewing a military officer associated with MJ-12. This military officer answers questions relating to the history of MJ-12 and the cover-up the history of MJ-12 and the cover-up and recovery of a number of flying saucers and the existence of a live alien, one of 3 living aliens captured and designated or named IBE-1, IBE-2, and IBE-3, being held in a facility designated as YY-2 at Los Alamos, New Mexico. The only other facility of this type which is electromagnetically secured is at Edwards Air Force Base in Mojave, California. The officer names names, as previously mentioned, plus a few others: Harold Brown, Richard Helms, General Vernon Walters, and Dr. Theodore von Karman, to name a few of the current and past members of MJ-12. The officer also relates the fact that the EBEs claim to have created Christ. The EBEs have a type of recording device that has recorded all of Earth's history and can display it in the form of a hologram. This hologram can be filmed, but because of the way holograms work, does not come out very clear on movie film or videotape. The crucifixion of Christ on the Mount of Olives has allegedly been put on film to show the public. The EBEs claim to have created Christ, which, in view of the Grand Deception, could be an effort to disrupt traditional values for undetermined reasons. Another videotape allegedly in existence is an interview with an EBE. Since EBEs communicate telepathically, an Air Force colonel serves as an interpreter. Just before the recent stock market crash, several newsmen, including Bill Moore, had been invited to Washington, D.C. to personally film the EBE in a similar type interview and distribute the film to the public. Apparently, because of the market crash, it was felt the timing was not propitious. In any case, it certainly seems like an odd method to inform the public of extraterrestrials, but it would be in keeping with the actions of a panicking organization who at this point in time didn't know which way to turn. Moore is also in possession of more Aquarius documents, a few pages of which leaked out several years ago. The detailed and super secret NSA project, which had been denied by them until just recently. In a letter to Senator John Glenn, NSA's Director of Policy, Julia B. Wetzel, wrote, "Apparently there is or was an Air Force project by the name Aquarius, which dealt with UFOs. Coincidentally, there is also an NSA project by that name. NSA's Project Aquarius deals specifically with the communications with aliens, the EBEs. Within the Aquarius program was Project Snowbird, a project to test fly a recovered alien aircraft at Groom Lake, Nevada. This project continues today at that location. In the words of an individual who works at Groom Lake, our people are much better at taking things apart than they are at putting them back together. Another saw a saucer being trucked into the Nevada test site in March of 1988. Still another informant witnessed a saucer being buried at the location for God knows whatever reason during the second week of August 1988. If the government felt they were being forced to acknowledge the existence of aliens on Earth because of the overwhelming evidence, such as the Hudson Valley sightings during the past 4 years, the Wifeville, Virginia sightings in October and November of 1987, the Gulf Breeze, Florida sighting, in which documentary evidence in the form of stereoscopic photographs and videotapes were taken between November of 1987 and May of 1988, and the Lake Superior sightings of 1987, and the sightings in and around Las Vegas, Nevada, and the Nevada test site, and taking into consideration the grand deception and obviously hostile intent of the EBEs, it might be expedient for MJ-12 to admit to the EBEs, but conceal the information on the mutilations and abductions of humans and animals. This enormity of the problem must be driven more than a few at the top to drink. But what about the rest of us? Most of those reporting sightings are being viciously ridiculed by government-sponsored debunkers such as Philip Klass, former avionics editor of Aviation Week and Space Technology, NASA scientist James Oberg, and a host of others. When the truth does emerge, if it ever does, how is this shabby, dishonest treatment of totally sane, normal, and patriotic citizens going to be justified? Now you ask, why haven't I heard about any of this? Who do you think you would hear it from? Dan Rather? Tom Brokaw? Sam Donaldson? Wrong. These people just read the news. They don't find it. They have ladies that call and interview witnesses and verify statements on stories coming over the wire, either AP or UPI. It's not like Dan Rather would go down to Wifeville, Virginia, and dig into why there were 4,000 reports of sightings in October and November of 1987. Better that Tom Brokaw or someone else should risk their credibility on this type of story. Tom Brokaw? Tom wants Sam Donaldson to risk his credibility. No one is going to risk their reputation on such outlandish ideas, regardless of how many people report sightings of 900-foot objects running them off the road. In the case of Wifeville, Virginia sightings, dozens of vans with NASA lettered on the side failed to interest newsmen, and those that asked questions were informed that NASA was doing a weather survey. Well, then you ask, what about our scientists? What about Carl Sagan, Isaac Asimov, Arthur C. Clarke? Wouldn't they have known? If Carl Sagan knows, then he is committing a great fraud through the solicitation of memberships in the Planetary Society to search for extraterrestrial intelligence. Another charade into which the U.S. government dumps millions of dollars every year is the radio telescope in Arecibo, Puerto Rico, operated by Cornell University with, guess who, Carl Sagan. Cornell University is ostensibly searching for signals from outer space, a sign, maybe, that somebody is out there. It's hard to believe that relatively intelligent astronomers like Sagan could be so stupid. What about Isaac Asimov? Surely the most prolific science fiction writer of all times would have guessed by now that there must be an enormous cover-up. One current hypothesis is that on the available evidence, it appears that the EBEs are trying to regenerate their own species at our expense. They have apparently suffered either some kind of nuclear holocaust, or they may be on the backside of a bell-shaped evolutionary curve where in essence they are devolving instead of evolving. In any case, according to several autopsies of aliens that have leaked out, the EBEs have an atrophied digestive system and other physical problems. This would account for their attempt to crossbreed with us as outlined in Intruders by Bud Hopkins, a detailed study of an Indianapolis woman who, over several years, produced 7 crossbreed alien children, none of whom she was allowed to keep. Not that she wanted to. Whatever the answer, these facts are indisputable. The extent and number of persons reported missing every year is a closely guarded government secret. Since 1980, at least 20,000 children have been reported missing each year. Cattle mutilations, over 14,000 since 1973, are regarded officially by the government as a hoax. Human abductions are officially regarded by the government as a hoax. The latest polls show that 88% of all Americans believe that intelligent life on other planets is probable, and that over 20 million Americans have seen what they believe to be a UFO. But the U.S. government officially dismisses flying saucers as a hoax. What do you think? The best advice I can give you is next time you see a flying saucer and are awed by its obvious display of technology and gorgeous lights of purple color, run like hell. Update on current events. A public briefing given by John Lear, May 14, 1990, in Las Vegas, Nevada. What I'm going to do today is just bring you up to date on something of the stuff that I know that is going on. Obviously, if you came here today, you know that what they call the phenomenon is real. It's going on. It's very frightening. I don't have to convince anybody here about what's going on. So instead of going through the usual background of all of this, I'll just start off with a list of what's been happening in the last 6 months. The stuff that I know that's going on. To start with, I'd like to start with the issue of missing children. If anyone was at the Bud Hopkins talk at the Spring Valley Library, you will remember that Bud has always made a point of saying, "My field is abductions. That's all I do. I don't go into any of the other research. I'm not qualified in it. I have done the research, and so I haven't done the research, and so I just stick with abductions." By the way, the Muir case was a fraud, and Adamski, no, the Adamski case was a fraud. There's no missing children, and Bob Lazar is a fraud. Bud's a nice guy, but he speaks of things that he doesn't know anything about. The Adamski case was true. I know it was true. No, I know it because I talked with the CIA guy that went down to interview him. He was down there for a couple of days, and they told him enough that there's no doubt that Adamski had all the experiences that he talked about. As far as the Muir case, when I first got into what they call ufology, I was told that the Muir case was a fraud. The pictures were faked, etc. I really believe that. And on one of the first George Knapp interviews that I did, I said that the Muir case was a fraud. After about a year, I started checking around to make sure I was on firm ground. I called all the guys I knew in the field and asked them what their best evidence was that Muir was a fraud. They would say things like, somebody else said that. Then you trace it further, and no one seemed to know who was the one that started it. There was a lot of talk that the photos were hoaxed and that he had models in his garage. The bottom line is that there was no evidence that it was a fraud. In fact, Lazar worked on a machine identical to one of the craft in the Muir photos. As far as Lazar is concerned, Hopkins said, "Don't believe what government scientists tell you." I have been involved in the Lazar case for about 2 years, and there's no question in my mind that everything he says happened up there actually happened. There are a number of things that happened to him that we're not telling the public, and with good reason. First of all, they wouldn't believe it. Secondly, it would not really add too much more to the case. Bud was on a little shaky ground there. As far as the missing children issue is concerned, no one raised their hands, and he said, "No, as far as the missing children issue is concerned, Hopkins, in order to provide his case, looked around the audience at the Spring Valley Library, over 250 people, and asked, 'Does anybody here know of a missing child?' Of course, no one raised their hand, and he said, 'I'll rest my case.' That's patently ridiculous. There are quite a number of missing children. There's an interesting book out called A Good Night's Story. I heard about it from Bob Oichler, head of the MUFON section of Maryland. and the story is printed like a children's book, and it's about children being adopted. Copies are going into every library and school. It has nothing to do with aliens or anything. But if children or but if child abduction is not a big problem, why the wide distribution of the book? There is a telephone number that you can call to order the book, which is 1-800-444-BLUE. I don't know what's behind it. I'd like to talk a little bit about Dulcie. The question is this true? Does Dulcie exist? I like to have 4 independent confirmations about whatever I look into. The 4th confirmation came in several months ago from an aerospace engineer who worked for the Air Force, mainly in designing aircraft and rockets. He was deeply involved in the space shuttle program. He said yes, that in fact he had been at Dulcie, that it exists. He visited the facility for something other than genetic engineering. The name that he knew it by was Section B, so Dulcie does exist. About 6 months ago, Gabe Valdez's brother found some of the above-ground ventilation shafts for the base on the top of Mount Acheleta. They were going to wait until the snow clears, which is just about now, before attempting to investigate further. I understand that the ducts were rectangular, horizontal, and about 30 feet wide. One of the guys that worked on the mirror video did some very sophisticated frequency analysis of the area, and he said whatever is under there puts out energy of a city the size of New York. There's just all kinds of stuff going on under there. That's the update on Dulcie. Now, right now, I am going to have to mute out and go to the restroom. I will be right back to read the ending of this, and I'll be back. Just hold on a minute, just real quick. This is an emergency. So.
I keep it moving, coming right into the prime time. I do not think I belong on the sideline. Oh, you don't like my style? Okay, likewise. Live it like I. Do not try to cross me if you're in your right mind. See me shine bright, shining like a supernova, lighting up the night sky. Put me in the limelight, like-minded people stay connected like I'm Wi-Fi. Only pushing bangers like it is my 9-5. No, I'm never lazy when I write rhymes. People give me high fives. Always deliver, cause that is my style. So what you know about it? Think that you can do it like I doubt it. Yo, I do it like that. Drop another banger, then I bring it right back. Right into the hit song just for fun. They can't do it like me because I am the one. I am the one. So come along as I show the people how it's done. I don't want a lot, I just want to be the number one. I'm coming from places I do not belong. Rise against the wind, never lazy, keep on going strong. I don't know, it just happens like that. Can drop a bad song, but I don't have the patience for that. I'm sorry, I can't help it, I'm just keeping it clean. Look at these people bouncing, see what I mean? I don't mean to, I do this just for fun, but I guess I am just, well, you know, the one. Ooh, I do it like that. Drop another banger, then I bring it right back. Write another hit song just for fun. They can't do it like me because I am the one. I am the one. So what you know about that? You know about that. Bow.
Okay, I am back. I apologize for that, guys. So, with that being taken care of and out of the sight, I'm going to continue with what I was reading. So, here we go. As far as the grays are concerned, there are all types of grays. There are definitely cybernetic organisms. They are definitely cybernetic organisms. They are not a species themselves. They work for someone else. There are several different levels of them. There are many instances that indicate that they don't function independently by themselves. They operate from higher orders. In one particular abduction case, somebody had grabbed one, and by the movements of the arm, they could see that the gray had been programmed to fend off an attack by moving its arm in a certain way. All it really had to do was turn around and back away. It points out that they are being programmed. I would like to cover the incident where the astronauts were supposed to have said that they had an alien spaceship in visual contact. Apparently, after very thorough research by Bob Euskler and his group in Maryland, it turns out that this transmission was sent from a 12 square mile area, which included CIA headquarters and the NSA facility at Fort George Meade. Apparently, it was a test of some kind to see if the public would bite. I really don't know what it was, but that's the area that it was sent from. It was a very sophisticated transmission. It was Blaha's voice, but it was not coming from the Discovery. I thought that was interesting. I would like to briefly talk about Bill Cooper. George Knapp did a very brutal 20 minutes about Cooper. There are a number of things that are very suspicious about Bill, but I would like to tell you that I believe that Bill Cooper did have access to information in 1973 when he was in the Navy, and that the information did include some information about some of the dealings with the aliens. It was my understanding when I first met Bill that when he was stationed at Pearl Harbor, he had the key to a classified area. He would go in there at night and read some of these briefings. That's what he told me. Later on, he started saying that he was part of an intelligence briefing team. I don't think he was. At least that's not what he told me. Also, in the beginning, he limited his verification of what I was saying by saying, look, I can only support 50% of what you're saying. It later becomes 150%. Nothing is black or white. It's all shades of gray. Cooper did have access to some information in 1973, but not as much as he would like you to believe he did. You can take that for what it's worth. He has done some very strange things. He has threatened me on at least 4 occasions. I think that I'm with he thinks that I'm with the agency and involved in disinformation so that's his deal. The other day, a guy came up to my house who was out in the forest with Charles Holt the very first night of the Waters incident that something landed. Okay. There was a rectangular object that landed, and he actually jumped on top of it. He said he could look down inside the object. He has never made any public statement at all. I never thought that I would ever get to meet him. He did in fact confirm that the incident did in fact happen. As far as an update on AIDS as far as the update on AIDS is concerned, AIDS was developed by the Navy in 1972. The specific doctor that developed it was a doctor by the name of R.M. Donner. The initial AIDS research was financed by Congress July the 1st, 1969, and in 1969 is when they had the hearings. This is a copy of the DoD appropriation report from 1970. It was chaired by Robert Sykes. The testimony reveals exactly what they wanted: a biological virus for which there was no known immunity. They finally got it developed in 1972 and started doing experiments. The biggest experiment was in 1977 and 78 when they released it in Africa, which is now 100% infected. In the United States in 1978 and 79, AIDS was released to the white male homosexual population through the hepatitis B vaccine. The reason why they wanted to start with the white male homosexual population was that they wanted to get it to spread very quickly, and they thought that people would not worry about it if they thought that only drug abusers and homosexuals were involved. That's what happened. The Navy goal was to infect 75% of the world's population by April of 1991. Those are from top classified government documents. What's interesting is that by the present rate of infection, 75% of the population will not be infected by April 91, by the April 91 target. So what we're looking at is other ways the government may have of spreading this disease. I am kind of happy I don't live in California, where those helicopters are flying up and down, spraying for the med flies. Whitley Strieber, I heard the other day that he's become a recluse, that he's destroyed emotionally, but the reception of the communion in his second book, Majestic, even though it's an excellent book, I would recommend it to anyone who wants a good outline of what the government did in 1941 when they recovered the saucer at Roswell. It's an excellent book. One of the interesting things about the book is the two autopsy reports in the back. They are absolutely the truth. I don't know where he got those. The original reports about the two aliens. Whitley used to call me all the time in the middle of the night and chat for 2 or 3 hours up until about a year ago. A little more about Bob Osler. Osler has done a lot of research in the Chesapeake Bay area. There's really something big going on there. Basically, it appears that the HQ of MJ-12 is back on Kent Island or somewhere back there. A lot of EMP research and engineering is going on. A lot of underground activity, all kinds of stuff. What's interesting is that about a year ago, he ran into Admiral Inman, who is supposedly one of the MJ-12 members. Bob stopped him and asked to be put in touch with somebody in MJ-12. Inman took Bob's card and looked at him with kind of a half smile and said, "Let me see what I can do." About 6 months later, he called and set up a meeting for Osler to go and see General Stafford, who is head of some kind of organization at the Pentagon. Eichler went to see him and went down some ramps under the Pentagon and into this one corridor where he was required to walk through what he thought was a metal detector. But when he walked through it, he felt real dizzy and walked in Stanford's office, still kind of reeling from this thing. He asked Stafford, "What in the world was that?" Stafford said, "Don't worry about it. I had a headache for 6 weeks after first going through that thing." Bob had a lot of strange things happen to him. Supposedly in September of 90, there is going to be another release of government information about UFOs or aliens. Here we go again. Supposedly, Osler's going to be a part of it. Supposedly, they're going to show a saucer and a dead body. I've heard that so many times I don't believe it. Osler is supposedly being briefed on some of the things the government is doing. He was set down by Ellington Air Force. No, he was sent down by Ellington Air Force Base near Houston and shown a government research laboratory that we have down there that was 40 feet long, 20 feet wide, and it was a it was a zero gravity chamber. It had a very bright light at the top and everybody was floating. Eichler is not quite sure where this lab is. He was taken there in a black helicopter that did not look like any of the helicopters we have in inventory. It was very smooth and looked like it was molded in one piece. Eichler said that it sounded like a helicopter until it was 25 feet off of the ground, and then there was dead silence. He didn't hear a thing. He estimates that it was near Pensacola, where there was a large platform and a number of buildings. He was taken into a building and shown the primary SDI facilities, which was a great big room, and suspended on the ceiling was a 25 by 25 three-dimensional video presentation. On it, on it was represented the southeastern portion of the United States, and then there was a grid pattern that came up to what was represented as 300,000 feet. There were vortexes. Apparently, no. Wait a minute. There were vortexes represented here and there that were represented here and there in the grind work or grid work. There were little dots labeled ASCs. We don't know what that means. You could see flights of some type enter these vortex areas and apparently go underground. But if one went down in a different area, it would split into 8 blips. Interesting. There were only men in there, no women. Everybody had on black pants with a white shirt buttoned up to the collar with a tie. No one smiled. Osler doesn't know what the place was. He was just shown it and given no other information. He tried to get in touch with General Stafford after that, but so far no luck. The aerospace engineer that I spoke of confirming that Dulcie existed and that we do have a base on the moon. I have several other sources that. Wait a minute, did I skip? No, that's it. I have several other sources that confirm the base on the moon. They go there regularly. I don't know what they do there, but it does exist. He also confirmed the existence of the base on Mars. It's already there. I have come up with some information during the past month about the Challenger accident from an individual who was working at Cape Kennedy for a number of years. Apparently, the Challenger was blown up by the Russians. It was a KGB unit that did it. They did it using 11 Libyans who had access to the protected areas. An explosive charge was put on the strut that held the SRB to the main fuel tank, and it ignited, banging the SRB against the fuel tank. It was the only launch where all the Russian trawlers pulled out several hundred miles into the ocean away from the Cape. There was also a video and radio link that was held aloft by a balloon, and the night before the launch, the cable was cut so they couldn't get any pictures on launch day of the SRB strut area. There were also a number of other things that happened. Apparently, the Soviet Chernobyl incident was caused by the United States in retaliation for the Challenger incident. Now I'm looking into that, and I will let you know what I find out. I went to a very interesting talk by Bill Hamilton, who's here tonight. And after the talk, he went on a very interesting mission. No, and after the talk, we went on a very interesting mission to check out the Lockheed Skunk Works near Los Angeles. This skunk works has done a lot of secret work, as you've read in the papers. They're moving Lockheed to Georgia to do a lot of work down there. They're also closing down the plant at Burbank, saying that they're going to move it to Palmdale. But we think they are moving operations to the Tehachapi Mountains area, where there already is an underground facility in the western portion of the Antelope Valley. There was a lot of activity going on there. We think that saucer craft are being produced at this underground facility using other types of technology. Bill is here today to bring the information that the siloed doors at this so-called Tehachapi Ranch has been seen to open and a saucer-shaped craft has flown out of it. I would have liked to have been, or I would have liked to have seen that Sunday night. The other day, I was over. No, the other day I was over at Bob Lazar's house, and we were looking through a classified book of nuclear bomb technologies up until 1960, and we were discussing how many bombs have been exploded in space. Up until 1960, there were at least 4. The first one was in August of 1958 and was called Teak. It was a hydrogen bomb, exploded 252,000 feet over Johnston Island. What's interesting about this is that I don't think we had that kind of capability in those days of launching things like that. I took out my Janes, all the world's spacecrafts, and went back and found out that after Sputnik was launched, we had, as far as the public was concerned, quite an effort to get something up there ourselves. That was the Redstone and Vanguard rockets. It turns out that the first launch was successful, but every one after that failed. We just couldn't get anything off the ground. All that stuff was just a ruse, because a year later we were launching hydrogen bombs over Johnston Island that weighed 2 tons. The public was told that we couldn't even get a 3-pound object into space. Apparently, there was a classified launch facility in the Pacific. With regards to the South African incident, it appears that it was a hoax perpetuated by James Van Grunen, who has a history of hoaxes. We don't know what the final outcome was. Van Gruden even offered one producer a chance to meet an alien from the Space Council. This producer contacted me, and I told him to check Van Grunen's background. I got a call from Linda Howe a couple of days ago, and she told me that there was a discussion by Vice President Quell about reorienting the SDI toward shooting down an incoming asteroid. And that it was in a paper. She supposed No, she's supposed to send me the article. What is interesting is that we've heard this story for the last 2 or 3 years about an incoming asteroid. It's obvious under intelligent control. No, it's obviously under intelligent control. It's putting out radio emissions. Supposedly, it's on the edge of the solar system now, heading this way. I have at least 3 confirmations that it does exist. The code name is supposedly Wormwood. One of the confirmations came from a friend of a guy in the CIA. They were out one night and the CIA guy was drinking heavily and was very depressed. His friend asked him what the matter was, asking, "Is it the thing that is coming in from space?" The agency guy dropped his glass and said, "How do you know about that?" "That's one of them. If we are reorienting SDI in that way, that opens a lot of questions about what is going on." Other surprised, hidden, denied, covered up information. Views expressed do not necessarily reflect those of the all-seeing eye, research, and news. We are not responsible for the content of any of the external sites that we link to, including sponsors, and therefore the content is not necessarily endorsed by us. The same goes for me, guys. I'm just putting it out there. So that is the end of that reading. I hope you guys did enjoy it. I don't believe in doing those freaky endings where I say we do not support or deny any claims made, blah, blah, blah. Fuck it, dude. You know what I mean? I'm probably going to get in trouble for mentioning the whole thing about AIDS. So, I mean, who gives a shit? You know what I mean? But I hope you did enjoy what I read there. It's interesting. So for me, it is. It's very interesting. I've heard conflicting stories when it comes to this guy. You know what I mean? John Lear is a very controversial person when it comes to the ufology world. He's been around for quite a long time. So if you guys ever get interested and you're wanting to find out more about ufology and the things that have gone on in the ufologist community since back in the 80s, John Lear would be the kind of person that you'd want to research into and find some of the information that he talks about. So you can find him anywhere. Just type him into the search engine. You know what I mean? You'll find it everywhere. So with that, I'd like to thank anybody and everybody who has actually watched the stream. If you enjoyed, please like, subscribe, share, make comments, give some feedback. I'd love to hear what you have to say. We are streaming on Rumble, X, DLive, Twitter, formerly X, formerly Twitter, Twitch, Kick, and YouTube. And we will be back next week with another episode. I do not know off the top of my head what that topic is going to be. So I will keep in touch with you. I also want to say that I'm probably going to be backing off on doing some WoW talks. I have been doing them regularly, but I might start doing some extra streams to take the place of WoW talk every once in a while. But don't worry, there will be something streamed at this time on Wednesday nights. So, with that being said, again, thank you guys for watching, and I hope you have a good night. Bye. In terms of hydrogen bonding, dimethylamine has only one hydrogen atom bonding to nitrogen, which limits its ability to form hydrogen bonds compared to primary amines. This has the effect of lowering the boiling and melting points and increasing the volatility of the compound. Chemically, dimethylamine is an effective base and a strong nucleophile. The lone electron pair on the nitrogen is readily available for bonding with electrophilic atoms, making it reactive in a variety of chemical environments. When introduced to an acidic medium, dimethylamine readily accepts a proton, forming a positive charged ion called dimethylaminoin. Dimethylaminoin, DIMETHYLAMINIUM. This ability to undergo protonation is key to many industrial acid-base reactions. The increased electron density on the nitrogen also enhances its capacity to react with electrophilic compounds. For instance, in alkylation reactions, dimethylamine bonds with alkyl halides to form tertiary amines, which are valuable in agriculture and pharmaceuticals. The acylation reaction, in acylation reactions, it reacts with acid-derived compounds to create amides, useful in both organic chemistry and polymer development. Due to its chemical structure, dimethylamine is very soluble in water. It can form hydrogen bonds through fewer than its simpler amine counterparts. Its boiling point is low, just above freezing point of water, which makes it a gas at room temperature under typical atmospheric conditions. However, it is easily compressed into a liquid for storage and transport. There are several standard methods used to synthesize dimethylamine, and the method chosen usually depends on the required production volume. One of the most common techniques involving reacting methanol with ammonia in the presence of a catalyst such as zeolite or alumina. This process creates methylamine as an intermediate, which then reacts further to form dimethylamine along with water as a byproduct. Another laboratory scale method involves reducing formaldehyde in the presence of ammonia, which also yields dimethylamine under the right conditions. The versatility of dimethylamine makes it indispensable in multiple industries. In agriculture, it is a key component in herbicides, pesticides, and fungicides. For example, one widely used herbicide is made from the dimethylamine salt of a compound designed to target broadleaf weeds, offering farmers a powerful tool for crop protection. In fungicides, dimethylamine provides the solubility and delivery of the active chemical agents, helping ensure even distribution across large planting areas. In the realm of polymer chemistry, dimethylamine contributes to the development of specialty materials such as ion exchange resins and modified polyacrylamides. These polymers are widely used in the treatment of water and in the manufacture of paper. When used in these contexts, dimethylamine influences both the structural properties of the polymer and its interaction with dissolved substances. In the pharmaceutical sector, dimethylamine is vital for the synthesis of many drugs. It acts as a precursor in the production of compounds that relieve allergies, reduce nasal congestion, and provide local anesthesia. Its role is especially prominent in nitrogen-based compounds. Dimethylamine also appears in compounds used to treat pain, manage high blood pressure, and address a wide variety of chronic conditions. Its reactivity makes it a flexible tool for chemists developing new therapeutic agents. Water treatment is another area where dimethylamine finds practical use. Salts derived from dimethylamine are used during the purification process, particularly in flocculation and coagulation steps. These processes help remove suspended solids from water by encouraging the particles to clump together, making them easier to filter out. The result is cleaner water suitable for industrial or municipal use. Because of its effectiveness and relative availability, dimethylamine has become a standard chemical in many large-scale water purification systems. Although dimethylamine is primarily produced in industrial settings, it also occurs naturally in small quantities. It can be detected in the environment as a result of organic decomposition, especially in marine ecosystems where plants and animal materials break down. In humans, it appears as a minor byproduct of protein metabolism, although it plays no active physical role. In low concentrations, it is harmless, but larger doses can cause irrational or discomfort. It can cause irritation or discomfort, especially when inhaled. From an environmental perspective, dimethylamine is relatively persistent. It does not degrade quickly and can linger in air, water, and soil for extended periods. This makes proper handling important, particularly in locations near bodies of water where marine organisms could be affected. An accidental release or disposal must be managed carefully to avoid contamination. In terms of human health, dimethylamine is classified as an irritant. When inhaled in its gaseous form, it can affect the respiratory system, eyes, and skin. Exposure to high levels over long periods may result in more serious health issues, including damage to the mucous membranes. Because of these risks, workplace environments that involve handling dimethylamine must adhere to strict safety procedures. Protective equipment such as masks, gloves, and safety goggles is essential, and the area should be well ventilated to prevent gas accumulation. These measurements help minimize the health hazards associated with routine handling of the compound. Looking towards the future, the role of dimethylamine may grow in both established and emerging sectors. With increased attention on sustainable practices and environmentally friendly chemistry, researchers are working to find new ways to produce dimethylamine using renewable resources rather than traditional fossil fuels. This would reduce its environmental impact and align production practices with broader global sustainability goals. At the same time, pharmaceutical science continues to explore new therapeutic avenues where nitrogen-based compounds like dimethylamine could be crucial. As new diseases emerge and treatments become more complex, the demand for versatile chemical building blocks such as dimethylamine is expected to increase. Dimethylamine is a compound of significant chemical, industrial, and environmental importance. Its molecular simplicity conceals a broad array. Apparently I didn't. I'm going to do a quick sound check. Uh, get thumbnail on YouTube, stuff like that, in the proper playlist. See what's going on here. Waiting to hear something. Okay, so today is weird science. Oh, wait. That echo or that background audio is picking up big time on YouTube. And YouTube. There we go. I got the thumbnail. Now I can mute out YouTube. Gets distracting. I'm supposed to be doing an audio test. When I hear my voice, it's hard for me to concentrate. So let me hear what's going on D Live now. Sounds good on D Live as well. Alright, gonna run over to Twitch, see how that sounds, and then Kick as well. Sounds good on Twitch. Check and see if Kick is up and running. I usually check DLive first because that's the one I usually have problems with when it comes to streaming. Today is kind of interesting because I've got a whole bunch of uploads going on right now with Rumble. Sounds good on Kick as well. So we're up and ready to go there. I've still got to get my readings set up for my topics, I should say. Set up for weird science, and I should be ready to go. All right. So here we go. I just gotta wait for him to kick in. Everything, like I said, is running a little bit slow on my computer right now because I'm in the process of getting a lot of stuff uploaded. I had to do a rush on it. I'm pretty much at the end of my memory. So it's a matter of doing a quick job on there. So say it whenever I get all this taken care of. I'm finally getting down to where I need to be. Okay, I've got it. So we are set up and ready to go. And this is what I am going to do. I hate that on Kick, dude. I mean, like right there, the moment I freaking start my stream, all of a sudden I get some jackass that wants to send me spam saying I need to freaking pay for viewers and shit. It irritates the hell out of me. And it's like the moment I start. All right, so let me see what's happening on Rumble. It's probably important that I check that out. Yeah, that sounds good. So we have Rumble up and going as well. So we're good to go. I'm going to go ahead and get my introduction and everything started, and then we'll get to the topics. And take 2 sips of coffee that time. Hello, everybody, and welcome to another episode of Weird Science. I'm Roger Hanson, and I am your host. Today, we are doing 3 more topics. Now, before I was going back into some historical science, some things, the history of science, basically, and covering some things. Now I'm going to come back to more modern science and kind of go through some stuff there, and I'll have more available here in a little bit. There's a couple of things that I actually almost missed out on from earlier this year that me, Mark Edworthy, and Mr. Robot were discussing on Minds Roundtable that I want to pull up and get on here as well, because it was a pretty interesting conversation. I believe it was in the 5th episode, maybe the 6th. It could have been the 6th episode this year, so I'm going to go back and check it out and pull up the information and get it all ready and going for one of the episodes. So with that being said, I've got all my information set up and ready to go. Things might be a little slow because at the moment I have things uploading on Rumble. I'm going to be doubling up on my WoW talk for Rumble. For the 15-minute videos, those are going to be published, or they're scheduled to be published every Friday at 5 p.m. I've been doing it at 5 a.m. whenever the ones that I do have scheduled, but I'm also going to be doing WoW Talk every Friday at 5 p.m., 15-minute videos. So if you guys want to check those out, you can. I've been going through and trying to organize the playlists a little bit better. I found some of the videos on channels that I have on there that they weren't supposed to be, so I went through and changed them around. I haven't done it to all of them. I'm still working on it, Mark. Just so you know, Mark Edworthy is the one that brought it up to me. He keeps bugging me about it every time I get it. He gets a chance to, too. Every time he remembers. So I did do some work on it today, and hopefully we can get it up and going and ready, and everybody will be happy. So with that said, let me go ahead and take another drink of my coffee, and I will start with the topics. The Higgs boson, often called the God particle, represents one of the greatest triumphs of modern science. It is not simply another addition to the zoo of subatomic particles. but rather the capstone that confirmed how mass itself arises in the universe. Without it, our theoretical picture of reality would remain incomplete, leaving us unable to explain why stars burn, why atoms exist, and why matter possesses substances. Its discovery required decades of speculation, international cooperation, and the construction of the most complex machine humanity has ever built. In telling its story, one must journey from the abstract realms of quantum theory to the heart of a colossal underground collider, while pausing to reflect on the profound philosophical and cosmological implications it brings. The story begins in the 1950s and 60s, when physicists were constructing what is now called the Standard Model of Particle Physics. This framework sought to unify the known forces of nature, apart from gravity, under a common theoretical roof. It described the electromagnetic force which governed light and chemistry, along with the weak and strong nuclear forces which operate inside the atom. The standard model also cataloged a growing menagerie of particles, from electrons to neutrons, from protons to neutrons, to the more exotic quarks and gluons. Yet despite its elegance, the model contained a glaring flaw. Some of the force-carrying particles were predicted to be massless, and if that were true, the world would not look like the one we observe. The weak nuclear force in particular presented a puzzle. It carries the Y or the W and the Z bosons. No, its carriers, the W and the Z bosons, were experimentally observed to be heavy, far heavier than an electron. Without a theoretical mechanism to explain their mass, the entire structure of the standard modern model threatened to collapse. The equations suggested a universe of particles flying weightlessly, never clustering into atoms or structures, a void where stars and planets could never form. Something was missing, and that missing piece haunted theorists through the early 1960s. It was during this period that several physicists proposed a radical idea. Among them was Peter Higgs, a reserved Scottish scientist who, working largely in isolation, suggested the existence of a field that permeated the universe. This invisible field, he argued, could endow particles with mass depending on how strongly they interacted with it. It was not an ordinary field like magnetism or electricity, which we can manipulate with wires and coils, but a universal sea that existed everywhere, even in the vacuum of space. The more a particle interacted with this field, the heavier it would become. Those that did not interact would remain massless, like the photon of light. In order for the field to make physical sense, however, there had to exist a particular association with it, a ripple, a vibration, in the field, just as photons are ripples in the electromagnetic field. The particle became known as Higgs boson. For many physicists, this proposal solved a long-standing mystery, allowing the Standard Model to remain viable. Still, it remained purely theoretical. Higgs himself admitted he never expected the boson to be discovered in his lifetime, since the energies needed to produce it were beyond the existing accelerators, were beyond what existing accelerators could achieve. For decades, the Higgs boson remained a ghost. Experiments in Europe and the United States searched for signs of it, but none were found. This difficulty earned it the nickname "the goddamn particle" among frustrated researchers. When Nobel laureate Leon Lederman wrote a popular science book in the early 1990s, his publisher urged him to shorten the name to the God particle to make it catchier. Physicists often bristle at the nickname because it suggests supernatural association, but it undeniably captured the imagination of the public. Newspapers and televisions began speaking of the God particle as though it were some mystical key to the universe, when in reality it was a subtle cornerstone of quantum physics. The search demanded technology far beyond what had come before. That technology materialized in the form of the Large Hadron Collider, built at CERN on the border between Switzerland and France. The collider is an underground ring more than 17 miles around, lined with superconducting magnets cooled to temperatures colder than outer space. Within this tunnel, beams of protons are accelerated to nearly the speed of light before colliding head-on. Each collision unleashes an energy burst reminiscent of the conditions that prevailed a fraction of a second after the Big Bang. Out of this violent debris, exotic particles can momentarily appear before decaying almost instantly. Two enormous detectors, known as Atlas and CMS, were built to study these collisions. Each is essentially a vast, multi-layered camera capable of recording the tracks of energy of countless particle fragments. The detectors generate more data every second than the internet traffic of entire countries, requiring unprecedented computing power and distributed analysis. Thousands of scientists and engineers from across the globe work together to make the experiments possible. On July 4th of the year 2012, their efforts bore fruit. At CERN, physicists gathered to announce that they had observed a new particle consistent with the Higgs boson. The evidence came in the form of a statistical bump in the data, a subtle excess of events corresponding to a predicted decay pattern of the Higgs. Well, this was not a photograph in the conventional sense. It was a smoking gun in the language of physics. For Peter Higgs, who sat in the audience, it was an emotional moment. After nearly half a century, the particle that bore his name was real. Tears welled up in his eyes as the auditorium erupted in applause. The applications of the discovery are immense. With the Higgs boson confirmed, the standard modern gained a crucial pillar of support. The mechanisms by which particles acquire mass was no longer an elegant speculation, but an experimentally verified reality. Without the Higgs field, there would be no atoms, no chemistry, no stars or galaxies. The world would be unrecognizable, perhaps even non existent in any meaningful sense. To that extent, calling it the God particle is not entirely misplaced, for it underpins the very possibility of matter as we know it. Yet the Higgs discovery also raised as many questions as it answered. One puzzle concerns the mass of the Higgs itself. The particle turned out to be heavier than some expected, but lighter than others predicted. This awkward middle value has troubling implications for the stability of the universe. Some theorists argue that it places our cosmos in a precarious state, a metastable configuration that could one day collapse into a lower energy state. Though such an event would occur on timescales vastly exceeding the age of the universe, the possibility underscores how delicately balanced reality may be. Furthermore, the Higgs boson does not solve the mysteries of dark matter and dark energy. Observations of galaxies and the expansion of the cosmos indicate that ordinary matter, the kind described by the Standard Model, makes up only a small fraction of the universe. The rest consists of unknown components, invisible yet detectable through their gravitational effects. The Higgs boson does not account for these. At best, its discovery sharpens the question. If the standard model is now confirmed, what lies beyond it? Some physicists hope that the Higgs could serve as a gateway to new physics. For example, if the Higgs decays into unexpected particles, it might hint at connections to dark matter. Others look at subtle deviations in its properties that could suggest supersymmetry, an extension of the Standard Model, predicting entire families of new particles. So far, experiments have not revealed such deviations, but the search continues with ever-growing precision. Cosmology, too, may be touched by the Higgs. In the earliest microseconds after the Big Bang, the Higgs field likely played a decisive role in shaping cosmic evolution. As the universe cooled, the field settled into its current value, triggering a phase transition that gave particles mass. Some models suggest that fluctuation of the Higgs field could even have influenced inflation, the rapid expansion that occurred in the universe's infancy. Others raise the speculative possibilities that different regions of the cosmos might have settled into different Higgs states, leading to multiple universes with varying laws of physics. On a cultural level, the Higgs boson highlights humanity's capacity for collective endeavor. No single nation or institution could have accomplished the feat alone. Thousands of individuals across continents contributed their expertise, from designing magnets to writing software to interpreting data. The Large Hadron Collider represents one of the most ambitious collaborations in history, akin to the moon landing or the construction of the great cathedrals, but on a global scale. The Higgs discovery is therefore not only a triumph of physical, but also a testament to what human beings can achieve together. Philosophically, the Higgs boson challenges our sense of reality. To say that mass arises from an invisible field permeating the vacuum is to undermine centuries of intuition. We tend to think of matter as inherently solid, but in truth, its solidity is bestowed by an unseen quantum sea. The discovery forces us to confront how alien the fundamental structure of reality is compared to our everyday experience. It also blurs the boundary between something and nothing, since even the emptiest void is teeming with fields that sculpt the properties of matter. The God particle, then, is not divine but humble. It reveals that existence depends on delicate quantum processes invisible of our senses. It reminds us that the universe could easily have been otherwise, and that our own presence as conscious beings depends on a fragile balance struck in the subatomic realm billions of years ago. Even now, researchers into the Higgs continues. Scientists at CERN are upgrading the collider to higher energies and greater luminosities, hoping to produce a more Higgs boson and measure their properties with unprecedented accuracy. Each new run of the collider brings the possibilities of surprises, perhaps slight anomalies that point to new particles, or rare decay modes that open windows into uncharted territory. The Higgs boson is both a triumph completed and a door to mysteries ahead. The Higgs boson represents a landmark in human knowledge. It solves a puzzle that haunted physicists for half a century, confirms a model that describes the known universe, and challenges us with new questions that stretch into cosmology and beyond. It symbolizes both the power of theory and the necessity of experiment, the boldness of human imagination and the determination of human effort. It teaches us that the universe is at once stranger and more wondrous than we imagined, and that even the most fundamental qualities of matter are not given but bestowed by hidden fields. The God particle is not the end of physics nor the ultimate key to the cosmos, but it is a milestone that will stand as long as humanity seeks to understand the nature of reality. Magnetism is one of the most fascinating and mysterious forces of nature. For centuries, humans have been captivated by the invisible power of magnets. From the earliest discovery of naturally magnetized stones to the modern marvels of electromagnets, hard drives, and medical and imaging devices. At the heart of magnetism lies the interactions between electric charges in motion and the resulting fields that create. Understanding magnetism requires looking deeply into the concept of net magnetic charges. The patterns of magnetic field lines and the alignment of microscopic magnetic moments within materials. Together, these ideas explain why some materials are strongly magnetic while others are weakly magnetic, and why a few show no magnetism at all. To begin, let us consider the idea of net magnetic charges. Unlike electric charges, which exist in positive and negative isolated entities, magnetic charges in the form of single north or south poles have never been observed in nature. Magnets always possess two poles, one north and one south, no matter how many times one divides the material. If a bar magnet is cut in half, each half still contains both a north and a south pole. Repeating this process endlessly never results in an absolute pole. This suggests that net magnetic charges do not exist in the way that electric charges do. In theoretic physics, these hypothetical isolated poles are sometimes called magnetic monopoles. And although they have been predicted in some grand unified theories, none have ever been found experimentally. The absence of net magnetic charges has important consequences for how magnetic fields behave. Whereas electric field lines originate at positive charges, the terminal and terminate at negative charges, magnetic field lines always form closed loops. They merge from the north pole of a magnet, curve through the surrounding space, and re-enter at the south pole, continuing through the magnet's interior back to the north pole. This continuous circulation reflects the fact that the magnetic poles cannot be separated. The geometry of these lines is not just a mathematical abstraction, but a physical reality that can be visualized with iron fillings sprinkled around a bar magnet. The feelings align themselves along the invisible field lines, creating a beautiful map of the magnetic influence. The strength and direction of a magnetic field at any point in space is represented by the density and orientation of these fields. Where the lines are closer together, the field is stronger. Where they spread out, the field is weaker. The arrows indicating their direction reveal how a small test north pole would move if placed in the field. These lines are a way for us to picture the invisible, though in truth the field exists everywhere and is continuous. They are also crucial in practical applications for understanding the behavior of magnetic fields. No, let me do that. They are also crucial in practical applications. For understanding the behavior of magnetic fields is essential in the design of electric motors, transformers, generators, and countless devices that rely on electromagnetic principles. At the microscopic level, magnetism arises from the alignment of magnetic moments. A magnetic moment is a measurement of the strength and orientation of a tiny magnetic source, and it has two principal origins within atoms: the orbital motion of electrons around the nucleus and the intrinsic spin of the electrons themselves. While the orbital motion can be thought of as a circulating current loop that produces a magnetic field, the spin is purely quantum property with no exact classical counterpart. Both contribute to the overall magnetic behavior of atoms. In most atoms, the magnetic moment of individual electrons tend to pair up in opposite directions, canceling one another. This is why many materials are not magnetic at all. However, in certain elements, such as iron, cobalt, and nickel, unpaired electrons remain, and their magnetic moments can interact strongly. The alignment of these microscopic moments across vast numbers of atoms produces the microscopic magnetism we encounter in everyday life. Materials can be broadly categorized by how their magnetic moments align and interact. One category is diamagnetism. One category is diamagnetism, in which materials develop a weak repulsion in the presence of an external magnetic field. This effect arises because the field induces tiny currents in the electron clouds of atoms, which creates opposing fields. All materials exhibit diamagnetism to some extent, but it is usually overshadowed by stronger effects. Another category is paramagnetism, where unpaired electrons cause atoms to behave like tiny magnets that align weakly with an external field. This alignment is temporary and disappears when the field is removed, because thermal motion at the atomic scale disrupts the order. The most dramatic category is ferromagnetism, found in materials like iron. Here, the magnetic moments of many atoms spontaneously align in the same direction, even without an external field, due to quantum mechanical interactions known as exchange forces. This produces strong, permanent magnets. Within a ferromagnetic material, atoms are grouped into regions called domains, in which the moments are aligned. In an unmagnetized piece of iron, these domains point in random directions, canceling one another. But when the material is magnetized, the domains shift so that more of them align in the same direction, creating a net magnetic field. This explains why striking a piece of iron with a hammer or exposing it to an existing magnet can turn it into a magnet itself. There are other fascinating categories as well. Antiferromagnetism occurs when neighboring atoms align their magnetic moments in opposite directions, canceling out on canceling out on a larger scale. Ferromagnetism is similar but with equal moments, producing a net effect. These variations illustrate the richness of magnetic phenomena and how they deepen on the quantum mechanical dance of electrons within solids. The alignment of microscopic moments also explains the hysteresis observed in magnetic materials. When a ferromagnetic material is exposed to a magnetic field, its magnetization increases, its domains reorient. But when the external field is removed, the material retains some magnetism. The process of reversing this alignment requires applying a field in the opposite direction, and the response of the material traces out a loop known as hysteresis, as the hysteresis curve. This property is central in designing magnetic storage, transformers, and memory devices. The study of magnetic field lines in microscopic moments has also led to practical applications in imaging and sensing. Magnetic resonance imaging, for example, relies on the behavior of nuclear magnetic moments in strong external fields. The alignment and relaxation of these moments provide detailed information about the tissues of the human body, revolutionizing medicine. Magnetometers, which measure minute variations minute variations in magnetic fields, are used in navigation, archaeology, and even in the search for submarines. The Earth itself is a vast magnet with a field that shields us from harmful solar radiation and guides compasses. Its field is generated by the motion of molten iron and nickel in the outer core, a gigantic dynamo powered by the planet's internal heat. The field lines extend outward into space, forming the magnetosphere that deflects charges or charged particles from the sun. Yet the Earth's field is not static. It shifts, weakens, and even reverses over geological timescales. These changes reflect the turbulent motion deep within the planet and reminds us that magnetism operates on both the smallest and the largest scales. On the frontier of research, scientists explore how controlling magnetic moments at the atomic scale can enable new technologies. Spintronics, for instance, seeks to harness the electron's spin rather than its charge to process and store information. This could lead to faster, more efficient computers and devices that consume less power. Other research investigates exotic states of matter where magnetic moments behave in unusual ways, such as quantum spin liquids in which the alignment never settles into order. These studies expand our understanding of magnetism and open the door to future breakthroughs. Philosophically, magnetism challenges our intuition because it is invisible yet profoundly real. We cannot see magnetic field lines, yet they shape the behavior of matter, direct compasses, and structure the cosmos. We cannot isolate a net magnetic charge, yet the interplay of countless microscopic moments gives rise to the powerful magnets we hold in our hands. This duality between the seen and unseen, between the microscopic and the microscopic, and the macroscopic, is a recurring theme in science. In reflecting on magnetism, one appreciates how deep it is woven into the fabric of the universe. From the guiding needle of the compass to the whisper of electrons aligning in iron, magnetism shapes our world in ways both subtle and dramatic. Its study connects the quantum realm of atomic spins with the planetary dynamo and the stellar furnace of the cosmos. Though net magnetism charges may not exist, the concept of magnetic field lines and microscopic alignment reveal a universe alive with hidden order. Magnetism is a phenomena that bridges the gap between the smallest building blocks of matter and the vast structures of planets and stars. The absence of net magnetic charges ensures that magnetic fields form graceful loops, while the alignment of the microscopic magnetic moments explains the variety of magnetic behaviors we observe in materials. Together, these principles illuminate not only the nature of magnets, but also the deeper workings of the universe. The story of magnetism is still being written as new technologies and discoveries continue to reveal layers of complexity. What began as a curiosity in ancient lotus stones has grown into a cornerstone of modern science, touching everything from energy to medicine to computing. Magnetism reminds us that the universe is filled with forces unseen but ever present, guiding the dance of matter in shaping the destiny of worlds. Charge quantization is one of the most fundamental and fascinating aspects of the natural world. At its core, the idea is that electric charge, which is the source of all electrical and magnetic phenomena, does not exist in arbitrary amounts, but instead comes in discrete, invisible units. This discovery has profound implications because it tells us that nature is granular at a very deep level. Just as matter is composed of atoms, and atoms themselves are built from smaller particles, electric charge is not continuous but quantized. This principle explains why every electron in the universe has the exact same amount of charge, why the structure of atoms is stable, and why the laws of electromagnetism are universal. To understand charge quantization, it helps to first consider what electric charge is. Electric charge is a property of matter that causes it to experience a force in the presence of electric and magnetic fields. There are two types of charge, which we call positive and negative. Opposite charges attract one another, while like charges repel. The interplay of these simple rules underlies the behavior of electricity and magnetism. For centuries, natural philosophers and scientists noticed the effects of charge in phenomena like lightning, static electricity, and the attraction of rubbed amber to bits of straw. Yet, it was not until the development of modern physics that the true nature of charge became clear. The discovery that charge is quantized is most directly tied to the electron. At the end of the 19th century, experiments by J. Thomson revealed that cathode rays consisted of tiny particles with a specific charge to mass ratio. Later, Robert Millikan performed his famous oil drop experiment, in which he measured the charge of individual droplets suspended in an electric field. What he found was astonishing. Every droplet carried a charge that was always some whole number multiple of a smallest value. The smallest value corresponded to the charge of the single electron. The result demonstrated beyond doubt that electric charge existed only in discrete packets, never in arbitrary amounts. Charge quantization means that any charged object in the universe carries a charge equal to an integer multiple of its fundamental unit. For example, an atom with one extra electron carries a charge of -1 times the element unit, while an atom missing an electron carries a charge of +1 times the unit. Larger charges are simply multiples of this same invisible quantity. In other words, you can have one electron, or two electrons, or three, but never half an electron's worth of charge. This invisibility is as absolute as the indivisibility, or this indivisibility is as absolute as the indivisibility of whole numbers in arithmetic. The universality of the elementary charge is a striking feature of nature. Every electron has precisely the same charge, no matter where it is found in the universe. Likewise, every proton has exactly the same amount of positive charge, which balances the electron's negative charges or charge. This perfect equality This perfect equality ensures the stability of matter. If electrons or protons carried slightly different charges, atoms could not hold together. The chemistry as we know it would be impossible. The fact that charges come in fixed in amounts across the cosmos is one of the strongest indicators that quantization is a deep law of physics rather than an accident. The quantization of charge also plays a central role in atomic structure. Atoms are composed of a nucleus containing protons and neutrons surrounded by electrons. The positive charge of the protons attract the negative charge of the electrons, holding them in orbit. Because the charges are quantized, only whole numbers of protons and electrons exist, which makes atoms electrically neutral or charged in predictable discrete steps. The discreteness underpins the periodic table of elements, chemical bonding, and the entire edifice of modern chemistry. Without charge quantization, the world would be a continuous soup of charge with no stable structure. The question then arises, why is charge quantized? Several explanations have been proposed in physics. One of the most elegant ideas comes from the possibility of magnetic monopoles. Although no isolated north or south magnetic pole has ever been observed, theoretical work by Paul Dirac showed that if such a monopole existed anywhere in the universe, it would automatically require electric charge to be quantized. The mathematics of electromagnetism demands that the product of electric and magnetic charge be an integer multiple of a fundamental constant. Even a single magnetic monopole would therefore force all electric charges to be quantized, whether or not monopoles exist. This argument shows that quantization is deeply woven into the fabric of field theory. Another way to understand charge quantization comes from quantum mechanics and quantum field theory. In these frameworks, particles are excitations of underlying fields. The electron, for example, is an excitation of the electron field, and its charge arises from the way this field interacts with the electromagnetic field. The quantization of charge then follows naturally from the mathematic symmetry of these theories. Gauge symmetry, which is the principle that the laws of physics do not change under certain transformations, requires charge to come in fixed units. In this way, quantization is not an arbitrary rule, but a consequence of deep symmetries of the universe. Charge quantization is not only theoretical, but has practical consequences. For instance, in solid state physics, phenomena like the quantum Hall effect reveal that quantized nature of charge in striking experimental form. In this effect, when electrons are confined to two dimensions and subjected to low temperatures and strong magnetic fields, their conductance takes on values that are integer multiples of a fundamental constant. The precision of these measurements, accurate to more than 1 part in a billion, is a triumph of physics and a direct confirmation that charge is quantized. Such experiments are so precise that they are used to define standards for electric units. Furthermore, the quantization of charge connects intimately with the conversion of charge. In all experiments ever performed, electric charge is conserved. It can neither be created nor destroyed, only transferred. When a particle with negative charge and one with positive charge meet, they can annihilate into energy. But total charge before and after the process always adds to zero. The fact that charge is both conserved and quantized makes it one of the most fundamental qualities in nature, alongside energy and momentum. There are still mysteries, however. While electrons and protons carry the same magnitude in charge, quarks, which are the constituents of protons and neutrons, carry charges that are fractions of the elementary unit. For example, some quarks carry charges equal to 1/3 or 2/3 of the electron's charge. At first glance, this seems to violate the rule of quantization, but in reality, quarks are never observed in isolation. They always bind together in groups that produce whole number charges. A proton composed of 3 quarks ends up with exactly 1 positive unit of charge, and a neutron with 3 quarks has 0 charge. Thus, quantization still holds at the observable level. The fractional charges of quarks are hidden within larger, indivisible combinations, reminding us that the structure of matter is more intricate than it first appears. From a philosophical perspective, charge quantization raises profound questions about the discreteness of reality. Why does the universe allow only certain fixed amounts of charges and not others? Is quantization a result of deeper laws we have yet to discover, or is it a fundamental given of existence? The fact that electrons separated by billions of light years carry exactly the same charge suggests a unity to the cosmos that transcends space and time. Charge quantization is not just a feature of physics, but a reflection of the underlying order of the universe. Technological applications of charge quantization are everywhere, even if they are not always visible. The stability of electronic circuits, the reliability of chemical reactions, and the predictability of materials all rest on the fact that charges come in exact units. In modern quantum technologies, researchers exploit this discreteness to build devices such as single electron transistors, which control the flow of charge one electron at a time. These devices hold promise for quantum computing and ultra-sensitive detectors, pointing to a future where quantization is not just a principle but a tool for engineering. Looking beyond technology, charge quantization may also connect with cosmology. In the early universe, when matter and energy were first forming, the balance of positive and negative charges determined the large-scale structure of the cosmos. The fact that the universe appears electrically neutral overall is itself a puzzle, since small imbalances in charge could have drastically altered cosmic evolution. Some theories suggest that the quantization of charge ensured this balance from the very beginning, stabilizing the formation of galaxies, stars, and planets. Even though we know charge is quantized, many open questions remain. Why do all known particles carry charges that are multiples of a single unit? Why is the electron's charge what it is and not larger or smaller? Could there exist particles with charges of different magnitudes that we have not yet discovered? These mysteries drive modern research in particle physics, where experiments at high energies probe the fundamental laws of nature. The hope is that by exploring these extremes, we may one day understand why charge quantization exists and whether it is linked to deeper principles such as grand unification or string theory. Charge quantization is one of the most fundamental truths of the universe. It tells us that electric charge exists in indivisible packets, always in whole number multiples on a basic unit. This principle was established through experiment, explained through theory, and confirmed by countless observations. It ensures the stability of matter, the universality of atomic structure and the predictability of chemical reaction. It underlies conservation. It underlies conservation laws, experimental discoveries, and advanced technologies. At the same time, it points to deeper mysteries about the fabric of reality. Charge quantization is not merely a detail of physics, but a cornerstone of our understanding of the natural world. The universe at every scale reminds us that discreteness is as important as continuity. Atoms are discrete, energy levels are discrete, and charge is discrete. The fact that we live in a world where charge comes in fixed, identical amounts is what makes matter stable, life possible, and the cosmos ordered. As research continues, charge quantization will remain a guiding principle shaping our exploration of both the smallest particles and the largest structures of the universe. All right. That is the end of my topics. I hope you guys did enjoy. If you did, just remember to like, subscribe, share, make comments, give some feedback, tell me what you think. If you have anything to add to it, add it down in the comments section. Love to hear what you have to say. We are at 1 hour and 11 minutes. So I'm glad about that. I know my streams have been a little bit shorter here recently, and I'm just really glad that I was able to actually pull up enough of my topics to make it over an hour, or at least make it to an hour, close to an hour and 15 minutes. So, yeah, we have a Lurker1 on YouTube chat. Yes, thank you for stopping in. And greetings and salutations to you as well. Yes, there are people here. That would be me. Molten magnetism fields are difficult. And yes, I agree with you on that. That is something that I believe I kind of went over. I didn't really hit it specifically, but I do have to admit that's exactly where I was going with that when I was explaining the part about the Earth and the magnetic field that the Earth produces that also reflects the energy from the sun away from the Earth in the atmosphere. So, yeah, I appreciate you for making your comments and everything, and thank you as well. He says, okay, thank you. But a live stream, that's strange. I'm wondering if he's thinking there's absent of a host. No, I'm the host, dude. Yeah, he's like, okay, thank you, but a live stream that is absent a host seems weird. That would be me, dude. I'm the host. Yeah. Okay. So thank you for stopping in and making your comments, though. That's greatly appreciated. Thank you. So, but it looks like I have another person in Kick that is wanting to sell me goods. So there's nothing there. Let me go in here. Oh, wrong one. I am trying to check out Rumble real quick, And after that, I should be done. I'm wanting to see if anybody has made any chats. No, nobody. So it looks like we are good to go. If you guys want to check out my streams for Wonderful World of Weirdness, you can find them on Rumble as well as YouTube at The Wonderful World of Weirdness. I'm also streaming on Kick and D Live at Roger underscore Hanson. You can find me there at my actual name. Now on Twitch, you can find me at Infamous 1969. So that's where you can find us. So, and I went and checked Twitch and Cake out. There was nobody in the comment section, so I am good to go. So, like I said, I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, thank you. I'm really glad that you stopped in to listen to us, and I hope you have a good day. I'm done after reading for an hour. I get to where I really don't want to make too many comments unless I have to. You know what I mean? I apologize for my bad reading. I've been working on trying to read better when it comes to these topics, and hopefully someday I will. So I hope you guys have a good day, and I will talk to you later. The incubation process involved a state of heightened receptivity. Practitioners often slept in liminal spaces, physically and metaphorically. These spaces, temples, caves, deserts, or tombs, were thought to be threshold zones between the material world and the unseen. The goal was to loosen the boundaries between the waking and the dreaming self, enabling the dreamer to move more freely between realms. Certain herbs or narcotics might also have been used in some traditions to induce a deeper sleep or visionary state. In a more esoteric or mystical interpretation, dream incubation was seen not merely as communication with a god, but as an entry into the collective spiritual unconsciousness, where archetypes and divine patterns reside. The dream was a vessel for receiving gnosis, or sacred knowledge. Whether the dream took the form of symbolic vision or direct communication, or a sequence of transformation or transformative imagery, its power lay in its luminality arising from the threshold of sleep and consciousness, embodying truths inaccessible in waking life. Later mystical and hermetic traditions preserved the incubation technique in altered forms. Alchemists, Sufi mystics, Christian ascetics sometimes use dreams as tools for inner revelations. They adapted the practice for self-knowledge, understanding that dreams could reflect the soul's condition or foreshadow spiritual trials and ascensions. In modern times, dream incubation has re-emerged in depth psychology and certain forms of dream work, especially Jungian analysis, where dreams are treated as messages from the unconscious. Practitioners may use visualization, affirmations, journaling, or guided meditation before sleep to prompt specific dream content. The ancient premise remains: the dream world is a realm where inner and outer worlds converge, and when approached with reverence and intention, it may reveal truths, healing, or transformation beyond the reach of rational thought. Trance states are altered condition of consciousness in which the normal waking state of awareness is suspended or significantly modified. These states can occur spontaneously or be deliberately induced through ritual meditation, rhythmic stimuli, or other methods. Trance is often characterized by a narrowing of attention, reduced sense of external awareness, heightened suggestibility, altered perception of time, and in many cases, vivid internal imagery or a sense of connection with something beyond the self. It has been utilized throughout history in religious, spiritual, magical, and healing contexts across diverse cultures. In many indigenous and shamanic traditions, trance is a fundamental tool for entering the spirit world or interacting with invisible forces. A shaman or ritual specialist might enter trance through drumming, chanting, dancing, fasting, or the ingestion of psychoactive plants. In this state, the practitioner believes they can travel to other realms, communicate with spirits, perform healings, or retrieve knowledge. The experience is not merely symbolic. It is lived as it is lived as real, with sensory and emotional intensity akin to waking life. In ancient Mesopotamia, Egypt, and the Mediterranean world, trance was integral in religious ritual and prophecy. Oracles, such as the Pythia at Delphi, entered trance states, possibly through inhalation of vapors, rhythmic rocking, or induced hysteria, during which they delivered cryptic messages believed to be inspired by the gods. Mystery cults like those of Dionysus or Eleusis use ecstatic dancing, music, and intoxication to dissolve personal identity and facilitate contact with divine powers or sacred thoughts or sacred truths. In the context of magical and occult practices, trance is employed as a gateway to altered perception and power. Practitioners may use trance to cast spells, summon spirits, or perform astral projection. The trance allows access to unconscious or superconscious layers of awareness where symbolic correspondences and intuitive insights become accessible. Techniques like gaze fixation on mirrors, flames, or mandalas, sensory deprivation, repetitive mantras, or controlled breathing are common methods for achieving these states. In certain religious traditions, trance is interpreted as a form of divine possession. This can be seen in Afro-Caribbean religions like voodoo. Yeah, there we go. Voodoo. They spell it weird. Or Santeria, where deities or spirits are believed to enter the body of the devotee during a ritual dance and music. The person in trance might speak in unfamiliar tongues, perform feats of strength or healing, or act out of the personality of the possessing spirit. These episodes are usually culturally sanctioned and occur within a highly structural ritual setting. Trance has also played a role in mysticism and contemplation practices. In Sufism, repetitive chanting of the name of God, dhikr, whirling, and deep meditation aim to induce ecstasy and annihilation of the ego in the divine presence. Christian mystics, too, describe trance-like states of union with God, accompanied by visions, voices, or bodily sensations. These states were often interpreted as the soul's ascent or rapture into the divine. The psychological terms trance can be in psychological terms. Trance can be seen as a dissociative state. Hypnosis, for example, is a form of induced trance that bypasses the critical faculties of the mind to access deeper levels of suggestion, memory, or emotional influence. Carl Jung explored how trance and active imagination could lead to communication with the unconscious, producing symbolic material for personal transformation. While the outward behaviors and beliefs around trance vary by cultures and contexts, the underlying experience involves a shift from the analytical ego-centered consciousness to a state where other forms of perception emerge. Trance can rebuild suppressed memories, catalyze emotional catharsis, or generate profound insights. In magical or religious systems, it is often seen not as a deviation from reality, but as a means of touching its deeper, unseen structure. In contemporary practice, trance continues to be explored in both spiritual and therapeutic settings. It is used in guided meditation, somatic therapies, lucid dreaming, and certain forms of ritual magic. The persistence of trance across time and culture suggests it speaks to a deep-seated human need to transcend ordinary awareness. He was the leader of the Armleder massacre against Jewish. And this started in 1336 in Franconia and subsequently by John Zimberlin during 1838 to 1839 in Alsace, who attacked more than 100 Jewish communities. Following these crusades, Jews were subject to expulsion, including in 1290 the banishing of all English Jews in 1396. 100,000 Jews were expelled from France in 1421. Thousands were expelled from Austria. Many of those expelled fled to Poland. In the Black Death, plague swept across Europe in the mid-14th century, annihilating more than half of the population. Jews often became the scapegoats. Rumors spread that they had caused this epidemic by deliberately poisoning wells, an accusation that appeared in the 1321 leper scare. In 1321, lepers' plot was an alleged conspiracy of French lepers to spread their disease by contaminating water supplies, including well water, with their powders and poisons. According to the American historian Salman Grazel, leopards were the most abused group of people during the Middle Ages. Hundreds of Jewish communities were destroyed by the ensuing hatred and violence. Pope Clement VI tried to protect Jews by a papal bull dated July 6, 1348, and by an additional bull soon after. But several months later, 900 Jews were burnt alive in Strasbourg, where the plague had not yet affected the city. The Jews of Prague were attacked on Easter of 1389. The massacre of 1391 marked a decline in the golden age of Spanish Jewry. Now, we have the relationship between the Muslims and the Jews in the Islamic world. Now, this is what's weird about all that is from the 9th century onward, the medieval Islamic world imposed dhimmi status on Christian and Jew minorities. Nevertheless, Jews were granted more freedom to practice their religion in the Muslim world than they were in Christian Europe. Jewish communities in Spain thrived under tolerant Muslim rule during the Spanish Golden Age, and Cordova became a center of Jewish culture. However, the entrance of the Almoravides from North Africa in the 11th century saw harsh measures taken against both Christians and Jews. As part of this repression, there were pogroms against the Jews in Cordova in 1011 and in Granada in 1066. The Almohads, who by 1147 had taken control of the Almoravids, Maghribi, and Andalusian territories, took a less tolerant view still and treated the dhimmis harshly. Faced with the choice of either death or conversion, many Jews and Christians took a third option if they could and fled. Some, such as the family of Maimonides, went east to more tolerant Muslim lands, while others went northwards to settle in the growing Christian kingdoms. At certain times in the Middle East, in Egypt, Syria, Iraq, and Yemen, at certain times in the Middle Ages, in Egypt, Syria, Iraq, and Yemen, decrees ordering the destruction of synagogues were enacted. Jews were forced to convert to Islam or face death in part of Yemen and Morocco and Baghdad. 6,000 Jews were killed by the Muslim mob during the 1033 Fez massacre. There were further massacres in Fez in 1276 and 1465, and in Marrakesh in 1146 and 1232. Now, right there is what I wanted to discuss about that, and I also want to talk about these blood libels more in detail, because that is the thing that was the worst part about it. Is like these people today believe that this stuff is true, and the truth of it is it was headed up by freaking Catholic religious orders who created it as propaganda to justify them going out and murdering people, okay? And that's how it started. This is not actual true. There's nothing true to about these stories, okay? The only truth about it is these stories were used to murder people, and that's it. On many occasions, Jews were accused of drinking the blood of Christian children in mockery of the Christian Eucharist. According to the authors of these so-called blood libels, the procedure for the alleged sacrifice was something like this. A child who had not yet reached puberty was kidnapped and taken to a hidden place. The child would be tortured by Jews, and a crowd would gather at the place of execution. in some accounts, the synagogue itself, and engage in a mock tribunal to try the child. The child would be presented to the tribunal naked and tied, and eventually be condemned to death. In the end, the child would be crowned with thorns and tied or nailed to a wooden cross. The cross would be raised, and the blood dripping from the child's wounds would be caught in bowls or glasses and then drunk. Finally, the child would be killed with a thrust through the heart from a spear, sword, or dagger. Its dead body would be removed from the cross and concealed or disposed of, but in some instances, rituals of black magic would be performed on it. This method, with some variation, can be found in all the alleged Christian descriptions of ritual murder by Jews. The story of William of Norwich from 1144 is often called as the first known accusation of ritual murder against Jews. The Jews of Norwich, England, were accused of murder after a Christian boy, William, was found dead. It was claimed that the Jews had tortured and crucified him. The legend of William of Norwich became a cult, and the child acquired the status of holy martyr, little Saint Hugh of Lincoln. And that was in 1255, and that was done by the Catholic Church. Now, in the 13th century, reputedly had his belt cut open and his entrails removed for some occult purpose, such as a divination ritual, after being taken from the cross. And that's Simon of Trent, 1475. In the 15th century, was held over a large bowl so that all of his blood could be collected. It was alleged. And what they're trying to do there is describe to you how this story had changed over the time period. So it went from one type of ritual sacrifice to 3 different ones, I believe, right there. Okay, and that's what this is about. These are just stories that people are fabricating, and as time went on, it evolved. All right. Now, during the Middle Ages, such blood libels were directly against Jews in many parts of Europe, and believers of these false accusations reasoned that the Jews, having crucified Jesus, continues to thirst for pure and innocent blood at the expense of innocent Christian children. Jews were also sometimes falsely accused of desecrating consecrated hosts in a reenactment of the crucifixion. This crime was known as the host desecration, and it carried the death penalty. So that's basically where all of that came from. And I want you to keep in mind that this right here, the victim, this child who was the victim, was actually even made into a holy martyr, little Saint Hugh of Lincoln, you know. And who does that? It's the Catholic Church, you know. And you can read about the witch hunts, and you can find the same kind of text that was written that was used as propaganda against witches during the witch hunts. That is the thing that really gets me. So I get fired up about this stuff. This is something that I really didn't want to even try to mention, but I'm tired of hearing it. I know that there's people out there who believe this stuff, and all I'm saying is it's garbage. And if you got a problem with me about saying that, then that's on you. But get over it. Okay. Now, I'm going to tell you about the rat line. This is the rat line. This is where we get into the Nazis, and this pertains to the last days of the Reich, whenever the Allies were moving in on Hitler and all the cities were destroyed, and what remained of the Nazi officers were looking for a way out, a way to escape. Now, the rat lines were systems of escape routes for German Nazis and other fascists fleeing Europe from 1945 onward. In the aftermath of World War II, these escape routes mainly led towards havens in Latin America, particularly in Argentina, though also in Paraguay, Colombia, Brazil, Uruguay, Mexico, Chile, Peru, Guatemala, Ecuador, and Bolivia, as well as the United States, Canada, Australia, Spain, and Switzerland. There were two primary routes. The first went from Germany to Spain, then Argentina. The second from Germany to Rome, then Genoa. Now, the Proto-Indo-European root H2ENH1, to breathe, blow, is foundational to words that link breath with life and consciousness. To Proto-Indo-European speaking cultures, breath was metaphorically and literally tied to the essence of life. Breath is universally associated with the soul or life force, suggesting early metaphysical ideas among Proto-Indo-European speakers. The cessation of breath symbolizes death, with this root influencing later words for spirit or ghost in descendant language or languages. This semantic field suggests that H2ENH1 served as more than a descriptor of a physical action. It was integral to understanding existence and vitality. Early Proto-Indo-European speakers likely observed the tangible force of wind as a parallel to the intangible breath, connecting the two in their linguistic framework. Wind and air movement, critical for agriculture and survival, may have led to specialized derivatives of H2ENH1, which that is actually pronounced a certain way, but I cannot do it, for specific weather patterns. Now, the wind air movements. Wait, hold up. The wind and air movements critical for agriculture and survival may have led to specialized derivatives of H2En H1 for specific weather patterns. The root's use in words for air-related phenomena suggests it was central to Proto-Indo-European speakers' relationship with their environment. The metaphoric use of H2En H1 expanded into abstract concepts. Breath was linked to ideas of divine inspiration, as seen in later Indo-European mythologies. The act of speaking, reliant on breath, was semantically tied to H2En H1, influencing words for speech or language in descendant languages. Proto-Indo-European roots often generated a family of related words through affixation and compounding. H2En H1 likely spawned derivatives describing qualities like airy or light, representing specific winds or breath-like phenomena, extending the meaning to actions like exhaling, inhaling, or blowing forcefully. Giving the symbolic weight of breath, H2En H1 might have had ritualistic or spiritual connotations among Proto-Indo-European speakers. Breathing patterns could have been synchronized with chants or prayers connecting physical breath to the divine. Wind phenomena may have been seen as manifestations of divine forces, with H2En H1 forming the linguistic basics of such beliefs. These cultural practices might have left subtle traces in descendant Indo-European mythologies and languages. In different branches of the Indo-European language family, reflexes of H2En H1 exhibit fascinating variations. Words for wind often incorporate the nasal element N, but shift the vowel quality due to the phonological rules. Reflexes retain a closer semantic link to breath and soul. Innovations might focus on a metaphor of air and invisibility. The diversity of these reflexes underscores the root's flexibility and the varying priorities of Proto-Indo-European descendant cultures. Breathing techniques or wind exposure may have been part of early medical traditions. Breath control was essential for storytelling and oral transmission of knowledge, linking H2En H1 to cultural continuity. This broader social relevance further illuminates the root's impact. Linguistic identity, Linguistics identify a shared root for words with similar meanings across related languages. For anemoi, the root is traced to a Proto-Indo-European root, H2En H1, meaning to breathe or to blow. By comparing related terms in different languages, linguistics observes consistent sound changes. For example, initial sounds, vowels, or consonants may shift predictably due to the phonetic environment. The nasal sound N is preserved in related terms, suggesting continuity. The term anemoi reflects the addition of a pluralized or nominal suffix. In Indo-European languages, suffixes often transform verb roots to blow into nouns, wind. The core part of the word ane, A-N-E, from H2E and H1 remains intact, indicating that the meaning breath or wind was carried forward while the word adapted to grammatical needs. The original root likely described the act of breathing or blowing, which expanded to encompass the concept of wind as a natural force. The idea of wind as a life-giving or destructive force aligns with the broader cultural associations, allowing the word to take on mythological or symbolical meanings in different languages. Linguistics identify cognates, words in different languages with a common origin, to establish patterns. The term anemoi shares similarities with other words for wind or breath in Indo-European languages, confirming its derivation from the same root. By analyzing consistent sound shifts, changes of vowels, or the preservation of nasal sounds, linguistics reconstructs the probable original form of the word. The prominence of wind in ancient agriculture or seafaring societies likely reinforced its importance in language and mythology. Words for natural elements like wind often gain symbolic meaning, such as representing freedom, life, or divine power, reflecting shared cultural perspectives. Now, I was really surprised by that. I was able to make it through that with no problem. So I may be able to go farther with this than just Deus or Dius. Now, the Proto-Indo-European word Dius, D-Y-E-U-S, is a significant term in the study of Indo-European linguistics. As it provides insight into the root of ancient mythologies and linguistic developments across multiple branches of the Indo-European family. I will explain the meaning of Dias using linguistic methods focusing on its form, its semantic field, and its evolution into various Indo-European languages. The word Dios is typically reconstructed in Proto-Indo-European as Dyu, which is D-Y-E-U, a root that is often associated with the concept of the sky or daylight. The root Dyu has been hypothesized to denote a bright celestial or heavenly realm, linking it to the idea of the daylight sky and its association with divinity and supreme power. The Proto-Indo-European root Dyu itself is related to a number of cognates across different Indo-European languages that signify a bright, high, or divine concept, further linking the root to the imaginary of the sky, or to the imagery of the sky and the sun. This root is central to the formation of terms related to the celestial and divine across many Indo-European cultures. In the context of Proto-Indo-European, Dyeus, Dyeus, referred to the sky or the celestial realms. Over time, this term took on an additional connotation of a god or a divine figure, especially in relation to the sky. The Proto-Indo-European root Dyu, Dyeu, thus embodies the early Indo-European concept of a sky deity, a powerful overarching figure that governs or oversees the world from above. In this semantic field, Dyaus is directly linked to several linguistic and mythological traditions. In Proto-Indo-European mythology, the sky deity was often envisioned as the highest god, a central figure in the pantheon who ruled over the heavens and often had dominion over the earth and the forces of nature. To do my sound test, make sure everything is running and the audio sounds good before I get started. I believe that's D Live right there. Yep, that's D Live. I can hear my voice, so it sounds good, but it's kind of weird. Actually, that's not. Now that sounds like Rumble. So let me see what's going on there. Yeah, that's D Live. D Live is good. Rumble is good. Everything started on X sounds good. What's next? Oh, I gotta go in and check Beam. See what that sounds like. Beam sounds good. Okay, so now we go to Twitch. Twitch sounds good. Kick sounds good. YouTube is up and it sounds good too. So we are ready. This is the final episode for this season of Ancient Mysteries. It's going to be a good one too. Hopefully I can get Mr. Robot and Tanhai Tran in here, and we will be discussing the bell or ball, whichever way you pronounce it, the cycle. So it's going to start at the top of the hour, and when it does, we'll get into the conversation. But until then, I'm going to go ahead and put some really, really cool music from Mr. Robot, by the way, on so that you guys can hear it. And see which one we want to do here. I could do Echoes of Atlantis because it's the longest one. It's like 6 minutes long, so I'm gonna put that on and let you guys listen to it.
Once the gods carved earth like a cosmic chessboard, Poseidon claimed Atlantis, his star-born accord. 10 twin suns, throne of tridents waves at his command. Empire stretched from bow, big stones to Mayan sand. Monolith stacked like Legos blocks no crane could lift. Sonic levitation, gods don't need pulleys or grit. Athena taught Athens, Hephaestus forged veins of gold, but Atlantis spires pierced heaven, stories untold. Ages of virtue, divine blood pure in the veins. No egregious geodesic temples where starlight reigns, but mortality crept in, diluted the grace. Go turn to rust, hubris eclipsed the god fast.
Of Atlantis, drowned in the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom, where titans still sleep. From these to Warnacle, the coalition all as above, so below. Cosmic empire of law and princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walked the sea.
Watch the fall, saw vice crack the divine. Pyramids hummed warnings, but they ignored the signs. Sky split with fury, tsunami swallowed their pride. Atlantis sang screaming, but blueprints survived. Arbeck's foundation, stones that defy modern math. 1,000-ton puzzle, gravity's aftermath. Scholars still baffled how they align the stars. They rode cosmic currents, breaching space-time's bars. Now divers chase shadows where crystal cities gleam. AI scans the ocean, but truth a half-dream. Freemasons whisper maps in their lodges of lore. Plato's Critias, a metaphor or a war.
Echoes of Atlantis, drowned in the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom, where titans still sleep. From music to Warnacle, the coalition all as above, so below. Cosmic empire of laws and princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walk the sea.
They say Poseidon's seed still flows in our veins. In every megalith, every grid that restrains. The Dogon chart Sirius, temples guard the flame. But Atlantis tech, it's encoded in our DNA's frame. Zeus's verdict was fire, a flood and ice. Yet the Sphinx still stares, whispering sacrifice. Mortal minds crave power, but miss the design. True kings rule through resonance, not bloodline. Now decode the ruins, their psalms etched in stone. A star-born king's empire, now dust and bone. The hall of records buried neath Giza's cold gaze holds anti-gravity schematics from pre-flood days. Crystal engines hummed, orgon fueled their might, till pride turned their frequencies dissonant blight. The Anunnaki fled, Mars colonies crumbled. Leviathan's bones and the Mariana rumbled. But Poseidon's ghost rides the Bermuda's mist. Evolve past the greed or drown in the abyss. Tsunamis taller than gods, crack continents like eggs. Jungles of Egypt drowned, turned to sand in Poseidon's regret. Mammals shrunk to lapdogs, skies choked by volcanic breath. Waves circled the globe thrice, 3 funerals for death. Up Nepiston, rode the arc of frequencies, not wood. Up tetrahedron ziggurat where anti-grav pulses stood. While Atlantis sank, he spliced DNA and quantum seeds. Stashed them in Göbekley's veins and Indus Valley reeds. Volcanic winter's curse, Zeus hit the reset. Scorched the grids, erased the moon ringed internet. Noah's not a shepherd, he's a star-born archivist. Cracking hermetic scrolls in caves where mushrooms twist. The survivors crawl from mud with amnesiac eyes. Built new gods from scrap metal and fallen skies. Now desert bones whisper where cedars once soared. Man's just a ghost in Atlantis' holographic horde. The flood wasn't water, it was math. A codex purge, Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's new. The flood wasn't water, it was math. A codex purge, Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's you. Echoes of Atlantis drowned in the deep. Atlantis, where gods walk the sea. So when you see Stonehenge, anchor once fire, know Atlantis lives in quantum choir. The gods were myths, them in terms and code. Rise from the ashes, or repeat what they owe. Once the gods carved earth like a cosmic chessboard, Poseidon claimed Atlantis, his starborn accord. 10 twin suns, throne of tridents waves at his command. Empire stretched from big stones to Mayan sand. Monolith stacked like Legos blocks no crane could lift. Sonic levitation, gods don't need pulleys or grit. Athena taught Athens, Hephaestus forged veins of gold, but Atlantis spires pierced heaven, stories untold. Ages of virtue, divine blood pure in the veins. No egregious geodesic temples where starlight reigns, but mortality crept in, diluted the grace. Go turn to rust, hubris eclipsed the god face.
Echoes of Atlantis, drowned in the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom, where titans still sleep. From these tetralogical to coalition, all as above, so below. Cosmic empire of modern princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walked the sea.
Watched the fall, saw vice crack the divine. Pyramids hummed warnings, but they ignored the signs. Sky split with fury, tsunami swallowed their pride. Atlantis sang screaming, a blueprint survived. Arbex foundation, stones that define modern math. 1,000-ton puzzle, gravity's aftermath. Scholars still baffled how they align the stars. They rode cosmic currents, breaching space-time's bars. Now divers chase shadows, where crystal cities gleamed. AI scans the ocean, but truth a half-dream. Dream free misses, whisper maps in their launches of lore. Plato's Critias, a metaphor or a war.
Echoes of Atlantis, drowned in the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom, where titans still sleep. From music to theological to co-attention, all as above, so below. Cosmic empire of laws and princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walk the sea.
They say Poseidon's seed still flows in our veins. In every megalith, every grid that restrains. The Dogon chart Sirius, temples guard the flame. But Atlantis tech, it's encoded in our DNA's frame. Zeus's verdict was fire, a flood and ice. Yet the Sphinx still stares, whispering sacrifice. Mortal minds crave power, but miss the design. True kings rule through resonance, not bloodline. Now decode the ruins, their psalms etched in stone. A star-born king's empire, now dust and bone. The hall of records buried neath Giza's cold gaze holds anti-gravity schematics from pre-flood days. Crystal engines hummed, organ fueled their might, till pride turned their frequencies dissonant blight. The Anunnaki fled, Mars colonies crumbled. Leviathan's bones and the Mariana rumbled. But Poseidon's ghost rides the Bermuda's mist. Evolve past the greed or drown in the abyss. Tsunamis taller than gods crack continents like eggs. Jungles of Egypt drowned, turned to sand in Poseidon's regret. Mammals shrunk to lapdogs, skies choked by volcanic breath. Waves circled the globe thrice, 3 funerals for death. Up Nepistim, rode the arc of frequencies, not wood. Up tetrahedron ziggurat where anti-grav pulses Atlantis stood. While Atlantis sank, he spliced DNA and quantum seeds, stashed them in Göbekley's veins and Indus Valley reeds. Volcanic winter's curse. Zeus hit the reset, scorched the grids, erased the moon ringed internet. Noah's not a shepherd, he's a star-born archivist, cracking hermetic scrolls in caves where mushrooms twist. The survivors crawl from mud with amnesiac eyes, built new gods from scrap metal and fallen skies. Now desert bones whisper where cedars once soared. Man's just a ghost in Atlantis' holographic horde. The flood wasn't water, it was math. A codex purge, Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's new. The flood wasn't water, it was math. A codex purge, Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's you. Echoes of Atlantis drowned in the deep, the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom, where titans still sleep. From Giza to Tijuana, their codes etched in awe. As above, so below, cosmic empire of lore. 10 princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walk the sea. So when you see Stonehenge, Angkor spire, know Atlantis lives in the quantum choir. The gods were myths, their mentors and code. Rise from the ashes, or repeat what they owe.
Okay, I went ahead and ended the song and everything. So get in here. Audio test. Are you able to hear me, Mr. Robot?
Sorry, I just had to find my mute button. Yes, I can hear you. You're just a little quiet. I don't know if I can as well.
Well, I'm kind of quiet on. That's actually my voice right now. This is early for me, so I just woke up maybe about 2
Okay.
hours.
I just mean like compared to the music before. I don't know if it's a problem on OBS or whatever.
Oh, I'm not on OBS. Doing it directly through Rumble Studios. So you sound good. Just so you know. Dan is going to be a chicken and duck out after. So if we go farther than an hour, are you cool with that?
Yeah, I just don't know how much I can contribute. I'll do my best.
Well, I mean, I know that out of all four of us, me and you're the ones who really get into this more than anybody else. So it's like you have just as much to contribute as what I do. So.
Well, let's just jam and see how we go.
Now Mark is in there waiting. He's getting ready to write a message. So after about a minute or so of typing, I don't know if he's showing up or not. Now later, it's up to you guys if you want to do this. But I'm starting that new stream series in Untethered. And I brought it up to Dan. I don't know if you heard it or not, but I'm thinking about maybe starting the first episode just talking about freaking Moloch.
Okay.
If you want to join that, man, that'd be cool. Up to you. And it's
So
not
this whole episode is on Moloch. Is that what you're saying?
this one is on the ball cycle
Okay, good. Yeah, that's what I prepared for.
because I don't want to get into ball cycle on this one. This or not ball cycle, but Moloch. That's a lot of people get it all mixed up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I know. So I know for sure that me and you and Tan could do Moloch without getting all crazy and shit. But, like you just can't have anybody having that topic. You know what I mean? Because all of a sudden it gets out of hand and people are crazy.
Let's stick to the facts.
Right.
Stick to the sources.
Well, when you tell people who are religious that you need it based in archaeology, mad. They get really mad.
Yeah. Often happens.
So and for me, I'm the opposite. Like I don't go just off of the text. You know what I mean? It's like it's a bit of both.
Yeah, it's interesting. I had a bit of a thing earlier today on Lucifer. I was kind of arguing with this Freemason guy about like Lucifer in Masonic texts and stuff like that. And then I actually decided, because I had like a bit of preconceptions about it, and then I sort of went back and read the text, and I'm like, oh, okay, they actually seem to be kind of using it in a metaphorical sense more than anything else. And then I'm like, but wait a minute, what does the Bible actually say about it? So I go and read back the passages where it's actually used in the old Bibles. And it's kind of confusing because, like, in Latin, the word means just shiny one, or it's also referred to as, like, Venus, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So, but then I think in, like, one point it's also, like, the fallen angel story and all that, and so yeah, it's important to go back and like actually look at the text. I think
Yeah.
from like a non-biased perspective.
Oh wait, now I know why my voice was low. My mic was up in the air. I have to put it
I
down.
thought I was going deaf. I'm like, man, I can only hear.
It's like I said, blame it on the freaking sleep thing. I just woke up. I was lucky to get my coffee in, so. Oh, there's
I have
Tan.
an ear infection too, so it is a bit harder.
Let's not talk. Oh, there he is.
Where's everybody?
We're right here. We got everything set up and it's ready to go. Now, what I'm gonna do, Tan.
I can't see
Mr.
myself. What's going on?
Well, for one thing, I have to share.
All right. Okay.
There you go. Now let me go drop down that, or let me go ahead and drop that. Drop that background or overlay, I should say. That way, it's a picture of you.
No, you should move my picture. Where am I the only one on screen?
Yeah, you're the only
You should
one.
move my picture to the bottom of the corner and leave your main background.
Well, that was just this right here.
Yeah, that's the.
When you start talking, I wouldn't mind, like, I could share my screen and do like research while you talk and show.
Yeah, do a share screen. That'd be cool.
Yeah,
That'd be cool. Well, it should override and everything. Well, I'm gonna do a countdown and then do an actual opening so that it'll be good when I do my edits.
Okay.
So, but yeah, Mr. Robot's gonna do the intro. He said he wants to do it, so we'll get that. I actually prefer that, so I like that.
You got a lot of notes there, Roger. I haven't had a chance to go through all of them. Plus, I haven't even gone through the text, so I'm not really prepared for the
Just
show.
wing
So
it.
Most of the time, I was just gonna listen in.
Well, wing it. You know what I mean? This is a conversation. It's like I told Mr. Robot. You don't have to get technical. Okay.
What?
And those notes are just. stuff that I've already pulled up. It doesn't mean it's going to be like talking points.
Yeah,
So just
but it would have been nice to read that text. I just found out about that text just this morning.
mhm.
But
Okay, so,
Mr. Robot probably had more. So, yeah,
okay,
let's do it.
okay. So I will do the countdown. After I do the countdown, you come out with your opening, Mr. Robot.
Sure.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, now.
Hello, folks. Today we are talking about the Baal cycle. The Baal cycle is a ancient Ugaritic text that dates back to around 1500 to 1300 BCE that recounts the mythological stories of the Canaanite god Baal, also known as Baal Hadad. This cycle of stories, composed of approximately 2,350 lines in 1,500 poetic verses, was discovered on 6 clay tablets during excavations of the ancient city of Ugarit in present-day Syria. The main themes of the Baal cycle revolve around Baal's struggle against chaos and death, his quest for kingship and palace, his death and resurrection. Some of the key events that happen in the Baal cycle is Baal's battle with Yam, the sea god, for supremacy. So Baal is kind of like the Canaanite equivalent of Zeus, like a storm god, like thunder god. And he's battled with the sea god for supremacy. Baal's construction of his palace with the help of Kotha wa Kasis, and Baal's conflict with Mot, the god of death, which is kind of like the Set god of Egypt. Baal's temporary defeat and death, and his sister Anat's revenge against Mot, and Baal's resurrection and ultimate triumph. The cycle portrays Baal as a fertility god associated with rain and thunder. Those victories ensure abundance for crops, animals, and humans. It also features other deities like El, the chief god, Anat, Baal's sister and consort, and Asherah. Asherah is also Astarte, is that right, Roger? Astarte?
Yeah, she's she's a Astarte. She's also Ishtar, and
Ishtar, yeah.
which are the same deity basically. And then earlier than that, she's Inanna from the Sumerians.
This mythological narrative was significant in Canaanite culture and religion, and is often interpreted as an explanation for seasonal changes and agricultural cycles. The Baal cycle provides valuable insights into beliefs and worldviews of the ancient Near East civilizations, and its themes and characters are often referenced in the Old Testament of the Bible. Now, I have a definition here from Mackey's Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, where they say Bel is the contracted form of Baal and was worshipped as Babylonians as their chief deity. The Greeks and Romans so considered and translated the word by Zeus and Jupiter. It has, with Jah and On, been introduced into the Royal Arch system of Freemasonry as a representative of the Tetragrammaton, which it and accompanying words have sometimes ignorantly been made to displace. I think I'll leave it there for now. But another word, like basically, Baal just means owner or lord. So it has been confused because it's used for different deities at different times, because it's sort of like a title as well. But yeah, there's also references to it as Belinus sometimes, or Baalim. So yeah.
It also means husband.
Yes.
That's right.
And
But it also says here Belinus, the Baal of the scripture, was identified with Mithras and with Apollo, the god of the sun. A forest in the neighborhood of Lorne is still known as Solva Belin, or the Forest of the Belinus, and traces of this name are to be found in many parts of England. The custom of kindling fires about midnight on the eve of the festival of St. John the Baptist at the moment of the summer solstice, which is considered by the ancients as a season of rejoicing and divination, is a vestige of the Druidism in honor of this deity. It is a significant coincidence that the numerical value of the letters of the word Belinus is those of Abraxas and Mithras, all representatives of the sun, amounts to 365, the exact number of days in the solar year. With that, I'll leave it over to you, Roger.
now, when you mentioned Bel too, I also want to point out as well. Bel was
Wait, speak to the microphone.
Yeah, your voice dropped out.
hold on, let me tap. Can you hear me better?
Better.
Yeah.
Okay, so Bel was the name change that took place in Babylon. Whenever it switched over from the old deities to the new ones. So when you hear the name Bel, you're actually hearing the new name that was given to Enki. Just so everybody knows. And with Baal too, when they start talking about the Phoenicians and Greeks, in relation to their deities, it's usually referring to Baal Hadad, or he's otherwise known as Baal Hadad without the H. And that's a mixture between Zeus and Marduk from Samaria, or from Babylon.
Do you guys have a good link to the translation of this text that we can share?
I don't have. I've got a book here for it.
Oh, you got a hardcover book?
Readings of it on YouTube if you want to listen to
like
an audio version of it.
No,
But hey, before we go on, what was that last deity you said? It was
Marduk.
Marduk. Is that
Yep.
like a dragon type thing?
Marduk was the god who eventually became the head of the pantheon for the Babylonians after Babylon took power in that region.
It's depicted as like a dragon type thing, though,
Right.
isn't it?
Yeah, he's the one who actually was the one who slaughtered Tiamat.
Human.
Because there is a part in the Bible that talks about Bel and the dragon,
Mm-hmm.
Well,
and I wonder if that comes from that kind of origin.
Yeah, and there's a lot of similarities there too, if you notice it, because like with Baal battling against Mot, Baal's battle with Mot is pretty. It's pretty similar to the battle between Marduk and Tiamat, or Tiamat, however you pronounce it. And the reason why I always say that too is because I learned with the word Thoth, like they really don't know what the actual way of pronouncing those words are. So if you say it a certain way, it really doesn't matter. There's no right or wrong how to pronounce it. You know what I mean? So
They leave like vowels out or something like that. The Hebrews did anyway. I don't know if the Phoenicians did as well.
why is it called the Baal cycle?
it's actually
Cycle meaning what kind
now
of cycle of his reign or what?
they have actually two names for it. It goes by the Baal cycle or the Baal epic. And it's like the Epic of Gilgamesh was the
Right.
first epic in history, but there was after that, then you had other ones that were before the Greeks too, like the Ball cycle is actually the Ball epic. I don't know particular.
It says here the Baal cycle is called so because it consists of a series of stories follow the adventures and conflicts of the Canaanite god Baal. Um, I
Okay.
get I have a feeling it has something to do with the cycles of nature. You know, like
Yes.
it had a lot to do with the seasons kind of thing, and like they gave sort of offerings for the seasons and stuff like that.
Mhm.
But it's also known as the Baal Vulgate, isn't it?
Really?
I I have actually heard that. I didn't really get into what the meaning about that was, but I actually have heard that.
Yeah, I
And
haven't
I
found like a really good description of why it's a cycle.
well at the beginning of my notes, if you notice too, I mean the first thing I come out with, and I agree with you on what you just said, was it contains like several themes, motifs, and cosmological structures. Um, and a lot of this has to do with mythological patterns. It's also got cosmic dualities, divine conflicts, relationships between gods and humans, as well as sacrificial rites. So, so it has it does ring in my
On
mind about what you
on
said.
the Wikipedia page, there's a link to Mark Smith, an author who wrote the the Eucharistic Ball
Yeah,
Cycle Volume 1 and Volume 2.
probably
I
the
think
most authoritative.
Volume 2 is accessible from the Wikipedia page, but Volume 1 I just found a link to the PDF. I can share it there.
There you go. I will also now is this on the actual Rumble chat or just between
On
us?
the Rumble chat. You want me to shoot it in the chat room as well?
Oh, I can do it. I can do it. It's cool.
What is this .ch domain? It's not China, is it?
Um,
Or
probably.
Czech Republic?
Now that would actually be a better if it was from that region and he's writing that book, he would have probably a lot more background in the subject than what like me or you or even
Yeah.
Mr. Robot would, because that's actually the region where most of this is has taken place in history. You know what I mean? So, I mean, that would actually be a good read if he's from that region.
Switzerland.
Switzerland. Oh,
It's
okay.
Switzerland, actually. CH is Switzerland.
But
That's weird.
he was known for being a good translator of it. So.
Mm-hmm.
So you can see he has like this thunder type weapon, similar to the Dorji or the thunderbolt of Zeus in his hands,
Mm-hmm.
and
He
these
has a
horns that
bull's
come out of
horn.
his head.
Are those like bull's horns that you got up there?
Yeah.
But the thing is, he is known as the bull, or the bull of heaven, right?
Yep.
Because of he's a fertility god, like but the horns
Right.
are actually meant to represent enlightenment, kind of like an aura or a halo in Christianity.
Now,
It's actually like energy.
is his
Energy.
religion the practice that like burns children inside a golden bowl?
Now that is Baal Haman.
Isn't
That's
that
somebody
Moloch?
else?
Now that
Well, because there's bowl symbolism there, so that's just wondering. I don't know.
with Baal you have like different balls. You have Baal Haman, then you have Baal Hadad. There's two or three other ones I know for sure. But Haman was the one that was the ones that was into uh, the child sacrifice, and him and I always keep forgetting her name. It starts with a T. Tanis or Tanit was his consort, and that originated around North Africa and Western Mediterranean. And when you hear stuff about Carthage and child sacrifice, that's where uh, that.
Okay. So, Mr. Robot said that he was born. So he used to be a human and then he became a god, or
He is the son of the god El, I think, isn't that? Isn't that
Oh,
it?
yeah.
So
And
he is basically
God.
a demigod, kind of. Like he's I don't know who his mum is. Let me see here.
now,
Parents. Dagon.
yeah, that's Dagon. Dagon.
Dagon.
Yeah, that's the one that is really controversial when it comes to like Christians and stuff, because there's parts in the Bible that mentions well, back in the day, whenever in the Old Testament, they used to carry around things like the ark. Okay, the Jewish would
Yeah.
carry the ark into battle,
Yeah.
and there's stories where like the Canaanites would have their deities that they carried into battle with them too, and there's a whole bunch of biblical writing concerning that. So, but that's Dagon, I believe, who's his. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I'm pretty sure Dagon is involved in there as something too.
So I think it depends on whether you're talking about Akkadian or Sumerian lineages of the story. They have slightly different names. Dagon's wife was Shalash, and El's wife was Asherah, which is kind of like Ishtar,
That's yep, Ishtar.
which means great mother. And she seems to have been sort of. I'm having trouble recalling the actual story now. Whether it was, she is considered a goddess, but who her parents are, I'm not sure. I don't even know if it said that actually in the story.
All right, let's get back to the
Now, when you mentioned the when you mentioned the Bull of Heaven too, I also want to point out that that is also mentioned in the Epic of Gilgamesh. It's actually a deity in the old Babylonian myths as well, where if you remember in the Epic of Gilgamesh, Gilgamesh and Enkidu fought against the Bull of Heaven because Ishtar told On or Anu that if he didn't allow her to use the Bull of Heaven to fight against Gilgamesh, she was going to raise the dead. And
That almost sounded like a weapon or something like that to me, or what?
it sounds pretty peculiar if you ask me. I mean,
Yeah.
well, he was the Bull of Heaven is the one who killed Enkidu in the epic.
Uh-huh.
And
Oh. I wonder if the Bull of Heaven. That's not Marduk, is it?
no. I was actually going to try to figure out who it was, but they don't mention.
Bull of Heaven
that link I sent was
is a mythical beast fought by King of Uruk, Gilgamesh. The story of the Bull of Heaven is known from two different versions, one recorded in earlier Sumerian poem, the other one is a later Akkadian.
Gugulana.
In the Sumerian poem, the bull is sent to attack Gilgamesh by the goddess Inanna, which is also Ishtar, isn't it?
Yep, that's her original name.
For reasons that are unclear, the more complete Akkadian account comes from tablet 6 of the Epic of Gilgamesh, in which Gilgamesh refuses the sexual advances of the goddess Ishtar. And then she must have gotten pissed off that he wouldn't have sex with her and sent the bull of heaven from her father Anu so that she may send it back to attack Gilgamesh in Uruk, which is Ur. Anu gives her the bull and sends it to attack Gilgamesh and his companion, the hero Enkidu, who slays the bull, and they slay the bull together. So,
but in the process, Enkidu was mortally wounded and eventually died, and that's what sent Gilgamesh on his quest to find immortality, because he realized he was mortal. So his quest from that point on is to find out how to become immortal like the gods.
Well, this is kind of interesting because these seem like they're parallels. So Anu has to be El, and the bull of heaven would have to be Baal. And that explains why in the Baal cycle, Baal gets killed by Mot, I believe. Yeah, he has a conflict with Mot, the god of death, and he is temporarily defeated and killed. So Mot must be Gilgamesh.
So he was born. Was he born, or was he created out of some god's power?
Born, I think. But
now, see, this is where things take a little turn into the real world. Now, this is something that you would know about more too, Tan. You know about Caesarea, Eusebius of Caesarea.
Eusebius is the bishop. Yeah, he's the bishop of Caesarea.
He wrote a book called The Argument Against the Pagans, and he was talking a little bit about this. He didn't get very much into it, but he did discuss it. And the thing he mentioned that I believe is true, that is Senechenathian, okay, before him made a comment that people. Senechenathian. He was a Phoenician. Well, he was kind of like what an archaeologist would be today. He was like, he would gather information and tell the history from that perspective, from all the information he found. And he made the claim that that people were taking and deifying human beings. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So
Baal was human who got deified.
I believe that there is a good chance that happened. Just like I also think there's a good chance that Thoth was actually deified, and he was a human who actually brought language and mathematics to Egypt. So there's a good chance, in my opinion, that he was.
And that's what Eusebius actually said too. I actually translated one of his texts, and he goes into basically tracing all the way back who the historical characters are and who they became deified as, and all this. It's really interesting.
Mm-hmm. It really
I actually really like his book. I sent it to you. That Histories of the Phoenicians.
Oh,
he goes right into it there.
Now, this is a PDF, right?
It is.
But it's got a link, but I want to double.
How long is this? So none of you have seen this text.
Which one?
Oh, Psycho.
I have a translation of it here somewhere if you want.
Okay, how long is it? How long? How many?
Oh, it is huge. It is huge.
It's long? Okay.
Yes,
but
it is.
The thing is, when a lot of them have a commentary with it, which makes it huge. But
Yeah.
I recommend actually just listening to someone reading it because you can listen to the whole thing in like 16 minutes.
Send a link to the YouTube reading.
Okay, I have it here.
Yeah, and you've got the translation too on Live with
No,
Roger Hanson on the. Well,
the link that I just sent is just a summary. That's crap. I'm still trying to find the
okay.
full text.
Now, I
It's just
do
a table of content of the entire book.
I do have the PDF that Mr. Robot sent me. I can send it over Google Drive to you and have you.
You can attach it.
Here is
No.
the audio version. I'll put it in the chat.
You can send it in the chat room.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's what it is.
yeah. Okay.
There we go. Now, how long is that?
What? How long is this video?
Yeah.
Let's see. It's only 16 minutes.
Do you guys want to play it?
I don't think
I'll be up for it.
Well, I mean,
You get into copyright.
Remember?
yeah, we'll get into copyright and stuff too.
Yeah, remember YouTube.
It's
Hey.
on YouTube.
There's Mark.
Marcus here.
There
Yay.
you go.
Indeed.
Right.
There you go. Welcome.
What do you guys think this third hand is here?
Third hand. Oh.
It's not
Well,
the bull
he's
of
the god of
Ephraim.
fertility, isn't it? Right?
That would be his penis.
Yeah. He's the god of fertility.
Come on out of his belly button.
Now,
So interesting. Yeah, I'm still wanting to see the full source text. So there is a religion, in the, I don't know what, you go through your talking point, and then I can discuss and comment.
Now, also, just to point it out to anybody who is listening, they were very, very, penis oriented in the ancient world. Just so people know, like
Fertility oriented. Man.
well, what do they call it? Like a certain terminology, and I keep forgetting it. But phallic. They were very phallic. Good call. So you're going to find a lot of references to masculinity and the penis when it comes to.
Well, it was a symbol of like fertility and renewal, right?
Right.
They
How
saw
did
the
he
god
become? How did he get resurrected?
his sister resurrected him.
Oh,
His sister consort.
sister / consort.
Anat.
Now, he was the storm god and the god of fertility. And
How? So his sister was also a god,
A goddess.
a goddess, yeah.
She's like a goddess
was-
of war and hunting. She's like,
Was he not a god before he died?
he was.
now,
Why
he
didn't
battled
couldn't
another
he
god.
resurrect himself? Why did his sister have to resurrect him?
see,
He was
that's
dead.
that's actually a good question because that's something that I found out too. Like old gods in the old beliefs. Okay, they didn't see gods as being immortal. Immortal maybe where they could live forever, but they didn't see them as being invulnerable. Like they could actually die.
The Greek gods were invulnerable, right?
No, actually,
No?
Kronos was killed by Zeus, and
Okay.
what was his name? Was it Eusebius? I believe that Zeus
Yeah.
cast it to the earth, and he was crippled.
Not Eusebius.
Who was that? It was the guy who does the forge.
Oh, right.
I forgot his name, but yeah, these deities weren't portrayed as like being invulnerable and everything. Like they actually had human traits.
They're actually kind of more like aliens, we would call them today.
Right,
Well,
right.
actually,
You know,
we would, if you want to compare them to heroes. They were heroes.
Yeah.
well, yeah. I mean, the
Well, I mean,
the
in the Greek
chief god
mythologies,
lived in heaven,
they have
right?
gods
They
and they
lived in
also
the
have
sky.
heroes.
Yeah, you're right. What did you say, Mr. Robot?
The chief gods like El or Anu kind of lived in heaven in the sky, and they sent their children, which is like Enki and all those guys, down to Earth to sort of govern over the humans. And they ended up infighting among themselves often and killing each other and stuff. So,
Right.
yeah,
Now,
Do they have?
Bible
Say, what kind of
heroes.
godly powers did Baal have other than fertility?
L.
Saying
Baal.
L. You talking about L?
No, Baal.
hell yeah.
Oh, Ball. Now, Ball was, I believe it was thunder or lightning, like Zeus does,
Like
because
Zeus.
like Zeus, and that's what I was saying at the beginning. He's a combination of Zeus and Marduk, which, by the way, I didn't know until I finally did this research. So, um, that's one thing that threw me off, or that really woke me up to a lot of things because I didn't realize how connected the Phoenicians and the Canaanites
Mm.
and the Greeks and all of them were. Like, I personally believe that they actually knew more about their surrounding cultures and the other religions around them than what we know today. Like, in reality, we know less than what they did. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah.
Being honest, I mean, they just not only do they know about their religious beliefs, but they know about the other religious beliefs around them, which I found really, really amazing. Just my take on that. But, I think that a lot of people have people in the past really mixed up. They don't really understand just how connected they were to one another.
Yeah,
You know,
totally. They share words and stuff as well.
because
Some scholars believe that El is related to the god Ptah from Egyptian mythology, and because another connection is seen with the Median angel Pathil, whose name combines with both terms Ptah and Il, which other people think it's Kothar Wakasis, which is another character in the story, actually, of the Baal cycle. But when you look at the god Ta, he's got green skin, like Osiris.
Let me share this
No?
slide.
And he has this like strange rod thing that looks more like a
So
energy
found
device.
this. I found this chart on Reddit that shows the Canaanite pantheon, right? So Baal is somewhere near the bottom of the hierarchy. So at the very top, there's this.
Yeah, he didn't even have a palace to start with, and his sister had to come kind of beg to the chief god to give him a palace.
now,
So he's a god of fertility, weather, and season. His sister Anat is goddess of war and hunting.
now,
So they're all the same. They're in the same. So, but he's the son of El and Esherah, like you said. Yeah.
now, another
But
thing.
and then El is not even like the chief god. Above him, there's Shamuma and Ursu, and then at the top is El Elib. which
Yeah,
is like
oh,
the father of all gods, I guess. God, the All Father.
yeah. They have like this huge pantheon, and if you also take when you talked about the brother and sisters, okay, you look at Shamash and Ishtar, okay. Now Shamash is a good example of the
Where's
kind of
Ishtar
similar.
in here?
She would be Els, not Els. She would be Paul's mother.
Paul's mother would be. Paul's mother
Ash,
would be
Asherah.
Asherah.
Yeah,
Asherah.
Asherah. Asherah is the equivalence of Ishtar, and
Uh,
Ishtar's brother was Shamash, and
Ishtar's brother was not on here.
was Utu Shamash is what his name is. Utu, Utu, and Shamash.
That must be L in this chart.
Utu.
Male god in that level.
I can send a Wikipedia link so that you guys can check it out if you want to see it.
We
But
can share it on the screen. Stop sharing.
well, yeah, actually, you're right. Um, this would be
Shamash was the sun god, believed to see everything that happened in the world every day, and was therefore responsible for justice and protection of travelers. The divine judge, he could be associated with the underworld. Additionally, he would serve the god of divination, typically alongside the weather god Adad, which is Baal.
Yep, actually,
Okay,
It's kind of
we're getting
same as
past the 40-minute mark. I have 20 minutes. Do you have a lot to go through in your talking points?
now the one thing we did discuss Mot, all right, but Yamo is the god of the sea. Now, what did you pull up when it comes to Yamu, Mister Robot?
Yamu.
Yeah,
I
he
haven't
had
come
two.
across that one. How do you spell it? Why?
Yammu, and that was another one of.
Oh, Yam. Yeah. Um, yeah. It's also so Yamu. I guess is like the short way of saying it. Yamu must be when they refer to it.
Yeah, he's
Yam is the sea god, worshipped in various locations in the Mediterranean coast. Kind of similar to Poseidon, I would say. Because I've been on that coast in the Mediterranean, and there's a lot of towns and cities that still have like statues of Poseidon. The Baal cycle, he is portrayed as an enemy of the weather god Baal. Their struggle revolves around attaining rank in the king of as king of the gods. The narrative portrays Yam as a candidate favored by the senior god Al, though ultimately it is Baal who emerges victorious. Yam nonetheless continues to be referenced through the story after his defeat, so he's not killed. In texts from other archaeological sites in Syria, attestations to Yam is largely limited to theophoric names. In Imar, he was among the many deities venerated during the local festival Yukru, which took place once every 7 years.
yeah. Now see, with these two, you've got Mod, which is death, and then you have Yam, which is the sea god. And what I've been learning here is like there's like this duality that takes place, and you can see it all across these different theologies. Okay, now
Well, get this. In the Hebrew Bible, Yam appears to be an enemy of Yahweh.
yeah,
And it's presumed that his presence reflects the reference of a shared West Semitic tradition on early Israelite literature. So It could be that Yahweh is actually Baal, you know, because he's the opponent of Yum. Yum Yah.
The one thing that really sticks out to me with it is the battle between chaos and order. And I've been finding out that like chaos and order is actually the true meaning for good versus evil when it goes all the way back to the pagans even. You know what I mean? They always represented chaos and order as being good versus evil.
Mm.
You know what I mean? And if you even if you look at like the Bible, okay, look at how the earth was created according to the Bible. You know, it was
Yeah.
created out of the void, which is just in like in a lot of the Phoenician beliefs, they believed in the primordial ooze. You know,
Isn't chaos actually a god too in Greek mythology?
yeah, I
Chaos.
believe so.
Not a god. I think it was a Titan. I
Yeah.
remember. Yeah, it was a Titan, so prior to gods.
And
I
that
think you
is
might. Yeah, yeah.
No, what I got was Baal's struggle against Yamu. Yamu represents the conflict between order, which is the fertile world that's symbolized by Baal, and then the chaotic, destructive forces of the sea, which is symbolized by Yamu. This also parallels with other topics like chaos in the Greeks and Hellenistic traditions, where they always talk about it. Then you have Mot, who signifies the battle between life and death, and that connects the rebirth cycles in many mythologies. Now, the Baal cycle, in the Baal cycle, Baal is defeated by Mot and descends into the underworld, and then he returns and he restores life, which echoes the rebirth themes and dualities that we see in gods like Osiris, Dionysus, and other figures that represent life, death, rebirth cycles. I read that all right.
Ma'at is the goddess of order.
Mm-hmm. No, Ma is the or did you say Ma was the goddess of order?
In Egyptian mythology, yeah.
Oh, Ma'at. That's different.
Yeah.
Now
What did you say?
Mot is M-O-T.
Oh, Mott. Well, I was wondering, yeah, okay. I was wondering if they're the same thing or not.
Well, you know, Mott is
Yes.
interesting to me because me and Karma went through this the first season that I did this, okay? Now, Mott is weird because it has two meanings. Mott is a deity, but it also is the name for the primordial ooze. Okay? And out of chaos, order is comes order is the way they basically believe in it. Like the stench and the stagnant smells of the freaking of mod, the putrescent odors, and all of that is what created what we know as the world today. Okay.
Roger, I was just going to ask: is there a connection between the two entities?
Between
That's-
Mott and Mart.
Yeah, but well, Mott is a deity, or are you talking about Mott from Egypt?
Well, I don't know what.
You confused me now.
Yeah, you have
So Mott is the goddess of the god of death, basically, similar to Set in Egyptian mythology.
In Egyptian, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Now the term Mott is
God of the
also
underworld.
now the term Mott is also used by the Phoenicians as the primordial ooze, and you'll you'll hear about that too, and that's in their creation myth. Which that's what I was saying. That was kind of odd to me. You know what I mean? Because it went
Mm.
from that to a deity. Um, and you
Is there
notice,
any direct connection between? Yeah, is there any direct connection between Egyptian mythology or Egyptian royalty and Phoenician, such as in a similar way as there is a connection between Greek
There's definitely a lot of
royalty
parallels,
and
in mythology. Because the Hebrews basically lived in Egypt, and then they lived with the Phoenicians as well, and with the Babylonians.
yeah,
So they must have shared mythology among those places.
now, if you want to do a good comparative, when Baal was defeated by Mont and he descends into the underworld, that right there would it talks about rebirth, and you'll see that when it comes to Ishtar going into the underworld, but you'll also see it with when it comes to the rebirth with Osiris and his death.
Yeah, and it's also his sister that resurrects him. Remember?
Yeah,
So
exactly. Yeah,
it's
that
almost
is.
exactly the same story.
Yeah, that's that's a good call. I didn't even think about that, but like Osiris, especially when you because when I believe too, freaking that she couldn't put the penis on him, and because it fell out of the boat and the fish ate it.
I didn't know
Really?
that.
Yeah,
So she made one out of gold,
imagery on
right?
that one.
yeah.
And that's what the obelisk is meant to be.
It's kind of so. The Greek
Building block.
or the Baal pantheon is kind of inconsistent. I mean, I'm reading Britannica right now, who says that so we saw that Esra is Baal's sister, right?
Hmm.
And Britannica says, maybe Britannica is totally wrong. Britannica says that Asherah has a husband who is El. But I thought El is the father of Asherah and Baal, right?
Asherah and El are husband and wife. Actually, they refer to her as a consort. Um, and back in the day,
Oh, okay. So you were saying, so Asherah is El's consort, not Baal's consort. Or
yeah,
they're both? Both.
yeah. Well, they're
What?
no, she's the mother of Baal, and that would and
Oh,
generally
sorry. You're right. So I'm confused. So who are you saying was Baal's sister who resurrected him?
Baal's sister was Anat, or
Anat.
also known as
Okay.
Ishtar.
Right.
she
Sorry.
It's
was in
interesting that her name starts with an I, same as Isis, which is, and the Anat was Baal's sister and consort, whereas Isis was Osiris's wife and his sister. So consort and sister,
Okay.
same theme.
All right.
and see like after Baal's battle with Yamu or Yam, he
Yeah.
he celebrated and he was given kingship over the gods and solidified. All right. Now
Right.
this goes back to what I was talking about with Marduk and battling Tiamat. Because none of the other gods in that pantheon could defeat Tiamat. She was the mother of all gods, and he was actually able to defeat her, and that made him the head of the pantheon. You see what I mean? So you even have the Sumerian myth going on along in there too, and he was given kingship over the rest of the gods. You know,
So interesting that they have the whole pantheon, but only the Baal was the only one that the Jews ran into. Huh?
Well, there were 3 or 4 different kinds of balls. Like that.
Well, Baal battled a couple of them, didn't he? He had a conflict with Mot, god of death, and then but who? Oh yeah, and then Mot defeated him. But then he also had the battle with Yam, the sea god, and he won that battle. So he wins against Yam, the sea god, and then he gets defeated by the god of death, Mot, and then he gets resurrected by his sister.
Yeah, okay. So I'm talking about
Which is
in the Hebrew Bibles, they didn't run into these deities themselves, just their worshippers, right? So in the first book of Kings, there was a battle between Elijah and the priest of Baal, right? Who they were challenging. So he was challenging the priest of Baal to raise fire out of the sacrifice. So that says something about Baal being a god of fire.
Yeah, I've actually been going through some of those notes too, and that's something that, like this thing about fire and water we were talking about in chat. I think that is probably the most amazing part about this concept, because you start getting into purification rituals, and I want to be able to actually have a conversation on that. That's why I was asking you guys if you wanted to do another show on that new series that I'm going to be doing, where we talk about Moloch, because there's a lot of different things going on there. I mean, I was really surprised by that. And I think what I was telling Robot was, I think me, you, and Robot could actually do a really good show on it and not get all crazy.
Mhm.
You know, 'cause,
Yeah, I'd be up for it.
well,
We already watched that movie last time.
Mark, we can have him
So-
come on, but he might get rowdy and start getting all.
Mark?
Uh,
No way.
relation to what?
But Moloch, that might
Was Mark there when you last did the show with Kama and about Mola?
No.
I think so.
Okay.
Maybe. No.
We both missed out on the fun.
That one was probably one of the streams that you would have really been glad that you missed out on.
Hmm.
Just to let you know, I that's the one I told you about where I lost my streamer
Yeah.
Cherry.
Yeah. He actually said it on his live stream.
Yeah. No,
He cut it out on the recording.
Okay.
no.
I actually like
Oh,
the
I
Egyptian
totally missed
story
that.
because it's so much more complete and it goes for longer. Like it goes into how basically after Osiris gets resurrected, he has a son, Horus, and Horus has another battle with Set, and then I think Set becomes the father of Anubis, and it just keeps going and going, you know. Whereas like with the Mesopotamian ones, we only have very partial parts of the story, you know.
No, so you when it comes to what we were just talking about, and about Baal, okay, what's going on there is it's all about the sacrifices. You know what I mean? Like what Tan just brought up, and sacrifice to them was a way to ensure cosmic order. You know what I mean?
That's right.
There's a theme that is. It resonates with the idea of divine authority.
That's right. They had to appease the gods back then.
Is this the idea where it comes from, that the humanity was created to serve, to be the gods' slaves?
Yep, pretty much. Well, see, not only we were slaves, but like the ancient gods, they actually fed off of our prayers and off of our sacrifices. It fed them. So
Mm.
when you went and you sacrificed an animal,
You made them stronger.
you made them stronger. They fed off that. That was their nourishment.
But also that kind of got
Terry
corrupted
Pratchett.
over the years with the priesthood, where the priesthood would kind of trick the kings into believing in these deities, but then they would really sneak into the temple through like a hidden door and eat the offerings, so and sell some of the offerings and stuff like that. So the priesthood became really powerful and like fat because they just demanded all these offerings all the time. And that's the story of Bel and the dragon in the Bible, where David goes on and shows the king of Babylon, I think it was, that now you're actually, you know, worshipping a false god and you're being tricked by the priesthood. And he goes on to go, well, one of you are going to die. Either you prove to me this god is real, in that case, David dies, or if you can't prove it to me, then you're gonna die. And basically, they they locked the door and sealed it with this king's signet ring. And then the next day, the offerings were gone, and the king's like, "Wow, the gods are real." Then David goes, "No, look at the footprints on the ground. You see?" And then he could see like women and children's footprints on the ground, and he ended up slaying all the priesthood because they lied to him.
I like Terry Pratchett's the author of the Discworld series concept on this, in which he states that God belief creates gods. So without belief, gods do not exist. Therefore, the more people that believe in gods, the stronger the god becomes.
Okay. What?
So
Oh, wait a minute. I'm wrong.
Does man create God? God creates man.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's kind of
Guys,
interesting. Yeah.
I just realized that we have another hour. I just realized our chess tournament doesn't start in another hour. So, all right,
Oh, cool. Right on.
Yeah.
My theory is that this is actually like a pre-Diluvian history that was preserved, and then over time it kind of got piggybacked on by the priesthood and the kings and stuff like that to keep the people under control, and the priesthood would keep the king under control and stuff like that. You know, you see that same theme throughout history, I think.
I've been finding.
Okay. The argument is that religion needs some sort of order, needs some sort of structure, and therefore, who creates and who implements that structure? In this case, it would be a church or a monarch.
Well, it even goes back
That's
further.
not really what the mythology says, though. The mythologies tend to say the gods came here, gave us knowledge, gave us language, and we ended up building structures in their honor. You know, it doesn't really say we needed to explain the universe and therefore we built these things.
Yeah.
That's how I read it.
And if you like, I've been getting into the Indo-European.
Well, that's what mythology.
Now, when it
Yeah,
comes,
that's what the mythology says, but it's the old sort of science against magic. Then you are. You
But remember, in the old days,
to,
science was
understand
magic.
the world. Yeah, precisely. That's my point. You need to, as an individual, you need to understand the environment you are in. You need to understand that's a hill, that's a field, that's fire. Therefore, you are creating, I don't know, a narrative, a concept about what those things are.
right?
Maybe you're right, Mark. Or
Is it
maybe aliens
God?
exist and they came here
Huh?
and gave us knowledge and pyramids and shit. Who knows?
Like aliens.
Well, also,
No, no, no.
hold up.
Yeah, but so
Completely God with
you don't
aliens.
think the Egyptians built the pyramids? Huh?
Um,
Hey, sorry,
I
we're
Right.
digressing. Let's get back on topic.
No, what I was wanting to say is this, okay? Now, with what you guys are talking about with the Indo-European stuff that I've been going through, okay, it's a lot more nuanced than all of that, you know, because like each word that comes out of our mouth when it comes to these deities represents something, okay? Like you just say God and you don't even understand what the actual word means, or you
Right.
say L and you don't understand what the word L means. You know what I mean?
Right.
But there's root words that's involved with it,
Right.
and I
It's
went
the
through.
Babel effect.
Right, and I went through a lot of the Indo-European and the Indo-Aryans. I hadn't had time yet to go through the Semitic stuff as thoroughly, but I'm, you know, these words are connected to nature and they're connected to the way things work. You know what I mean? These people observed the world like Mark was talking about, but they had to rationalize it in their heads. This is why the thunder is the way it is, because there's gods who are up there um, causing these things. You know what I mean? So
Okay.
they had to have a rational reason for why these things were taking place. So they
And so they turn them into gods.
turned them into deities. Yeah, yeah,
Well, I think the same way you're describing them as what we're doing now, we have to find a
Yeah.
rationalization for why they came up with those stories when we weren't really there and we don't really know. I just think,
Question.
why make it so
Question for
like,
you guys.
for example, a lot of these myths actually get traced back. If you're talking about Indo-European, the Indo part is India, and a lot of it actually traces back to the early Vedic myths. And
exactly.
when you read their stuff, it's like mega intricate. Like the amount, I don't know, if there's like 100,000 different gods, and they all have their own backstories, and it's more complex than you would need to explain stuff. You know what I mean? And that's what grabs me is like the complexity of it, and up to the point of talking about
Question for
basically
you.
the manas and spaceships and stuff like this. So I find it hard to explain. Is all I'm
Yes,
saying
I just
in
want
Mark's
to raise a question. In our sort of modern secular culture, has science killed God?
No.
No, I don't think so. I think our society
nowhere near it.
couldn't function. They couldn't function without God and religion. To be
Some
honest.
people like to
The
believe.
thing is, science and spirituality is starting to merge now because science is really just our early baby steps of understanding the universe. The scientists think they understand it, but they're only just getting started. And there's a lot of things that are still unexplained. And when you go back to these ancient times, it seems like they had a somewhat higher form of science where they harness these energies of nature that we're only just starting to understand. So, on the contrary, I think science is discovering God slowly but surely. That's my
And
opinion.
in a lot of these ancient,
Need to
in a lot of these
sorry.
ancient, in a lot of these ancient uh, mythologies, if you call it that. I like to call them ancient religions because I think it's disrespectful because they believed in their deities just as much as what people today do. But I believe that what the way it is they have they look at the cyclical nature of existence. You know what I'm saying? Um, there's cosmologies there. It's not just they came up with this cool idea about why birds fly. You know what I mean? Um, as time went by, it evolved and it became more and more. Like today, if you listen to these philosophers and you listen to the ones today, and then you listen to the ones that were 2,000 years ago, you it's hard for the average person to understand that a lot of these philosophies came out of these myths and these lores. You can find every single freaking bit of philosophy that we call philosophy today in those ancient mythical lore lores that are from the past. That's where it draws from. You know, everybody talks about Anglo-Saxon. You know, Anglo-Saxon this, Anglo-Saxon that. You know what that is?
Anglo means angel, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know what Saxon is.
Saxon is probably the most pagan belief that was ever in Europe, dude.
Which is?
Let me found an interesting post on Reddit about the Baal cycle, and this person is from 4 years ago did a quick summary of what's in that text, right? So let's go through them. Summary of the Baal cycle. Okay, Yam wants to be the ruler over other gods and to be the most powerful of all. Baal. So in here they're saying Baal just literally mean Lord, and there might be like Roger said, there are multiple of them, but it's just a title for Lord, and there's different lords in their pantheon, like Baal Hadad. Okay, anyway, so back to the summary. Baal Hadad opposes Yam and slays him. Baal Hadad, with the help of Anath and Athirat, persuades El to allow him a palace. Baal Hadad commissions Kothar wa Kassis to build him a palace. The king of the gods and the ruler of the world seeks to subjugate Mot. Mot then kills Baal Hadad. Anat brutally kills Mot, grinds him up, and scatters his ashes. Baal Hadad returns to Mount Saphon. He's dead, so we're missing a part where he got resurrected somewhere in between here.
Now that mountain that you're talking about today, they call it Mount Cassius.
Okay, Mount Saphon is now Mount Cassius. Where is it geographically?
It's in Anatolia. I know that much. Or it might actually be in Libya.
Libya.
Yeah. But I can actually.
Yeah, I think so.
So Moth killed Hadad, Anath killed Mod. I guess from when we're reading between the lines here, then Anath resurrected Baal Hadad, who returns to Mount Saphon. Mod, having recovered from being rounded up and scattered, challenges Baal Hadad. Baal Hadad refuses, and Mod submits. Baal Hadad then rules. So that is the gist of the Baal cycle text.
That was really, really good. That was actually pretty good. That was a pretty good outline, to be honest with you. Now he brought up Mount Cassius, or the mountain.
Saphon.
A lot of people don't realize that mountain was actually the home of the gods, and to this day, they mention that, and that connects to the Greeks as well. Because in my findings, I also brought up something about the twins. I posted it earlier in the chat and everything, but all of this goes back to that mountain, and I've been noticing ever since I started doing strange stories this year, when I did my strange stories on Mount Fuji and Suicide Forest. It just kind of went way in a direction I didn't expect it to, because all of a sudden I'm learning about like mountain worship and the way people worship trees and things of that nature when it
Well, I
came.
mean, mountain is the basically the ascent. It represents the ascent of man to something higher, and the ancient people used to worship gods up in the high mountains,
Hmm.
and
In the
and
Baal cycle, it was the Mount Zaphon,
Mount
or
Saffron. Yeah.
Sapon,
Yep.
which still exists today. It's called Baal Saphon,
Uh,
and it is, where is it? Translates to land of the north.
did you
Where
figure
is
out
it?
geographically where it is? In fact, just look
It's
up.
the now Jabal Accra is the one I've got, and that is supposed to be the mouth of the Orontes River on the Syrian, and that's on the Syrian and Turkish border.
Yeah. So first millennium Assyrian texts mention Baal Zaphon as the name of the mountain itself. Locally, the mountain was
Syrian
worshipped
Turkey
in its own
border
right.
is
Yeah.
Syrian Turkey border is what Gemini tells me.
It's where, in Hebrew scriptures, the Israelites were instructed to camp by Yahweh across from the place named Baal Zaphon, in order to appear trapped and thereby entice the Pharaoh to pursue them. This must be during the Exodus.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So I wonder, is that the same
Uh,
as Sinai or what?
Mount in Exodus. What is that Mount? Mount Zion was in Exodus.
Sinai.
Now that one is right next to Jerusalem. That one is a different mountain altogether. But it goes back to what I was saying too. You find a lot of mountain worshiping. Even with Noah, Noah went up on the mountain to
Mount
get
Sinai, right? You're right, Mr. Robots.
you know what I mean. He even went up on the mountain to get the the commandments.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
and you'll see that all over
Yeah.
every religion, pretty
And
much.
then in, like I mentioned in the Book of Kings, uh, Elijah battled the priest of Baal on Mount or near Mount Carmel.
Carmel. Yeah. Now, Jebel Arca is a mariner's landmark that gathers thunderstorms. The mountain was a cult site in ancient Canaanite religion and continued through classic antiquities. A mount of ash and debris remains. An archaeological investigation was broken off because of military restrictions imposed due to the mountain's border location. So, the ancient Semitic name for the mountain was Sapon and is recorded in Akkadian as Supuna. In Ugaritic, it is Supanu, and in Egyptian, it is a lot of fuzzy words. In Aramaic, it is Sapon, and in Phoenician, it is Sapone. Now, when it's got that straight line above it, that's supposed to be like it's still like here in America, right, where it's supposed to be the O sound.
Mount Saffron.
I
Okay,
actually think it's in Saudi Arabia somewhere, or like on the border of like
no,
Kuwait.
I just told you. I even like in ancient Semitic, it is known as Sapon. That's the
Yeah,
word,
no, I know. I
Saffron.
told you that before.
right? But
I'm trying to find the location of it.
I
Yeah,
just
yeah.
told you it's right here on the border of the Syrian and Turkish border.
Well, Google says it's now Mount Kilik right now.
I don't. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, see, and that goes. Okay, let me. I didn't want to bring anything or very much up when it comes to um, with
Je- Modern name is
It should be, yeah.
Jebel
Yeah, that's the one I got right there. Jebel
It,
Akro.
I
But
reckon
that
it
is
is.
in that's where now called Mount Kulik.
Yeah. I'm wondering what the deal is with that. They keep changing the name. I think if they believe if they keep changing the names, people are going to forget.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
I think so
Forget all the
too.
bad stuff that happened there.
You know, like there was actually ancient battle that took place there at one time too. So like this isn't just about folklore either. There was an actual ancient battle that took place there that was like supposed to be historic. Um, I forgot the name of it, but I can actually scroll down and find out.
So in the Bible, it says it's where they camped before they crossed the Red Sea. So it has to be on the Egyptian side of the Red Sea. So it'd still be in Egypt, according to the Bible.
What are you saying? You found the name of this mountain in the Bible?
It actually is referred to as the land in the north, so it's got to be somewhere in North Egypt, I would deduce.
Which mountain are you looking for?
Mount Baal Zephon.
Now, Baal Zephon would be another one, and that would be in Egypt. So,
Baal Zephon is the location mentioned in the book of Exodus as the site where the Israelites camped before crossing the Red Sea. It is associated with the Canaanite storm god Baal, who is worshipped in various, Mesopotamian religions.
That could explain why when Moses came back from the mountain Sinai, worshiping the Hebrew God, he found his people worshiping the bull, the golden calf.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
now
Which,
what I
which
what
is
I what I've
interesting
got
because
here is the
they must have
Hurrians.
gotten that from Egypt then, because I always thought they got it from Babylon, the whole bull worship thing.
Hold on now. Now the Hurrians called it this mountain Mount Hazi, and it considered it the home of the store god Teshub. Now the Hittites continued his worship, celebrating Teshub's victory over the sea in the song Kamarbi, found in the capital of Hattusa. They also celebrated the mountain in its own right, naming it as divine guarantor on their treatises. So that would be actually the storm god Teshub that's there, and they're talking about the Hittites. So that
All right,
is
guys.
that's not
Time
false.
check. It is now 4:20. I'm going to heartbreak in 10 minutes.
Okay.
Listen to this, guys. The largest mountain on the Egyptian coast near the Red Sea is Mount Catherine, also known as Jabal Kathrina. Jabal, get it?
Doesn't Jabal just means then mountain?
Well, it's got the word Baal in it, is what I'm saying. And it's the
Jabal.
largest mountain there.
Yeah,
Jabal.
All
I
means
think
mountain.
you're clutching at straws a bit there.
He's doing a lot of reaching. He's starting to sound like.
Well, it's the
Lot of
largest
straw
mountain
grabbing.
in the area where they said it would be.
Be careful. You're going to
Makes sense.
eventually start sounding like Jordan Maxwell. You keep on talking like that.
I found it. I think I found it. Yeah. Oh! I'm going to share my screen quickly. I knew it would be there somewhere. This makes
Please.
sense, actually. Why it's not been...
Now, just
Jabal
so
in the Bible is also a son, a descendant of Adam.
a descendant of what?
Adam.
Adam. Whoa, hold up. I actually heard something that pertains
All right.
to
Jabal.
So-
I mean, it's just the
so
name
see,
Jabal.
It's
Yeah.
where they camped before crossing the Red Sea. And here it says the largest mountain on the Egyptian coast is Mount Catherine, Jabal Kathrina.
Jabal.
And this is it here. It's actually just over the water from the Gulf of Suez,
All
and it's
right,
kind of
okay.
at the tip of the Red Sea.
Now,
Right.
where was Aaron buried at?
It's a huge mountain range.
Hey,
And you could kind of picture gods living here. Like, look at this.
robot,
It'd be difficult terrain to climb through and stuff.
Mr.
So
Robot.
in the Baal cycle, they say the god lived nested in the mountains, and
Hey,
that's where his abode was.
where did Moses bury Aaron at?
Ararat, wasn't it?
Okay, so Jabal is Arabic, meaning
No, I don't know.
mountain or hill.
Yeah, that's what it is. I figured he got carried away and started. I figured it was like
Jabal is
he's
Arabic.
done good so far. He hasn't mentioned freaking remote viewing at all.
Well,
Jabal is just
actually,
an
they
Arabic
do
word
remote
which means mountain
on
or hill.
Moses.
So
But look at this mountain range, man. It's huge.
Yeah.
Huge.
now Sinai, I actually found out a lot of cool stuff about that area. Like there's a lot of archaeological sites there that aren't even being really checked out there. Like you know how we were talking about the Semitic language being two separate types. There was the Northwest Semitic language group, and then there was the African Orient. What was Oriental or Asiatic Semitic group?
Mhm.
There is actually an archaeological site that's over there that connects the languages where Jews were incorporating both Egyptian language in with their own languages. So I thought that was pretty cool. There's parts that were in the Bible that were taken out because it was kind of controversial. Like there was a woman who was supposed to be a hero that was in that region, and they had a lot of stories about it, and it was really weird when I heard it. Is all I'm saying. Like it was a real strange. You're getting ready to say something, Mark. I see in your face.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it is strange because I'm just thinking of how languages evolve, how one language will take part of a different language. I mean, as an example, as we were talking about the other day on elements, the idea of thing about the English language and looking at things like the Scandinavian and Latin influence on English.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And like you know how we were talking about kingship too. It's like with this story right here. The most important part about the ball cycle is it established kingship. When it comes to Baal's kingship, it aligns with a lot of things other than just Phoenician culture. You know what I mean? Like you'll see it with that. You'll also see it being done with Marduk. But that's really what this comes down to. It starts establishing a kingship. You know what I mean? And it's what made it to where people would say, "Okay, this is our king. He's a direct connection to the divine." You know what I
To the
mean?
gods, divine right of kings.
Mm-hmm. So
Much like the Pope is the direct connection to God in Catholicism, and the monarch of Britain is the direct connection to God in Anglo in Church of England.
yeah,
The Pope is not a king.
no, he's not a king.
What is the spokesperson for? Well, That depends on
Is
the
he a
definition of
spokesperson
a
for
king,
God?
but
He's like
in modern,
he's like God's prime minister.
yeah,
Yeah. Well, we like to call him
yeah,
the intermediary.
once.
The intermediary. You,
The,
be careful. Be careful where you tread here. You got a Catholic in the room, so be
the real Mount Sinai is still disputed. Hey, no one has really
Oh.
found it
Hmm.
you know. And
until now.
I was
I
going to
think I
bring
found it,
something up.
guys. I think this is it. I think it's this mountain.
Well, it's supposed
It
to
would
be
have to be.
half.
It would have to be between that first mountain and Israel, and this is the only big mountain in between, and it's pretty big, and it's got the water and stuff coming out of it too.
Yeah, that's the key point right there. That's where the water was supposed to come out when he hit the rod on the ground and the water came
Yeah,
up.
yeah. And look at it. Can you see the picture?
Yeah.
See the water coming out of the mountain.
Mhm.
Hmm.
And they even have these burning bushes here. Looks kind of like acacia trees. And there's a split in the
They're
mountain.
not burning bushes, they're not lights.
No, there's a tree called burning bush, isn't
You
it?
say that they're burning
I think it was an acacia. I think it actually says in the Bible it was an acacia. But yeah, here you see the water coming out of the mountain. It's crazy.
That's pretty cool.
And you definitely would want to stop there if you're going through the desert. You know what I mean?
With me, I was just completely amazed with like the number of similarities between a lot of these belief systems, these religious practices and stuff like that. Even though they, like, you have the Semitics, of course, but then you had the Aryans, and they were all in the same area, and they had their different, belief systems. Don't get me wrong, but there was tons of similarities too. Like the whole mountain worshiping thing. It's all through it. And when I say Semitic, I'm not just talking about the Jewish. I'm talking about the Phoenicians and the Canaanites too, because they were Semitic as well. You know, and they all practice it. Even the Indo-Europeans practice mountain worshiping, and then you come to the worship of trees and stuff of that nature. You know what I mean? And then cardinal directions and the four winds. You guys know about all that, right? That was like the primordial.
It reminds me of the conflict we had with Mia about Mahjong. But yeah, it's related. Sort of.
Mountains always make me feel like I'm closer to the divine. They're just so huge. It makes you feel like insignificant and small next to it, Or even volcanoes. If you've ever seen an active volcano, it's like you're right there with the gods, It's crazy.
Well, see that in a pagan point of view, though, that is very spiritual. A volcano is, and it's like with Mount Fuji. That's kind of what got me started on it, because Mount Fuji's ground is solid volcanic rock, and everybody calls the Suicide Forest a silent forest. Like, you go in there and you hear nothing. Okay, now that would be because of the rock formation, and then there's like three major caves, volcanic veins that run underneath it, and one is got ice that builds up in it, and it's always cold. Another one has got wind, and then the third one is got freaking like moss all over it, and it's silent. When you go in there, you can't even hear your own echo. All of that is symbolic too, and it kind of makes you think that maybe there is something going on there, because you have all these elements in the same area, and everybody wants to come up with their own theories on what's going on there with the Suicide Forest, but they don't want to talk about Mount Fuji and the forest together. You know what I mean? It creates basically this pagan spiritual environment. So it would make sense why people would go to that area and commit suicide.
Well, a lot of people always talk about going up on the mountain to receive like insight, whether it's like Moses and the thing, or whether it's like monks having their monasteries up on top of a mountain. Very often you'll see different cultures building their their temples and stuff on the top of mountains. Even the South American cultures did it.
Sorry, gents.
I think there's something to it.
Up, you guys continue.
Glad you showed
I
up.
have a theory that because mountains are made from like basically volcanic structures pushing the core of the earth up, a lot of these like heavy elements kind of end up nested in the middle of a mountain. And I think that sort of stuff conducts like the energies up through the mountain. And I think it's very similar to sort of like a temple, where people would build temples in like certain proportions out of certain materials to like thin the veil and get you closer to the spiritual, I think it's a similar kind of thing.
Have you ever heard of the world tree?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which culture came up with that first? Was it?
I believe it was the freaking Romanians who came up with it first. But it could have been the Nordics.
I think a lot of cultures have it, don't they?
Well, yeah, it's all through Eastern Europe. That's actually what got me started.
Just to correct you for a minute, don't you mean Transylvanians at that time? Romania is a relatively new name.
Well, we don't want to talk about Transylvania, do we?
Ooh.
But yeah.
I want to open up a can of worms there.
Well, I mean, when you talk about Romania, though, then you bring in the larger scope of things too, because then you have to take into consider the Romanis, the gypsies from Romania. You know what I mean? And that takes it all the way into the real folklore. Like, people today don't understand, like, the Easter egg came from Romania. It's a Romanian, it's a Romanian folklore.
I did not know that.
Yeah,
I thought it was more German, more.
It's really interesting.
Central European.
Yeah, I just did an episode on Wild Talk about it.
How the hell do you get an egg out of a rabbit is what I want to know.
That is a good question. I actually would
a chocolate egg out of a rabbit.
See, now you're getting me hungry. Now, the whole thing about the Vedic traditions, okay? The Vedics especially ties all that together, because that is 100% Indo-European. You know what I mean? So that brings it into the tie. And then when we start talking about the world tree and mountain worshiping is pretty close to the same thing.
Axis Mundi. And I'm reading here, even indigenous Mesoamerican cultures have that concept. Even the Maya, Aztec, Olmec, they all have that concept. So my theory is that it's actually antediluvian. It probably comes from like Atlantean times. And it sort of must have spread across the world early on in the piece. Speaking of Indo-European, okay. I did some, when I was in India, I did some etymological research on a lot of high.
You're making an assumption that
a lot of high German.
An assumption that you're assuming that existed.
What?
Yeah, I'm just saying that you're making an assumption that you are assuming that Atlantis actually existed, which is question,
Well,
Rob.
I'm just reading it like, all these places have the same concept that supposedly aren't connected in the modern day. Or like, so how did they get the same concept so early on? Like the Olmecs are really old, right?
Yeah, the
Um,
Olmecs are one of the oldest ones here in the
so it
Americas.
kind of alludes to an earlier culture that, either traveled across the world or an empire that stretched across the world. What's the earliest one we know of? Atlantis.
Well, that's
Um,
Uh,
I mean,
I just want to quickly
what's the
make this point.
earliest one that we assume? Assume,
now
not
now
know. We
the
don't know that
oldest
Atlantis actually.
the oldest empire that we know existed was the Sumerians. just to put that out there, because and if you take a look at the Sumerians, you will find that there are a lot of mysterious things involved with them. Okay, like
But
we don't know where that freaking language group came from. It's not related to any language group that we have today, and we don't know where it came from.
consider this, Roger. Who built the structures that used to make up the Baalbek stones in Lebanon? Because they
Well,
were ruined, like, when we found them, and they're massive. We're talking like one stone, 1.2 million kilograms, you know, and they were just strewn across the land when we found them. And they go back to like it probably as early as the beginning of Sumeria or before.
and they also don't. Oh, they for the longest time. This goes back thousands of years. There's always been uh, lore that giants were the ones who built Baalbek. I mean, and this isn't like some new
Well,
alien
we can't move
belief.
those stones today. I don't know how the hell they did it, to be honest.
I'm just pointing out the fact that like this isn't like some new age UFO thing. I mean, this is stories that go all the way back to ancient times where they talk about giants were the ones who built those structures. They literally say they give credit to giants
In which text?
in freaking what is it I gotta remember the freaking the women that were up there freaking they worship.
The not. I'm thinking the Amazons. No.
Well, the Amazons worship the same at the same place. They actually did go there. What was it? They were the oh my goodness. Um, now I'm gonna have to do that.
I know the city of Dan was near there. The Danite
The
tribe.
oracles, the female
Oracles.
the oracle
Problem.
Delphi of Delphi.
I've just
yeah.
noticed a problem.
The oracles of Delphi spoke.
I've just noticed a problem. You've been talking about Atlantis and Amazons, but these are just alleged stories based on Plato
Not the Amazons. Dude.
stories.
Yeah, but do you know where Plato got them from?
No, dude. The Amazons are not fiction. They're actually the Scythians. The Scythian women
Okay.
who were portrayed as the Amazons, and they weren't like barbarian women who didn't like men. They actually had husbands.
Oh, really? I thought it was a culture of all women.
No, they actually the Greeks vilified them because they didn't like the idea of women fighting in battle alongside men. So they made them out to like be these horrible freaking lesbian chicks, basically. And that was the only reason why they did that was because they were just as much warriors as what their men were. You had the Scythians and the Sarmatians. And the Scythians
They rode on horses, eh? So that makes sense.
Mhm. And the Greeks hated that, and that is where the whole story behind where Plato and all of them came up with the Amazons came from.
Was it
Herodotus or something?
Herodotus?
Yeah, and he he actually was nicer about the Scythians than what most of the other ones were, because he actually ventured there and um, made an account of what took place, supposedly. But all
Did
the
you
other
know the term Amazon is derived from the Greek word amazos, which means breastless,
yeah,
due to their etiological tradition that claimed Amazons had their right breast cut off or burnt out of better use a bow. That's hardcore, man.
yeah, it is. That's the kind of woman we need to get.
Well, it's no more
That's
different than
dedication.
Normans cutting off the pinky finger to use a bow. Mind you, it's sort of different part of the body, but yeah, it's same concept.
If you want to do that, you can, but I do not suggest it. Just putting it out there, guys. Do not cut your pinkies off. Do not cut the right breast off so that you can shoot a bow. It's not a good idea. So,
I'm a pretty good shot as it is. I don't have any breasts, so I'm
No.
good.
well, you do have a pinky though.
Yeah, I go okay
Actually,
with it.
no. Sorry. It's actually I've got that incorrect. The idea was to cut off the pinky so you couldn't use a bow.
You don't need your pinky
goes
to
back
use a bow. You only use the
1066.
three fingers in the middle.
Well, maybe not pinky. One of the fingers, anyway.
Mark, have you ever
The
shot a
index
bow?
finger.
What are you gonna do when you're back
no.
at savagery?
If
Wow.
remember,
almost-
we are British.
When, isn't it?
Step up a lip and cups of tea. Yeah, we will sort everything out over a cup of tea.
All empires must come to an end eventually.
There is one thing that I do want to point out too. Now, the whole interconnective stuff when it comes to Afro-Asiatic Semitism or Semitic languages and like the Indo-European languages. Now, with that,
Before you go on, can I just make the point that the word Semite or Semitic comes from the son of Noah, who is called Shem, and his sons were called Shemites, and that's where the word Semite comes from, and part of that lineage is actually the Arabs as well. So both the Jews and the Arabs come from the same Shemite lineage. So sorry, continue.
Now, what I was getting at when I was so rudely interrupted, but
I thought it would just add to the story.
it's good. It's good. This is okay. But what I was getting at was that now you got to remember, okay, that during the times that we're discussing too, there was an interconnectedness between these different languages and these cultures. Okay, like you have to take into the fact that the Greeks and the Jewish world, okay, through linguistic differences, with the Greeks being Indo-European, okay, and then you had the Jews who were Afro-Asiatic, okay, Semitic. They actually incorporated a lot of things together, and you can see that there was a well, especially during the Hellenistic period, you could see that there was actually like a subjugate period. You know what I mean? And that would have been during the time that the Seleucid Empire started coming around after Alexander the Great. You know what I mean? And that's what I was saying. Whenever I was going through this stuff, I could actually see like how much more of a connection they had with one another. You know what I mean? Than what we really think it is. And I don't think really that today.
100%.
You know,
I was in Turkey, and went to one of the museums there and stuff, and you could see like in ancient times they had like gold from Egypt there, and like you know, gemstones from Babylon, and like you could see the trade routes and stuff. Like really early on in the piece, they were like trading amongst that whole region. You know.
Yeah. Well, like
what is the museum? The not the Natural History Museum, the museum that contains the Elgin marbles. They've got and they've had an exhibition like that for a long time. It's very similar.
well, like the Septuagint, okay, when they did the Hebrew scripture into Greek. Now, if you look at and you check that out, they say today that there is no surviving version of the Bible before the time that was translated. Okay, which was would have been Hebrew. I'm pretty much guessing, but Aramaic, I believe.
Yeah, Hebrew.
Greek.
Could be Greek as
Like
well.
I think they got
Yeah,
portions
Greek
of it in
or
Greek,
Likewise.
portions in Hebrew, and portions in Aramaic, and they kind of slapped it all together.
You know,
Even possibly some classical Latin.
right. Now it's like when we were talking about L. Okay, now you've got to also take into the consideration the god Theos. Okay, and that's the Greek term for God. Period. All right, and then you look at freaking the Hebrew term Elohim. Okay, and then you look at freaking you look at
Elohim is plural, right? So El is singular, and Elohim means plural gods.
Yeah.
so there's that linguistic overlap too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally. You can just see it.
And that's something that I think needs to be pointed out as well. Like there's a lot going on, and it's more nuanced than what people make it out to be. You know what I mean? So
Definitely.
when it comes to that stuff, that's the kind of stuff I look at. You know what I mean? We could have gotten on here and we could have had our religious debates and gotten into big arguments and stuff. But that's not how we usually do it. You know what I mean? That's why I like doing these shows with you and Tan and Mark, because we actually, have real conversations about this stuff. And that's what it's all about. So that's that kind of
I
relates.
love the cross comparison between religions and seeing where the different ideas come from, and sort of like following the river of mythology up as far back as I can. That's what I'm all about. And when it comes to languages as well, you often like can glean like different insights between different languages because they have the same word in different languages in different ways, like L, for example. So
Well,
yeah,
look at Zeus and Hades, and compare Zeus and Hades to Semitic gods like Baal and Yahweh. Look at that. I mean, what do you get when you compare in your head those four deities?
What did I say before? It was
Zeus and okay, you know who Zeus is, you know who Hades is, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now
Zeus and Poseidon, Baal, and
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Do you see any characteristics that these deities share among one another?
Well, for sure. Zeus was the thunder god. Yahweh was Yahweh ever associated with thunder?
I don't quite know what Yahweh was associated with, be honest with you. I could pull that up. As a matter of fact, I probably should have done this already. I really try to stay away from Yahweh. Yahweh is a Hebrew name for God, often translated as Lord in English, and is represented by the four Hebrew consonants YHWH, the tetragrammaton, which is considered a sacred name in Judaism and Christianity.
Tetragrammatron. I always have trouble saying that word.
I know.
Tetragrammatron. Tetragrammatron. Or something like that.
So
We know, man.
now, the name is believed to be derived from the Hebrew verb to be or to exist. The name is considered so sacred that that in Judaism it is not pronounced and is replaced with Adonai, which is
Yes.
the word, or Hashem.
Now this is actually interesting. This is the lost word of Freemasonry, right? Is the word of God, the lost word of God, and in various texts, it basically sort of alludes to that this when you hear this word, you are in communion with God. Or you know. I think there's even a biblical passage. I don't know if I have it open right now, where
You're still there, aren't you?
yeah, I'm just spacing out a little bit.
You've finally gone into a world of fantasy where you have finally had your imagination flared by this awesome subject that was just presented to you. Now, have you ever heard? Have you ever heard the Wisdom of Solomon by Philo of Alexandria?
I've been sort of like looking into that tonight a bit, actually. Yeah.
Not that. That's actually something right there that gets really deep into a lot of the older Freemason beliefs. I wanted to get into it, but I never made it past the Children of Lamech, to be honest. It's something that I want to get back into.
Well, this is a whole nother subject we should actually do another session on, because this goes into the next cycle of of mythology. Harem Habith, the key of Solomon, and the key of Solomon was this word, right? And they from memory, he split the word up and gave it to one person and another, and he couldn't say it unless he was in the presence of both of these kings.
Mhm.
And that was the lost word. But so like these what do you call them? Ruffians came up and killed him, Harem Abiff,
Mhm.
and they wanted to get the word out of him. Now, ask yourself, what is this word? Why is this word so important? Right? It's actually a method of achieving enlightenment. It's a method of achieving a state of consciousness that that is considered the word of God, or the Christos. Okay, and that's the missing key of so. I'd like to. You speak for a little bit, Roger. I
Okay,
just got
now
X.
now I think you're onto some good paths there, and this actually goes back to kind of what we were talking about earlier about kingship. Okay, the concept of divine kingship, where a king is seen as the intermediary between the divine, between the gods and humans. Now, this right here is like something that is all through the Greek and the Semitic traditions. You'll see it all over the place. You'll also see it in like well, you'll see it in the not the Rose. I keep wanting to say Rosicrucians, and it's the Freemasons. But you'll also see it in Freemason beliefs too. Um, if you take a look at the Greek mythology, okay, and you look at gods like Zeus and Apollo, and how they had supreme authority, then you take a look at the Canaanites and the Phoenician cultures, where Baal and El had dominance over the world. Okay, that's something else that you see right there when you, or at least I did. You'll see that like with these deities in the Greek mythology, Zeus and Apollo, they were the supreme authority, the rulers over everything. You know, and the Canaanites and the Phoenician cultures, with them, Baal and El had dominion over the worlds and like all the affairs that take place here on the earth. You know, then you turn around and you look at freaking Judaism, and then right there you find out about God's sovereignty. You know what I mean? And a lot of people don't understand that word, like God's sovereignty, and it's central. Usually, it's central in terms of like Yahweh being the ruler over the cosmos, and then through the kings, um, he was still seen as God's earthly representative, basically. You know what I mean? So when you looked at these kings, you saw freaking God's representative, and that was passed on, and that's where all this started, was from this Baal cycle and from the battle between Marduk and Tiamat. I don't. Well, I guess you could even put Osiris and Seth into it, couldn't you? No, because that's duality. Like neither one of them actually win. Like
I think it's
each day they.
you've got to go across a broad stream of things there.
Well, I mean, with me, like what's being said there is actually the way I interpret it as. You know what I mean? And it has a lot to do with how these things came to be. You know what I mean? And like earlier when you guys were talking about, we have to think about like what's actually going on in the world. I also put that into context of what we're reading. Like whenever I'm reading something that goes to like the ancient world, I tried to think the way those people during that time period would think, rather than how I would perceive the world today. Because if I don't do that, then I'm messing it all up. You know what I mean? Like these people thought completely different than what we do today. And that's the way I basically see it, that's all I was trying to give, was like my interpretation of how trying to look through their eyes, this is the kind of stuff I would be thinking, you know what I mean? So I don't know.
Yeah, and I think it's awesome to like go back to the sort of old Masonic books because they actually preserve a lot of these different ritual and rituals and things like that. Let's see here.
I just, for me, I find it really interesting too, like the differences as well as what's in common. Because, like I said, it's like you have Yahweh, who is supposed to have sovereignty over the entire cosmos. You know what I mean? He was the ruler over the entire cosmos. Then you had El, and you had the Canaanite Phoenicians deities, and most of them, they were really about freaking having dominance over the world and the things that go on here. You know what I mean? And that would play into what I was talking about, where they really didn't see, they seen him as immortal. You know what I mean? But they also seen him as beings that could be killed, that could die. And Yahweh doesn't need your offerings, you know what I'm saying? But their deities actually fed off of the offerings that were given to them. You know what I mean? That was their nourishment.
Definitely.
Those are the kind of things that really stick out to me. And then all through this, kingship started being developed. You know what I mean? Kings were being defined as the intermediates between humans and the divine. And I think that's what a lot of people don't understand when they hear the word pagan. They don't really understand what paganism is. Kingship is a form of paganism. You know that, right?
Okay, so
the word pagan, what
I don't want to hear all this.
it just means other, really, doesn't it? What does pagan mean to you?
I don't want to hear all this country bumpkin bullshit. You know what I mean? I've heard that from Jeffy all the time. It just means a dumb country boy. No, a pagan is a person who believes in pagan beliefs. Period. You know what I mean?
But there's no actual religion called paganism. Pagan is just like those guys,
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
those guys.
There's no actual religion called pagan.
Well, they're trying to put a pagan religion together, actually. They do have people who are trying to kind of do that, but I think they have a disagreement on what paganism really is, But my whole point, though, that I was trying to make was like kingship is a form of paganism.
What is your definition of paganism?
Paganism is believing in a belief system that has to do with nature. It has to do with animism. It has to do with believing that the earth actually has a soul. Trees have a soul. Animals have a soul. Not just human beings. We weren't put on this earth so that we could name every creature that freaking we see. That was something that man created by writing it down in a book and pretending that God said it.
Paganism, from Latin, rural, rustic, is a term first used in the 4th century by Christians for the people of the Roman Empire, practiced by polytheism or ethnic religions or others other than Judaism. Yeah, it's an other word.
Well, polytheism, I guess, would be the best term to use then. Instead of paganism, use polytheism. Be like the intellectuals and say it the way it needs to be said. Because, I mean, that's what I was getting at. Like, kingship is a part of that. You know what I mean? And there's other aspects too that's a part of paganism that people practice today, and they have no idea that they're doing it. You know. So when Mark Edworthy is over there in England and he says, "God bless the Queen," he's practicing paganism by saying that.
King.
And actually, you're in Australia, so
Yeah, God bless the king.
God bless the King now. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're in Australia when you say that too, which I know you say that all the time, Mr. Robot.
Every time he wakes up.
Every time he wakes up.
Well,
Oh,
every time you wake up, you salute the flag.
Which flag?
The US.
Oh no! I tell you what,
Come on. This is not a discussion for that.
I'm so tired of saluting that flag, man. I mean it really is. So yeah, I mean, and that's a good example. That's one good example of a lot of things that are going on that a lot of people aren't even aware of. Like, there's so much polytheism incorporated into all of these religions that they don't even realize it. It's in there every day.
Mm-hmm.
Christmas is 100% polytheism. Right? Easter, polytheism. The Easter egg. I was just telling you about that with the Easter egg. Okay. All of this stuff. I just did an episode, my final part of it, about the Romanian Easter eggs and how they worship Easter. They actually have two separate Easters. Okay.
Isn't that the same as Poland? Poland are very similar, sort of.
Probably,
Maybe.
So, I think that there's multiple connections between a lot of different cultural and religious systems, is what I'm saying, despite the difference in their languages, whether it be Indo-European or Semitic or any of that, because like I said, I think seriously a lot of people don't realize that these people actually had a network, a system that worked, and they knew what was going on. Like, people in I guarantee you, people at the edges of China knew what was happening in the Middle East, Near East, whatever you want to call it. I guarantee you somebody did, because of the silk trade.
Yeah.
There's a lot of evidence that proves that they knew what was going on with one another. And of course, with that, you'll have the same, or kind of a mix of religions and mythologies and stuff. So, I don't know. I'll shut up now.
Well, yeah. I think it comes down back to this practice of basically alchemy. This is my day's research has gone to the horns of Baal Hadad coming out of his head is actually the pan god horns as well, which is actually energy. And in Freemasonry, they go on to describe how, different practices and allows you to gain control of your emotions. Actually, I might bring it up. It allows you to control your emotions and become a more moral person. Mm-hmm. And that's the whole sort of premise of religion. and of building yourself into a better person and a spiritual being.
Like that even goes before religion, kind of like when religion started becoming when we talk about the polytheistic beliefs, think of the Furies. Okay, originally they were spirits of vengeance, and eventually they became spirits of justice. Okay, now these were polytheistic religions or belief systems that went from vengeance into justice. You know what I mean? So you can see that formation or that
Yeah.
morality starting to develop there. I was talking about that on a show with Mark and Nancy. We were all on it. I brought that up, and then you look at what were they called, the Arios, the freaking that they were supposed to have like serpent heads and stuff like that, and they were real ugly. Greek or Phoenician goddesses, or maybe
The
not,
Medusa
yeah,
concept.
yeah. And whenever I was talking about that, that's why it stuck out to me was Medusa. Eventually, that evolved into Medusa, who was so ugly that she would turn you into stone. You know, there's a lot of things that go into what you were just talking about. That, well, I guess it would have been the Titans during that time period. You know, so I think we did a good job at covering a lot of that. We may have maybe beaten a dead horse on that. Didn't we already have that conversation before?
Well, yeah, on was it during the Vixen show or was it during during the after show or one of the breaks? I think it was during one of the breaks.
Yeah, it might have been one of the breaks.
Yeah. Don't think we actually talked about it actually on the show itself.
Well, I mean, there's just so many things that a lot of people overlook, like this whole battle between God and Satan. You know what I mean? That in itself is freaking polytheistic or paganism or whatever you want to call it. It's pre-Christian Muslim beliefs that go back. You know what I mean? Like you look at Zeus versus the Titans.
Hang on, is it Muslim? Because I remember a similar story in Celtic religion. Picts or something in
Right.
Celtic.
Yeah, and that's polytheistic. It's the same exact stuff. Look
I
at
recommend you guys read into the Masonic literature. It gives you a lot of insight into how to interpret the mythologies. Because the Masons, man, they do it full time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so they're always a good source to go to for context.
Now that Tan's gone, you guys want to talk about sacrificial rites?
Here it says.
I just didn't want to get Tan upset.
Fair enough.
Really?
What Catholic some sacrifice? Okay.
It's your call on that, you guys. But do you want to do it? I just did because I know Tan. He'll get fired up.
Just to point out on a slight tangent, just to point out, in the middle of the Minds Chess tournament at this present moment, and because we are sort of planning, she's asking you if you want to join.
I'm going there now. I'll get on there. I'll get on there now. I forgot all about that. I can do it at the same time, but
I'm playing the Mines one and doing this at the same time.
Now,
You guys a couple of books.
yeah, that would actually be a good idea if you were talking about the Freemasonry and stuff like that. So
Yeah. So it says here the tradition of the ineffable name in connection of the lost word, showing it could not be pronounced except Beth, bated breath, or Hindu tradition declares. Wow, it actually says Hindu tradition declared. Can you guys see my screen?
No,
no,
I'm gonna
you have to do screen share.
I'm gonna share my screen so you can see.
Roger, just as a question, what's that thing, or what's that parchment on the right-hand side of the screen?
That right there is taken from ancient Carthage. It's a I forgot what it was. Shit, but it's from the site where they worshipped Tanis or Tanit and Baal-Haman. It's one of the inscriptions that are on there.
But yeah, here it says the ineffable word name in connection with the lost word is that it should not be pronounced except that bated breath is, or as the Hindu tradition declares, with the hand covering the mouth. The symbolism of the greater degree, the lesser the lights, and the play in many places on the word light itself in conjunction with the lost word. All these references and uses of... Sorry guys, I can't read very well right now. I'm tanked. The lost word, all these references uses constitute the complicated symbolism working in and on toward a common center or glyph, which taken in conjunction with building and restoration of the temple constitute the secret symbolism of masonry and illustrate the whole process of initiation. What real initiation is has been outlined in a... Sorry, this is not the section I wanted to show you.
No,
But this is a really interesting book. It does cover a lot of what we're talking about. Mystic Masonry.
no, I thought it was all supposed to be Mystic Masonry. Sometimes I feel like I'm muted.
I forgot I lost my train of thought.
You're getting tired. Okay.
We were talking about what? Hermabeth? Or what were we talking about?
You were talking about hidden secrets of the Freemasons and
the lost word, right?
yeah.
Do you know much about the lost word?
I know that they keep the O out of G because they don't believe that you should even say the word God. I know that the lost name of God is Yahweh, and I was also under the impression that Yahweh isn't really spelled with a Y, but that's only because I watched Indiana Jones and heard about it.
Yeah. That- I actually discovered something today
Using
that is another piece of the puzzle. I'll see if I can pull it up. I put it on the chat. Roger, you should totally join esoteric philosophy chat, man. You would love it. You need to. In fact, we should get him on here. What's his name?
Who?
Robert Robinson.
Robinson?
Robinson. Yeah, he's a Mason. He's a master Mason actually, and he'd be willing to come on here for sure. I reckon.
Well,
He started his own chapter. His own he started his own Masonic chapter of mystic Freemasonry.
I know. Now, this is our last episode for the season of Ancient Mysteries, but like I said, I'm wanting to start up my new series on the Praetorian. It's going to be called Untethered. And if you want, man, we could set something up with them to come in and talk about masonry and stuff.
Man, we can go deep. I reckon we're just getting started. Yeah.
That would be a great idea. Now, have you ever read into the Children of Lamech?
Of what?
The Children of Lamech.
Lamech.
Lamech. Lamech.
No.
Now,
Can you tell me what it is?
Lamech is one of the children or the grandchildren of Noah, and when you get into Lamech, you start finding out about the craftsman's tools and how.
Oh yeah. Okay.
It takes you into the pillars and what the pillars on the Freemasons mean. This is the old Mason beliefs before they got real popular and started doing Hiram Abiff. Well, not really. Hiram Abiff was a part of the story, but it wasn't the main theme. You know what I mean? This was back when they believed that the staff that Moses carried was actually made from wood off of the tree of life when the Garden of Eden was there, and then after that, it was used as wood for the ark. Noah's Ark, and then from there it transformed into the staff that Moses had, and then what's his name, that Roman that stabbed Jesus in the.
And then it became the rod of Aaron after that.
Okay, yeah. Well, that's basically what that's all about, and eventually, like they had their whole traditions into that, and the Children of Lamech was about it. Was related to all that. So
Crafters, builders. Interesting.
Yeah. So that's something that stuck out to me whenever I heard you saying that stuff. So I really get into that. That's the only reason why I like that old TV show Grimm.
I think we should start a whole new thing on this whole topic. I'd love to explore it really deep, and we can bring him on, and he can explain stuff to us. That'd be really cool.
Well, I've been doing old footage that I had, and redoing the videos. I've been calling those Esoteric Agenda, and I could make that into a live stream if you wanted to do that. Call the show Esoteric Agenda. Do live streams as well as uploads, because I go through and I edit as well. You know what I mean? I don't just do live streams. So
I'll leave the naming up to you, man.
It's a thought because I've got to come up with new episodes to take the place of ancient mysteries and strange stories. I'm gonna keep WoW going. That WoW talk's just gonna keep on going until hell freezes over. That's gonna be our. That's gonna be the main place where everybody gets on and talk if they want to come on to the show and talk. But the rest of them, I'm only gonna do like a video series. A certain amount of streams, and then switch to another topic. So we
I'm really keen to do this deep dives into these ancient mysteries because there's a lot here. Even just today, I downloaded like 10 books on this part of Freemasonry, and the thing I love about Freemasonry is it ties Egyptian and Mesopotamian and all these different mythologies together. It's like the crux of it all. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And yeah, so there's a lot preserved there that I think we could like uncover.
All right. So if you want to, we could do it, and just so that we can make it easier for you, we can do it. Like for me, it would be a morning show. You know what I mean? Then we can make it to where it'd be more accessible for you, and you can come on and we can actually do them together and stuff. Yeah, but we'd have to set it up, and I mean, I would do it a part of the esoteric agenda. I'll just start that up as a live stream. Name the show's esoteric agenda. I would do esoterica, but somebody on YouTube has already stole the name. I'm jealous. That's like esoteric name is esoterica.
I think we can come up with something better.
Like what? Esoteric agenda is the best one I like. Being honest, because and I don't.
What's your agenda?
No, that's the whole point. This is the agenda. This is the esoteric agenda. You know what I mean? Exactly.
Okay,
At least you pick up on it. I have to explain
secret
that.
agenda.
No, not other. It's our agenda. This is our agenda for today concerning esoteric. Concerning the esoteric. Oh man, I thought you had it. But, so
it'll reveal itself.
I think we're done good. We've come to 2 hours and 50 minutes. So before we go, man, you guys tell everybody how they can contact you so that we can end this, because I think we've pretty much covered everything.
And that's it from me. I just want to say that, yeah, there's this thing about the lost word is a mystery that I really want to fucking discuss, and I think we need to do another one on that.
I agree. Now on the lost words too, that's something that I do want to do. When you brought that up, I was serious about doing it. So later, when you got time, let's talk and chat about setting it up and getting it going.
Yeah.
Don't forget about it either, because I know you'll go to sleep here soon.
Well, I'm constantly talking with Dr. Robinson. I will message him and let's see if we can set up a little. I don't even know how we tackle something so big. It's a huge topic.
Tell him that we want to interview him.
Oh yeah, that would be good.
Ask him if he wants to do an interview for us, and
yeah, cool. All right.
and we'll get
Roger, sorry, Mr. Robert, you called him Doctor. You called him Doctor Johnson. Warbleson, sorry. Doctor Johnson. What is his doctorate in?
Not sure. Not sure.
Or is it
Not medical doctor.
presumed?
I think
Okay.
doctor of he's a master of his
Yes.
craft, put it that way.
probably archaeology or psychology. A lot of them are involved in
We'll find out. We'll find out.
yeah. So
But yeah.
so let everybody know how they can find you, Mr. Robot.
You can find me on Rumble if you look up Hacker Radio, or you can find us on Element under Hack Planet. You can find us on Minds Community, Minds Hub. There's lots of places on Element that we hang out on. I feel like we should like screen share and maybe show them how to do it. Can you see? Can you see my?
Probably not in this stream. Probably not, because that goes into a lot of complications. I can. Yeah, that. This isn't a support time
You
stream.
guys can't see my screen? Yeah.
Yeah, I can see your screen.
Okay.
You're missing
So
the point.
you guys can see
Not a
here.
sports
This is
stream, but-
this is basically
Okay.
mine element.
Okay.
These are the communities we're a part of. When you actually go into this nature and culture one, this is the one we're building out right now. I recommend you guys join. Nature and culture has like Bible history, all sorts of stuff. Different types of history, ancient history, Middle Asia, blah, blah, blah. But it also branches off into
Psychedelics. I know you guys get into that crazy
psychedelics. Yeah, some
psychedelics. You guys are like psychedelics love monsters and shit. That's what I like to call you.
Well, yeah.
You go out
like,
and
it kind of branches off into like spirituality, esoteric, psychedelics is one of the off branches of spirituality, and but yeah, there's plenty of chats to be had on all sorts of topics. No shortage of that.
So you're Mr. Robot. You also go by Illuminati. Remember to say that. And also remember that Hacker Radio, which you did say, but don't forget Illuminati. That's important. That's
Illuminati.
That's your name on Rumble. And always remember to do that, because he's not cool like me and Mr. Mark Edworthy. We've already gotten used to saying our names and where people can find us, but Robot's still a freaking virgin.
Yeah, nah.
Virgin.
I don't really want people to find me, but
yeah. Well, we'll go by like Mr. Robot, Illuminati, and Hacker Radio. That sound good?
Yeah.
Okay. We don't.
I like Mr. Robot is my name, but I don't know why it's Illuminati on there. It just
You did it.
It's an old account.
He's like turning red in his face. He's like, that was back when I was like 15. I've been there. I've done it, dude. Nancy picked on me because my ex account has ROGLOL1973, dude. And like, she started laughing and I know why she did, because like back in the 90s and shit, remember, I don't know if you remember that far back, but it was all cool to say, put like a real twist on your name in your email name.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and so I was Roger LOL 1973. Yeah,
Yeah,
they don't do
exactly.
they don't do that no more. So
69 at the end.
Mr. Edworthy, you want to tell everybody where they can find you, man?
Okay, again, nice and simple. I'm at minds.com, so minds.com/Midworthy.
Okay. You can find
Straightforward.
me. You can find me on Elements 2 as Roger underscore. No, I don't think I have underscore on here. It's just Roger Hanson. And you can find me at live with Roger Hanson on there, as well as mine's general chat and all those areas that we've got set up there. I'm also on Discord, but that's under Gaming with Infamous and the Wonderful World of Weirdness. I would tell you,
Actually, yeah, just to point out, your actual username on Elements Matrix is Roger Hanson, 1969.
1969. Thank you. And I would say Skype, but they're getting ready to shut down, so don't worry about all that. You can find me on Minds, but I don't wish to take credit for that. So I'm not gonna plug it.
I also have some like deep dive research that I want to keep doing. I just started with that again.
Okay.
I think whenever I can't get a hold of you guys, I'll just keep going with that and just, I want to just like read texts and like do like source information and show people how to do research in this kind of field, you know, like how I kind of want to get people used to how I go about doing my research. Yeah,
And that's what we like too. So I'm glad you did that, so that people can kind of it gives them kind of a reason why they'd want to reach out to you. You know what I mean? Like, you're into this stuff.
yeah. Basically, I just want to get other people interested so they can start researching for themselves. Because a lot of people just share stuff. They share without reading. You know what I mean? And like I want people that dig rather than share. You know, I want more diggers that get into the text and
Sounds
come
good.
talk to us. You know, and we can have discussions about it.
Okay, so we are now at 3 hours. I think this is the time that we say goodbye. And I want to thank all of you guys for showing up, and thank Tan for showing up too. With that, I am going to go ahead and end it. I'm going to stop the stream, but I'll keep it running so that I don't like break everybody off. All right.
Okay.
And I will see you guys later. Hope you enjoyed.
Thanks, guys. That was
There's probably thousands of different species of dimensional creatures out there, like insects. Insects. They could be like, I don't know what you call it. We call these beings if you were on their own dimension. I don't know, but you know what I mean. I just think it's, as I said, they're on different frequencies. I think sometimes you tap into it, and this person was tapping into it. Like, seems another quite a pretty genuine story as well. It seems to me. It's very believable, I think, yeah, for sure. Quite interesting as well, thought-provoking, you know?
Yeah. I can see it as being trans-dimensional, you know, but I just, like, that doesn't really reflect on the shadow people. Like, the beginning of it was, you know, shadow people or dimensional travelers. I'd go with dimensional travelers if anything. So, because
Yeah, I wouldn't. These are totally different to shadow people. You know.
yeah,
I would say from what you said, they seem totally different. They seem. I don't know what to. It's hard to put into words, really. But yeah, they're different again. This is a different species again. It's like your archaeologist finding new bones and fossils and stuff. This is like a new species to me. So it's like definitely, I would say, not species, but beings. Then to say.
yeah,
You know.
it's interesting. All right.
Yeah, it is for sure. So I can see them in my mind. You're talking about actually can see them. It's just quite fascinating. Yeah, it is.
The part about the legs bending backwards too, like that is pretty interesting. Like that's a well, physically they would be more advanced physical being than us too, because like if our legs could bend backwards, we'd be able to climb and run faster and stuff like that. So that's what really interested me there. But they're only 4 feet tall. Wow. And 4 fingers. That's interesting. Yeah. Okay, so I've saved the last one, or the big one, for last. This is the last one, but it's 4 parts, and it's called Haunted by a Black Cloak Entity. So let me pull that up and we can get started on that one. Experiences with dark oak. Hooded entities seem to be relatively common in the reports of ghost-like beings. Usually, but not always, they appear in the dead of night in the shadow corners of a room. They can be intimidated, foreboding, and downright terrifying. Are they products of the deep recess of our imagination where fear and uncertainty lie? Archetypes of what we dread about the unknown? Or are they real entities from some twilight dimensions with some nefarious agenda we cannot comprehend? To those who encounter them, like the author of the story that follows, there may be no difference. Whatever these things are, they haunted his consciousness for years. This is his story. This black cloak hooded entity has visited me at least 4 times in my life. I believe it all began after I bought a kid's puzzle game that showed a black cloaked hooded entity, skeleton in a black cloak with an A symbol on its skull, forehead, and the title is Alchemist. In September 1997, when I was a kid, I was watching an episode of Zorro on TV with my mother when Zorro became a black-cloaked hero to scare his enemies. He made this sound, whoa, or some stuff like that. That night at 4 a.m., I was awake on my bed when the bedroom door opened and I heard this exact same sound, but I knew the TV was turned off and everyone was asleep. I knew this sounded crazy, but it was real. Alright, yeah, I knew this sounded crazy, but it was real. I stood up on my bed to see outside the door, and I knew that it was a real ghost this time. But it was too dark No, but it was too dark that I did not see anything. But I know that something was there. I tried to ignore it and lay back down on my bed and closed my eyes to sleep. Suddenly I became paralyzed and could not move, while I could hear a strange sound that sounded like a high-pitched airplane engine, and I could see a pathway image in my head as if I was moving at a very high speed. It was terrifying, or perhaps this entity had the power to control my emotions. I was frightened to the point that I was able to get control of my hands, so I rubbed my eyes very fast to get the image away, but then I became paralyzed again. However, the image and sound were gone, and the new image appeared that showed a tree and a grass line with two people who were talking about something. I was not frightened anymore, so I smiled to show the ghost that I was not afraid. So the image disappeared, and I was able to open my eyes and move again. It seemed that the ghost had a power over me, and I was afraid. But when I was not afraid of it, then the ghost could not do much. Now see, like right there, that's what I was saying. I mean, to me, I'll keep reading on, but to me in that part right there, I think they're mixing up what a shadow person is. Well, he's actually saying a black cloaked entity. He's not specific.
The angel of death, and it's the angel of death and the angel of life, the angel of rebirth. That's
Right.
what they're saying. There's a guy that calls himself Cameron. Well, he takes different forms. When I first met him, and I apologize for being gone. Somebody stole my cat last night.
Oh,
And
wow.
yeah, like such a joy. Oh, but they brought her back when we left. Isn't that amazing? Like I guess when I pop off at the mouth crazily and start posting wild stuff, all of a sudden stuff aligns. Yeah. So anyway, I was handling that. She's back now, and she's scared for her life. But no, I met this guy, and when he was in the dark, he had a black cloak, and it was right when Corona started, and he had a hood on his head, and I was really sick at the time, and I felt like I was just like, yo, I was like, oh, you've come to take my life. I said you're the angel of death. I could look. He was my Lyft or Uber. I think it was Lyft driver first. And it went from him being my Lyft driver to he wanted to chill. We chilled. And when he came to chill with me, when he came to the door, like he had on shorts and a t-shirt in real life. But what I saw of him was, like I said, the cloak and the hood and even all but the shaft. And I looked at him and I asked him, I said, are you here to take my life? And he was like, no, more or less. And after that, it kind of like shocked him. Like I said, I was sick at the time. I was coughing and stuff like that. And after that encounter, everything kind of went away. And it's one of those things, I guess, because I kind of confronted the situation. And as a result of the confrontation, it was more or less it decided, or it kind of controlled what the results were. Like I don't want to say it designated the destiny, but not so much. But it was one of those things to where, like, he looked like the angel of death, the exact thing that they're talking about, the black cloak figure. But that's what I mean by these shadow people, quote unquote, take on different forms. And they'll say it's a demon, but how I've been like harping about for forever, and it's just research that's out there as well for all those people who are like, I have to see it in writing from someone else's experience, not from my own. They're Omega and Alpha and Omega, those are within yourself. So demons that project outside have been created within. Like, we have lower level frequencies, higher level frequencies. There are no such thing as demons. They are just lower level energies operating on a lower level of existence. It's like the planes of heaven, quote unquote. Whereas we all go to heaven. Everyone believes that there's this place called hell. Hell, by definition, is just chaos and confusion. So the world right now, the world as they're asleep, I don't want to say unawake or unenlightened, more so. That's your hell. That's what hell is. And we all end up in heaven, quote unquote, but in the form of reincarnation. But this is only paralleled through dimensions. So you don't really have to finitely definitively die, in the sense that we're used to hearing as to how life is expanded or disband or expanded or like dissolved. We don't Those things do not exist. But it's and I know it sounds crazy to come from me and say, well, you're just one person, how can you? But we've accepted this as a destiny for ourselves. We've accepted this as something real for ourselves. We accepted this as being something real for ourselves. We made it to where now all we have are these things to stand on because we created it. And it had to be, this is what death looks like. But it's really because people knew then that the transferring of energy granted power. So more the shadow beings, quote unquote, that we see are ancestors that just have not taken a new form, or existences who have not reincarnated to physical form. But they are, to the extent, because isn't physical allegedly something you can see? At that case, if it's in the physical 3 dimension, it technically has, but has only maintained partial of its full identity. So it's still here, it's still present, but it's not, you're just not at a level to be able to associate with it or touch it or actually see it. Because it has to be, it's like the Indians with the ship when the pilgrims came. They had no idea what they were looking at or what they were looking for until it was in their face right here. These shadow people do not want to be seen by you. You're not going to know what you're dealing with. It's always going to be, I think I saw something type of thing. When you're talking about the angel of death, like what they're speaking of, like you always hear about the reaper and stuff like that. But it's literally your mind accepting something that you could either say, hey, no, this is not how this works. And like I said, I've told you guys, I've died before a few different times, but the most specific one was with the skull incident. And I was literally hovering over my body, and I looking at myself hover over my body and being able to travel. But for me, it was just unfathomable. Even when I got shot, there was no way. I got shot in the back of my head. For a long time, I could feel where the bullet went in, where the bullet came out. You could see in my car where the bullet went out. And it was crazy because it's just one of those things to where the only thing that's going to be able to happen is stuff that you accept. That's why control of the mind is so important to people, because they know that they can have you to think anything that they would like you to think if you don't believe your thoughts are significant enough. So make it to where there's an angel of death, or make it to where there's this shadow man. Instead of facing it head on, what are you? Why are you here? Asking it questions, backing it down. You're feeling backed into a corner because we use fear as a tactic of control. So you see something like that.
This is Summer Todd's Mystery Show. We haven't been on here in a while. My son and I are doing the show tonight with, I'll let him introduce himself, but we're just, our topic tonight is 9/11, and we're just kind of discussing some of the the things that went on that were kind of strange and paranormal type incidents as well. And our guest tonight is, I'll let him introduce himself. I can't see you on there, but do you hear me?
All right. Well, yes,
Yeah.
I can. I can. All right. So anyway, my name's MC Dirty Work. You can find me at DLive, Rumble, Instagram, YouTube, basically everywhere. Tell you just briefly a little bit about myself.
Okay.
I was a normal person doing music, just going through life, and I was putting up music work on YouTube and saw architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth. And I found it very interesting because they seemed so sane. They seemed so, bolted down to earth. And yet, how could they be so insane on this day? And that was the angle I looked at it from. And the more and more I looked at it from that angle, the more and more, long story short, I realized I was the one on the wrong side there in terms of even believing that we let 9/11 happen. Because I was 21 years old when it happened, and that's what I thought. I thought that 19 hijackers did 9/11, but we let it happen. The cognitive dissonance was way too great for me to ever even conceive that we would do that to ourselves with outside help. But here comes 2016. I'm 37 years old. It's about 8 or 9 years ago. And I dove head deep into the research because obviously it's a little, serious, just a tad bit, So anyway, that's how I got into the research or whatever. And I've just kind of been finding out what else I've been lied to ever since.
Yeah, there's a lot of strange things. So where are you from? Did you say you're from?
I'm from Trenton, New Jersey right now, so about 60 miles southwest of New York City.
Okay. So when 9/11 happened, were you weren't around there, or were you?
Yeah, no, I was around. Well, actually, I was living a couple hours away in a college town called Bloomsburg. But I had, even from the very day obviously I'd worked in New York as a DJ from 1995 till it had happened. And I was still working there on and off doing other music projects. I was constantly in the city. But
Wow.
anyway, my gal at the time that I was with, her mother lived in Roselle Park in North Jersey. That's 11 miles outside of Manhattan. So that was just perfect to poke around because when 24/7 news came out, I was addicted to it. I was hooked. I loved 24-hour news. The only thing on my television was History Channel and MSNBC because, back then, Democrat just basically meant, all right, you don't like war. It's a totally different thing today,
Right.
But anyway. So MSNBC for today's news and History Channel for yesterday's news. I mean, what did I know about Operation Mockingbird? But get into that later. So I said, man, I want to go down and look. I want to see. So it was on or about the 21st of September 2001, and her and I went to her mother's house for the weekend and visited and went into the city during the day. And asked questions, took photos with, back then you had the throwaway cameras. We didn't all have these in our pocket. I wish we did.
I remember those.
And just kind of asked around and asked questions. I saw hundreds of trucks removing debris that was going 24/7 round the clock. This is really crazy, but and I beg my ex to try to find this photo. She cannot find it. I have a photo of one of those debris trucks that in orange construction paint, the kind that doesn't have the, you turn it upside down and spray on the ground with it. It said aircraft parts only. Real quick, what do you think the chances are that little old me there for just a couple hours on the 21st, 2-3 weeks after the fact, would happen to see what had to be one of the only very few trucks that say aircraft parts only? This is just a theory. I don't have anything to base this on other than what the chances are of seeing that would have been. But I bet you they spray painted that on like every 100th truck or whatever, just to so people like me may have taken a photo, so they may have saw it and remembered or whatever. I mean, that's not too big of a deal.
How many aircraft parts could they possibly have found and all that too? I mean, weren't the planes just obliterated to where, the pieces were mixed in?
Well, they supposedly found one engine on the very corner of Church and Murray that literally landed standing up like a beer can.
Yeah.
All right. Pilots, a legit 501c3 called Pilots for 9/11 Truth, had debunked that immediately because it had a dry coolant system, and it was very easy to note the difference between a dry coolant system and a wet coolant system. There was Boeing 757s and Boeing 767s used that day, and none of them had the coolant system that this jet engine had, and they pointed with the schematics, etc., showing you the differences that way. Because I mean, I don't fix an aircraft, but so even a regular person like me could understand, and it was very easy to understand. The FBI file footage even has the hand truck still in the footage that they probably wheeled it right in there with. They want you to believe that there was a tire somewhere, and other than that, I haven't heard of any aircraft parts. I have heard Barbara Honninger of the 9/11. It's called the Lawyers Committee for 9/11 Inquiry. I've heard her say she literally knows people that got almost killed when parts of the plane were coming down, and she worked at the Department of Defense in the Pentagon, all the way from the Carter administration on through Reagan, all the way to the Bush administration. So I kind of got to believe her. But that's all I've ever heard in terms of the parts.
Now there is the plane that crashed in the field, though. They have that in the museum in Pennsylvania, right?
I don't know about them having that, and that's very interesting to me. They said they had found 90 per. Well, first they had said that 95% of it was swallowed up into a mine. They said, well, this was a mine shaft, and where it hit, it actually. They said, but we've gotten 90% of the plane out of the hole. What I learned from Christopher Bolin and reading parts of his book, I'm ashamed. I should have the whole thing right here to show you, but I do not. He went to Shanksville and interviewed, there was a priest who owned a large plot of land next to where, that 20-foot gash, whatever the heck that was that they showed us. And apparently, according to Christopher Bolin, that is where the actual debris field was. And this priest had owned it, and he asked the priest. He said, well, "Why did you, why did you not say anything? Why did you?" And he said the same thing that everybody in Shanksville says when you ask them that they were just trying to cooperate. They said the FBI said this and that, and we were just trying to cooperate. He went to their local paper the next day because he's a newspaper journalist. He was when 9/11 happened, and went there for paper or for answers for some certain things. So they said, okay, sure, come in 9 o'clock tomorrow. He came in 9, and there was some upper brass military guy there. And he said, who are you? What are you doing here? He said, well, I've been sent here to talk to you and answer your questions. He said, okay, very good. It's like, what about the, and you can imagine, the guy just blackballed him the whole way. So, yeah.
Well, and, I was reading a little bit about it last night, but I was getting kind of tired. But I saw some comments about people that were upset that part of the airplane or something was going to be in that Shanksville Museum, and they didn't like that. But I didn't really research it further, so I assume there's some debris or something from that plane in that museum.
Very interesting.
But I'm sure. I couldn't say for 100% sure. I should have researched a little more today, but I didn't get time. But yeah, so there's something. But yeah,
I remember at the time 9/11 happened, there was a rumor going around that they were saying that the people overtook the hijackers and crashed the plane because they knew the hijackers were going to crash it into a target. There was also a rumor going around that the Air National Guard or Air Force blew the plane up. I don't know which story to really believe, and to this day I haven't heard a totally straight story on it myself.
well, that
Yeah,
could
I
be.
don't know what to believe either, to be honest, whether we shot that down or whether that was possibly even part of the whole scheme. I will tell you this, that one plane had to wait 40 extra minutes on the runway to take off. Sometimes it just happens, and you have to wait for your place in line on the runway. And because that happened, it may not have been able to be where it needed to be to make things look like what they wanted it to look like.
Right.
That's kind of what it seems like.
About that, I saw that last night. I did see that when I was looking up some stuff, and they were talking about how that was kind of odd.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure this museum's kind of awful. I mean, I saw the picture of it. And it looks it's out in the middle of nowhere, of course.
I've never even heard of it. I'm amazed. It's awesome. I love learning new stuff that I didn't know.
Well,
Yeah, let him know what the name of it is.
They're calling it like it's in remembrance, it's a remembrance like of the victims, but there are some of the stuff that the victims had in that museum too. And the woman was telling a story about haunting there, and she said that people go in the museum pretty upbeat, but when they come out, they're not, because it's got there's a lot of dark energy. But she didn't go details about the plane. I looked that up, but yeah. So there was a lot of weird stuff going on. And this is a story, and I've told Austin this a million times. Hillary Clinton wrote a book.
She wrote a book. Yeah, she says she wrote a book.
No,
I'm kidding.
Not Hillary Clinton. It was Barbara. It was a woman named Barbara Olson wrote a book about Hillary Clinton.
Right, the senator's wife. Okay.
Okay, so wrote the book about Hillary Clinton. I don't know where I was
going to say. I know she can't write a book. I'm sorry. I'm kidding.
But Barbara Olson wrote a book about Hillary Clinton, and I forget the name of it, but
it was called Hell to Pay.
Yeah, Hell to Pay. So it was bashing Clintons, and everything. So this is so weird. Okay, so on a Sunday morning show, my husband just happened to be watching it, and Barbara Olson was on there, and she said, "I'm going out on my book tour this week. Make sure you check it out. Make sure I'm going to be going on this morning show or something." I told him, I said, "She's a dead lady walking." I said, because if you mess with Hillary, and that was always kind of the joke.
Clintonized.
Yeah.